I found out my grown children secretly replaced me in our family business, so I took back everything they thought was theirs. I'm 54, and I've been running our family bakery for over 20 years now, ever since my husband died when the kids were still young. My three children are Sarah, who's 32, Mark, who's 29, and Lisa, who's 26. They've all worked at the bakery at different times over the years, but honestly, none of them ever seemed to take it seriously. It was always just something they did when they needed extra cash or didn't have anything better going on. Sarah got her business degree about 5 years ago, and ever since then she thinks she knows everything about running a company. She'll walk into my bakery and start pointing out things I'm supposedly doing wrong, talking about profit margins and efficiency like I haven't been keeping this place profitable for 2 decades. Mark is the type who can't hold down a job for more than 6 months. He's always got some new scheme or idea that's going to make him rich, but he always ends up back at the bakery asking if he can pick up some shifts. Lisa seemed different, though. She actually appeared to care about the recipes and the customers. She'd ask me questions about the business like she was genuinely interested in learning. The bakery isn't some huge operation, but it does well. We're known in town for our wedding cakes and our fresh bread. I've built up a solid customer base over the years, and people trust us. After my husband passed, I could have easily sold the place and moved somewhere cheaper, but I kept it going because I thought maybe one day the kids would want to take it over. It felt like something we could keep in the family. About 6 months ago, the kids started coming around more often. Sarah would stop by after work and hang around the office, looking at our books and asking questions about suppliers. Mark actually showed up for his scheduled shifts instead of calling in sick half the time. Lisa started staying late to help with closing procedures. I thought this was great. Finally, they were showing some interest in the family business. But then things started getting weird at family dinners. It used to be that we'd all get together on Sundays and catch up, talk about work and life, normal family stuff. Suddenly, every conversation turned into them criticizing how I ran the bakery. Sarah beforehand. The breaking point for me should have been when Sarah told me I was too emotional to make good business decisions. She said that in front of everyone at Sunday dinner, just threw it out there like it was a fact. I'd been emotional when my husband died, and I had to figure out how to keep the business running while raising 3 kids by myself. I'd been emotional when we almost lost the building because of a rent increase, and I had to work 18-hour days to make ends meet. But somehow, I'd managed to keep everything together, and even grow the business. I started dreading Sunday dinners because I knew they'd spend the whole time telling me everything I was doing wrong. They'd talk over me when I tried to explain why certain things worked the way they did. Sarah would use all these business school terms and act like I was too stupid to understand them. It felt like they'd formed some kind of alliance against me. The worst part was that they made it sound like they were trying to help me. They'd say things like they were worried about me working too hard, that I needed to step back and let them handle more responsibility. But whenever I actually tried to give them more responsibility, they'd mess something up or not follow through. Sarah reorganized our inventory system one week, and it was such a disaster that I had to stay up all night fixing it before we opened the next morning. Then last Tuesday night, everything changed. I'd closed up the bakery like usual and went home, but I realized I'd left my purse in the office. I drove back around 9 o'clock and let myself in through the back door. I could hear voices coming from the office, which was strange because everyone should have been gone by then. I walked toward the office and heard Sarah talking. She was saying something about paperwork and lawyers, which didn't make sense to me. I stopped outside the door because I didn't want to interrupt if they were having some kind of serious conversation. But then I started actually listening to what they were saying. Sarah was talking about how they'd met with some lawyer and how he thought they had a good case. She said something about me not being able to think straight about the business anymore. Mark laughed and agreed with her, saying I was too emotional to make good decisions. That's when I heard Lisa's voice, and my heart just sank. Lisa said she still felt bad about what they were doing, but that Sarah and Mark were right. She said I need forcing me to retire and sign over the business to them. The thing that really got to me was how casual they sounded about it. Like this was just another business transaction to them. Sarah was talking about timelines and legal strategies. Mark was asking about money and how quickly they could get control of the accounts. Lisa kept saying she felt guilty, but she didn't sound like she was planning to back out. I finally understood why they'd been coming around so much lately. It wasn't because they suddenly developed an interest in the family business. It was because they were gathering information to use against me. All those questions Sarah had been asking about our finances, all those times Mark had hung around after his shifts, all of Lisa's interest in our procedures. They'd been building a case to have me removed from my own business. I backed away from the door as quietly as I could and left through the same way I'd come in. I sat in my car in the parking lot for probably 20 minutes, just trying to process what I'd heard. My children, the people I'd worked so hard to provide for, were planning to steal everything I'd built. And they actually thought they were doing me a favor. I didn't sleep at all that night. I kept thinking about what I'd heard and trying to figure out what to do about it. Part of me wanted to believe I'd misunderstood something, that maybe there was some innocent explanation for why my kids were meeting with lawyers behind my back. But I knew what I'd heard. They were planning to force me out of my own business. I got to the bakery early the next morning, around 5:30 like always. I had keys made from copies I kept at home, so I could still get in even though they'd been in the office the night before. I went straight to Sarah's desk and started looking through the papers they'd been discussing. What I found made my stomach turn. There were documents about transferring business ownership, notes from meetings with some law firm I'd never heard of, and even a psychological evaluation form they wanted me to undergo. They'd been planning this for months. The lawyer had apparently told them that if they could prove I was mentally unstable or making poor business decisions, they could petition to have me declared incompetent and take over operations. The notes were in Sarah's handwriting mostly, but I could see Mark and Lisa had added things too. Kids who'd never had to worry about making payroll or keeping the lights on. I'd been conservative with money because I'd learned the hard way that you can't count on anything in business. But they saw that as me being scared and incompetent rather than careful and experienced. I made copies of everything and put the originals back where I'd found them. Then I waited for them to show up. Sarah came in first around 8, acting like nothing had happened. She said good morning like we were best friends and asked if I needed help with anything. The fake concern in her voice made me want to throw something at her. Mark showed up around 9, which was actually early for him. Lisa came in during her lunch break from her other job. Once they were all there, I told them I needed to talk to them in the office. I could see them looking at each other nervously, probably wondering if I'd figured out what they were up to. I laid the papers out on the desk in front of them. Sarah's face went completely white. Mark tried to play dumb and asked what the papers were, but Lisa just started crying. I told them I'd heard everything they'd said the night before, and I wanted to know how they could go behind my back like this instead of just talking to me. Sarah recovered first and went straight into damage control mode. She said they had tried talking to me, but I was too stubborn to listen to reason. She started rattling off all this business school nonsense about growth strategies and market expansion, claiming I was too sentimental about the bakery to make the hard decisions that needed to be made. She actually used the phrase, maximize shareholder value, like we were some corporation instead of a family business. Mark backed her up immediately, saying they were thinking about the family's future and not just my feelings. He said I was working myself to death and they were trying to save me from myself. He made it sound like forcing me out of my own business was some kind of intervention, like I was an addict or something. Lisa was still crying, but she managed to say that they all agreed I was burning myself out and needed to step back, whether I wanted to or not. She said they'd been talking about it for months, and this was the only way to help me because I wouldn't listen to them when they tried to bring it up directly. I asked them when exactly they'd tried to bring this up directly, because all I remembered was them criticizing
Nothing after her father died, that I'd kept food on the table and a roof over their heads when everything fell apart, and that somehow I'd managed to do all that without a business degree. Sarah just rolled her eyes and said that was exactly the problem. She said I was too emotional about the business to see it objectively. I was holding on to the past instead of planning for the future. She said the bakery could be so much more successful if someone with actual business training was running it. Mark jumped in and said they weren't trying to hurt me. They were trying to help the whole family. He said once they took over operations, I could still be involved, but I wouldn't have all the stress of running everything. I could focus on the parts I enjoyed, like baking and talking to customers, while they handled the business side. That's when I realized they genuinely believed they were doing me a favor. In their minds, they were rescuing me from myself and saving the family business at the same time. They couldn't see that what they were actually doing was stealing everything I'd worked for and justifying it by claiming I was incompetent. I told them they were all fired and needed to get out of my bakery immediately. Sarah actually laughed when I said that. She told me I couldn't fire them because they were family, and they were already part owners of the business. She said the papers they'd been working on were just formalizing what was already true. That's when I realized they had no idea about the actual legal ownership of the bakery. They thought because they'd worked there on and off over the years, and because it was a family business, they automatically had some kind of claim to it. They had no clue that everything was still legally in my name alone. Mark tried to calm things down by saying we should all take a step back and discuss this rationally. He said families fought about business all the time, and we could work through this if we just communicated better. But Lisa kept crying and saying she never wanted it to come to this. She just wanted what was best for everyone. Sarah wasn't backing down, though. She said they'd already invested too much time and money into this process to give up now. She'd been talking to suppliers about new contracts, and she'd set up meetings with potential catering clients. In her mind, she was already running the bakery, and I was just being difficult about accepting and return any keys they had to the bakery. After that, they were no longer welcome on the property. Lisa finally stopped crying long enough to ask if I really meant it. She wanted to know if I was really going to choose the business over my own children. I told her they were the ones who'd made that choice when they decided to steal from me instead of talking to me. They were the ones who'd chosen to go behind my back and plot against me instead of working with me. Sarah gathered up all the legal papers and said this wasn't over. She said they'd already put too much work into this to let me destroy everything out of spite. She told me I'd regret acting so impulsively, and that I was making the biggest mistake of my life. Then she walked out, with Mark and Lisa following behind her. I sat in that office for a long time after they left, looking at the mess they'd made of my desk and trying to figure out what to do next. I knew I had to act fast before they could do any more damage. They clearly had no idea that I actually owned everything outright, but it was only a matter of time before they figured that out and tried a different approach. I called my lawyer that same afternoon. Tom Mitchell has been handling my legal stuff since my husband died, so he knew the whole history of the bakery and how everything was set up. I told him what my kids had been planning and asked him to walk me through exactly what rights they had to the business. Tom confirmed what I already suspected. When my husband died, everything went to me according to his will. I'd never transferred any ownership to the kids or made them partners in any legal sense. They'd worked as employees over the years, but that didn't give them any claim to ownership. The bakery, the building, the equipment, the bank accounts, the customer lists. Everything was in my name alone. He also told me that the legal strategy they'd been pursuing probably wouldn't have worked anyway. Proving someone is mentally incompetent is really difficult, especially when the business is profitable and well managed.
Their lawyer had probably been stringing them along and taking their money without much hope of success. But Tom warned me that I needed to act quickly to protect my interests. If they were determined to cause trouble, they could make things difficult, even without any legal standing. They could try to sabotage operations, steal customer information.
The evening shift while I was doing all this. Janet, who's been with me for 12 years, asked what was going on. I explained the situation to her and to Mike, who handles our bread production. They weren't surprised at all. Janet said she'd been wondering when I was going to put my foot down about how disrespectfully the kids had been treating me. Mike said he'd noticed Sarah going through files she had no business looking at, and Mark asking questions about our supplier relationships that seemed weird for someone who was just working shifts. They'd both seen the writing on the wall, but hadn't wanted to get involved in family drama. Now that it was out in the open, they were completely supportive of my decision. I also called our accountant, Betty, and had her pull all the financial records for the past year. I wanted to make sure my kids hadn't done anything to compromise our accounts or steal any money. Betty found a few instances where Sarah had written checks without proper authorization, but nothing major. She'd been testing boundaries to see what she could get away with. The next morning, Sarah showed up at the bakery around her usual time and couldn't get in. She started banging on the door and yelling for me to open it. I told her through the door that she no longer worked there and needed to leave the property. She said I was being ridiculous and that she had work to do. She actually seemed shocked that I'd changed the locks. Mark came by later that morning with the same result. He tried calling me from the parking lot, demanding to know what I thought I was accomplishing by locking them out. He said I was just proving that I couldn't handle stress and that I was making irrational decisions. He kept saying they were trying to help me and I was being too stubborn to see it. Lisa didn't come by the bakery, but she sent me a long text message about how hurt she was. She said she'd thought we had a good relationship and she couldn't understand how I could turn on my own family like this. She kept insisting that they'd only been trying to help me and that I was overreacting to everything. Word spread around town pretty quickly. We're a small community and people talk, especially when there's drama involving a local business. I was worried about how customers would react, but most of them were incredibly supportive. Mrs. Patterson, who's been buying bread from me for 15 years, made a point of telling me she thought I was being too harsh, and that family should stick together no matter what. Mrs. Chen from the flower shop next door said she thought we should be able to work things out without all the drama. But the majority of people who knew the situation supported my decision. Sarah tried a different approach after a few days. She came to my house one evening with a whole speech prepared about how we could work together if I would just be reasonable. She said they weren't trying to steal anything from me. They just wanted to modernize the business and make it more profitable for everyone. She offered to let me stay involved in day-to-day operations if I would transfer majority ownership to them. I told her she still didn't get it. This wasn't a negotiation. They'd gone behind my back and tried to have me declared incompetent so they could steal my business. There was no coming back from that kind of betrayal. She got angry and said I was being spiteful and that I'd regret destroying our family over a stupid bakery. Mark showed up drunk at my house a few nights later, banging on the door and yelling about how I'd ruined everything. He said I was a selfish old woman who couldn't stand the idea of anyone else having success. He blamed me for breaking up the family and said I'd chosen money over my own children. I had to call the police to get him to leave. The hardest part was dealing with Lisa. She kept trying to play the middle ground, saying she understood why I was upset, but asking if there wasn't some way to fix things. She said she missed working at the bakery, and she missed our relationship. But she never actually apologized for what they'd done. She kept acting like it was just a misunderstanding that got out of hand. A few people in town asked me if I'd consider giving my kids another chance. My pastor suggested that forgiveness was important and that families should work through their problems together.
My neighbor said maybe the kids had learned their lesson and deserved a second opportunity. I thought about it a lot, especially late at night when the house was quiet and I was missing the relationship I used to have with my children. But then I'd remember how casual they'd sounded when they were planning to betray me, how Sarah had laughed when I tried to fire them, how none of them had shown any real remorse for what they'd done.
I was being vindictive, and that she'd rather start her own business than work under those conditions.
Mark sent back a one-word response that I won't repeat here. Lisa's response was longer, but it was mostly about how sad she was that our family had been torn apart. She never actually apologized. It's been 3 months now since all this happened. The bakery is doing fine without them. Actually, it's doing better because I don't have to deal with their constant criticism and schemes. My regular employees have stepped up and taken on more responsibility, and they're grateful for the opportunity to advance. I've hired 2 new part-time workers to replace the hours my kids used to work. Both of them are reliable and respectful, which is more than I can say for my own children. We've actually been busier than usual because people in town are going out of their way to support the bakery after hearing about what happened. My relationship with my kids is basically non-existent now. Sarah is apparently working at some corporate job and telling everyone who will listen that I'm a bitter old woman who destroyed our family out of spite. Mark is back to bouncing between jobs and blaming me for all his problems. Lisa calls occasionally, but our conversations are awkward and brief. Sometimes I wonder if I made the right choice. I look at other families in town and see grandparents spending time with grandchildren, adult children helping their aging parents, and I feel the loss of what we could have had. But then I remember what they were willing to do to me, how they were planning to steal everything I'd worked for. And I know I couldn't have lived with myself if I'd just rolled over and let them get away with it. I gave them every opportunity to make things right, and they chose pride over family. They chose their schemes over honesty. They chose to see me as an obstacle instead of as their mother, who had sacrificed everything for them. So now I'm running my bakery alone, and honestly, some days that feels like exactly what I deserve, after 20 years of trying to build something for people who never appreciated it in the first place. Just before Christmas, my mother told everyone she was leaving her entire estate to my younger sister because I was too independent. I'm 54, a librarian, and I've been the responsible one my entire life. My sister Emma is 47 and has basically been a professional disappointment since high school. Our mother is 76 and apparently has completely lost her mind. I need to give you some background so you understand just how insane this whole situation is. For the past 30 years, I've been the daughter who had her shit together. I worked my way through college, got my degree in library science, and landed a decent job at the county library system. I bought my own house when I was 28, raised my son as a single mother after his father decided being a parent wasn't for him, and never once asked my parents for money after I turned 25. Emma, on the other hand, has been a walking disaster since she dropped out of community college at 19. She's had more jobs than I can count: waitress, retail clerk, receptionist, dog walker, some kind of MLM thing with essential oils, another MLM with makeup, working at a call center, cleaning houses, you name it. She gets fired or quits every 6 months like clockwork. And every single time, guess where she runs? Right back to Mom's house. I lost track of how many times Emma moved back in with Mom over the years. It had to be at least 8 or 9 times. Sometimes it was because she lost her job. Sometimes because she broke up with whatever loser she was dating. Sometimes just because she didn't feel like paying rent anymore. Mom always welcomed her back with open arms, made her favorite meals, let her treat the house like a hotel. Meanwhile, I'm over here paying my mortgage, raising my kid, working overtime to make ends meet. and nobody ever offered to help me with anything. Don't get me wrong, I didn't need the help. I'm proud of the life I built for myself and my son. But it stung sometimes, watching my mother bend over backwards for Emma while taking me completely for granted. The few times I did need something, like when my car broke down and I needed to borrow money for repairs, or when I was between jobs for 2 months after the library had budget college 2 years ago and got a good job in marketing. I'm proud of how he turned out, considering he didn't have a father around and I was working full-time his whole childhood. He's responsible, pays his own bills, has his own apartment. He visits his grandmother maybe once a month, calls her on her birthday and holidays. Emma's kid is 23 and still lives at home with Emma and Mom. The kid doesn't work, dropped out of high school, plays video games all day. Mom makes excuses for him constantly. So that's the dynamic in our family. I'm the one who has everything figured out. Emma is the perpetual mess who needs constant rescuing, and Mom enables the hell out of both Emma and her kid while expecting nothing from me except maybe a phone call on Mother's Day. Every Christmas for the past I don't know how many years, we do this big family dinner at Mom's house. It's the same people every time. Me and my son, Emma and her kid, my Aunt Martha and Uncle Jim, my cousin Sarah and her husband, sometimes a few other relatives. Mom spends days cooking. We all bring side dishes. It's this whole production. Usually it's fine, just normal family stuff. People catch up. The kids complain about having to be there. Someone brings up politics and gets shut down. You know how it goes. This past Christmas felt different from the moment I walked in the door. Mom was acting weird, giving me these looks like she wanted to say something but kept stopping herself. She was extra nice to Emma, which was saying something because she's always extra nice to Emma. But it was like she was overcompensating for something. Emma seemed to be in an unusually good mood too, which should have been my first red flag because Emma is generally miserable about everything. During dinner, Mom kept steering the conversation toward family and legacy and how important it is to take care of each other. She made some comment about how she wanted to make sure everyone felt secure in their futures. My Aunt Martha made a joke about how none of us were getting any younger, and Mom got this serious look on her face and said she'd been thinking about that a lot lately. After we finished eating, we all moved into the living room like we always do. The kids were on their phones. The adults were settled about her health. She said she had been working with a lawyer to get all her affairs in order, which was smart and responsible, and exactly the kind of thing I would have encouraged her to do. She talked about how important it was to her that her family would be taken care of after she was gone. Still sounded reasonable. Then she said she had finalized her will and wanted everyone to know what she had decided, so there wouldn't be any surprises later. The room got completely quiet. Even the football game seemed to fade into the background. Mom was still smiling like she was about to announce something wonderful. She looked directly at me when she said it. Everything she owned, the house, her savings accounts, her life insurance, all her possessions, was going to Emma. All of it. She explained that she had thought about this very carefully and decided this was the fairest thing to do because I had always been so independent and capable, and Emma needed the security more than I did. I felt like someone had punched me in the stomach. The room was dead silent, except for the sound of the TV in the background. Nobody knew what to say or where to look. My Aunt Martha was staring down at her hands. My Uncle Jim's mouth was hanging open. My cousin Sarah looked like she wanted to disappear into the couch. And Emma. Emma had this little smile on her face like she had been expecting this, like maybe they had talked about it ahead of time. She didn't look surprised at all, just satisfied. That's what really got to me. Seeing that smug look on her face while I'm sitting there feeling like my mother just told the entire family that I don't matter. Mom kept talking, explaining her reasoning like she was making perfect sense. She said Emma had always struggled more and needed more support, while I had proven over and over that I could handle anything life threw at me. She made it sound like she was doing me a favor, like being left out of the will was actually a compliment to my independence and strength. The worst part was that some people in the room were nodding along like this made sense, like punishing me for being responsible was somehow fair. Nobody said anything, though. The whole room just sat there in this awful silence while Mom finished her little speech about how proud she was of both her daughters and how this decision would make sure Emma would be okay no matter and inappropriate. I kept waiting for someone to say something, anything, to break the tension. My Aunt Martha was examining her fingernails like they were the most fascinating things in the world. Uncle Jim was shifting around in his chair, making these little throat-clearing noises. My cousin Sarah had gone completely pale and was shooting these panicked looks at her husband, like she was begging him to do something, say something, anything, to make this less awkward. My son was the first one to react. He's usually pretty quiet at family gatherings, keeps to himself, scrolls through his phone. But I saw him sit up straighter and look directly at his grandmother with this expression I'd never seen on his face before. Not angry exactly, but definitely not happy. He opened his mouth like he was going to say something, then looked at me and seemed to think better of it. Emma was still sitting there with that satisfied little smirk, and that's when I realized this whole thing had been planned. She knew. She absolutely knew what Mom was going to say before she said it. The way she wasn't surprised, the way she was trying not to look too pleased with herself. It was obvious they had discussed this beforehand. Mom was still standing there looking around the room like she expected everyone to congratulate her on making such a wise and thoughtful decision. When nobody said anything, she started filling the silence with more explanations about how much thought she had put into this, how she wanted to be fair to both her daughters, how she knew everyone would understand once they really thought about it. That's when Uncle Jim finally spoke up. He said something like, "Well, that's certainly something to think about," in this diplomatic way that didn't commit him to agreeing or disagreeing with anything. Aunt Martha mumbled something about how it was Mom's money to do with as she pleased. My cousin Sarah's husband made some comment about how these decisions are always difficult for families. Nobody was looking at me directly, but I could feel them all glancing over, trying to gauge my reaction. I was still in shock, honestly. Part of me kept thinking I had misheard something, that maybe Mom had said the will would be split somehow, and I had just missed that part. But no, she had been very clear. Everything to Emma, nothing to me. The conversation eventually processed the fact that my mother had just publicly announced that my 30 years of responsibility and self-reliance meant I deserved nothing. The thing that really started to get to me was listening to the little comments people were making. Aunt Martha said something about how Emma had always been the more sensitive one, how she needed more emotional support. Uncle Jim mentioned that it was probably smart to leave everything to the daughter, who would be more likely to stay local and take care of the house. Even my cousin Sarah made some remark about how I had always been so strong and capable that I'd be fine no matter what. They were all basically agreeing with Mom's logic. Like being independent and responsible was somehow a character flaw that disqualified me from inheriting anything from my own mother. Like all those years of not being a burden on the family meant I didn't deserve to be treated like family when it really mattered. My son excused himself to go to the bathroom, but I could tell he was really just getting away from the conversation. When he came back, he sat down next to me instead of in his original spot across the room. He didn't say anything, but I appreciated having him closer. As the evening went on, I started getting angrier instead of just hurt. I kept thinking about all the times I had helped Mom out over the years, all the money I had lent her, all the times I had been there when she needed something. I thought about Emma's pattern of taking advantage of Mom's generosity and never giving anything back. I thought about how Emma's kid was still living at home doing nothing, while my son had gotten his life together and moved out. The more I thought about it, the more the whole thing felt deliberately cruel. Mom hadn't just decided to leave everything to Emma. She had made a point of announcing it in front of the entire extended family. She had made sure everyone knew that she considered me too independent to deserve an inheritance. She had essentially told all our relatives that Emma was the daughter worth investing in, and I was the daughter who could be taken for granted. When people started getting ready to leave, there was this awkward dance around saying goodbye to me. Nobody wanted to acknowledge what had just happened, but nobody could pretend it hadn't happened either. My Aunt Martha gave me this overly long hug and said something about how I was such a strong person. Uncle Jim patted me while she was putting away leftovers. My son was helping Emma's kid load something into her car, and the house was finally quiet enough for us to actually talk. That's when I completely lost it. All the hurt and anger I had been holding in for the past few hours just came pouring out. I told her exactly how I felt about her announcement, how humiliated I was, how unfair the whole thing seemed. I reminded her about all the ways I had supported her over the years, all the times Emma had let her down, all the reasons why leaving everything to Emma was basically rewarding bad behavior while punishing good behavior. Mom listened to everything I said, but I could tell she had already made up her mind, and nothing I said was going to change it. She kept insisting that she was being fair, that Emma needed the money more than I did, that I would be fine, because I had always been fine. She acted like my feelings about being excluded didn't matter, because the practical outcome would be the same either way. The conversation went in circles for probably 20 minutes. I would explain why I felt hurt and betrayed, and she would explain why her decision made logical sense. She kept saying she loved both of us equally, but her actions were doing a pretty poor job of demonstrating that. When I pointed out that she was essentially punishing me for being responsible, she acted like I was being dramatic. Finally, I realized I wasn't going to get anywhere with her that night. She had clearly been thinking about this decision for a while, and nothing I said in one conversation was going to undo months, or maybe years of planning. I told her I needed time to process everything, gathered up my son, and left. The drive home was brutal. My son was furious on my behalf, saying things about his grandmother that I had to tell him to tone down, even though I agreed with most of it. He kept asking what we were going to do, whether I was going to fight the will, whether I was going to cut contact with Mom and Emma. I didn't have answers to any of his questions, because I was still trying to wrap my head around what had just happened. That night was the first time in my adult life that I seriously questioned whether my mother actually loved me the way I thought she did. The weeks after that Christmas dinner were some of the worst of my life. It felt weird, but I honestly didn't know what to say to her. Every conversation we might have would just lead back to the will situation, and I wasn't ready to have that fight again. Mom started calling me around New Year's, leaving these cheerful voicemails like nothing had happened. She'd talk about the weather, or ask about my son, or mention some book she thought I might like for the library. She never directly addressed the will thing, but there was this forced casualness to her messages that made it obvious she knew I was upset and was trying to pretend everything was normal. Emma, on the other hand, seemed to be having the time of her life. I only know this because my son still follows her on social media, and he'd show me her posts sometimes when he was particularly annoyed about the whole situation. She was suddenly taking all these weekend trips with Mom, posting pictures of them at restaurants I knew Mom couldn't usually afford, shopping trips where they both came home with bags from department stores. It was like getting the inheritance early had given Emma permission to spend Mom's money freely. And Mom was apparently fine with it, maybe even encouraging it. I found out later from my Aunt Martha that Mom had given Emma access to one of her savings accounts, so she wouldn't have to worry about money while she was between jobs again. Because of course Emma had already quit that job she was supposedly starting after New Year's. My son was absolutely furious about all of this. He kept asking me why I wasn't fighting it, why I wasn't getting a lawyer, why I was just letting them get away with screwing us over. He had a point, but I was still stuck in this weird place between hurt and denial. Part of me kept thinking Mom would come to her senses and realize how unfair she was being. Part of me didn't want to turn this into an ugly legal battle that would destroy what was left of our family. Around February, I finally decided I needed to talk to someone professional about my options. I made an appointment with an estate attorney, not because I had decided to contest the will, but because I needed to understand what I was dealing with. The consultation was depressing as hell. The lawyer was straightforward about my chances, which were basically non-existent. Mom was mentally competent. She had the right to leave her money to whoever she won. The legal fees would eat up a huge chunk of whatever I might recover. The whole consultation made me realize that Mom had basically set up a situation where I couldn't fight back without making myself look greedy and vindictive. She knew I wouldn't want to drag the family through a public legal battle. She knew I wouldn't want to spend years of my life and thousands of dollars fighting over money. She had effectively checkmate me before I even knew we were playing chess. I started going to therapy around this time, which probably should have happened sooner. I needed help sorting through all the emotions I was dealing with. The hurt, the anger, the guilt about being angry, the confusion about whether I was overreacting. My therapist helped me understand that my feelings were completely valid, that being independent and responsible didn't mean I deserved to be excluded from my own family's legacy. Through therapy, I also started to see patterns in my relationship with Mom that I had been blind to before. How she had always taken my stability for granted while making excuses for Emma's chaos. How she had trained me to be the reliable one by never offering me the same safety net she gave Emma. How my independence hadn't been entirely by choice. It had been necessary, because I couldn't count on her support the way Emma could. Spring came and went with more of the same awkward dynamic. Mom kept calling and acting like everything was normal. Emma kept posting about their adventures together. I kept going to work, seeing my therapist, and trying to figure out how to have a relationship with my mother when I felt like she had rejected everything I stood for. My son graduated to a better position at his company around this time, which should have been purely good news. But even that felt tainted by the will situation. Here was my kid, following in my footsteps of being responsible and self-sufficient. And apparently, that meant he didn't deserve to inherit anything from his grandmother either. It felt like Mom was sending a message that success and independence were actually character flaws in our family. Summer brought the first real attempt at reconciliation when Mom invited me to her birthday dinner in July. It was supposed to be just family, me, my son, Emma, and her kid. I almost didn't go, but my therapist encouraged me to try engaging with Mom about how it seemed like she was punishing me for being independent, rewarding Emma for being irresponsible, and setting up a dynamic where my son would also be excluded from future family support because he had inherited my work ethic. Mom's response was basically the same as it had been at Christmas. She insisted she was being fair, that Emma needed the money more, that I would be fine because I had always been fine. But this time, Emma jumped in with her own justifications. She started talking about how hard her life had been, how much she had struggled, how she deserved security after years of instability. What really got to me was when Emma said that I had always been Mom's favorite anyway, that I had gotten more attention and praise growing up, and that leaving her the inheritance was just Mom's way of balancing things out. This was complete revisionist history. I had gotten attention for achievements like good grades and staying out of trouble, but Emma had gotten attention for every crisis and drama in her life. If anything, Emma's problems had always been the main focus of family energy and resources. The conversation devolved into the kind of fight we probably should have had months earlier. Emma accused me of being jealous and entitled. I accused her of manipulating Mom and taking advantage of her generosity for years. Mom tried to play peacekeeper, but mostly just kept repeating that she loved us both equally, which felt like complete bullshit under the circumstances. We left that dinner on bad terms, and I decided I needed to take a real break from both of them. I stopped responding to Mom's calls and texts. I unfriended Emma on social media. I told my son he could maintain whatever relationship he wanted with his grandmother, but I couldn't keep pretending everything was okay when it clearly wasn't. The break lasted through the rest of the summer and into fall. It was actually kind of peaceful, not having to navigate the constant emotional minefield of our family dynamics. I focused on my work, spent time with friends who weren't constantly creating drama, started dating someone for the first time in years. My therapist helped me see that setting boundaries with toxic family members wasn't cruel or selfish. It was necessary for my mental health. But now Christmas is coming around again, and I'm facing the same questions I've been avoiding for months. Do I want to rebuild some kind of relationship with Mom? The will tomorrow. I don't know if I could forgive the way she handled the whole situation. My friends are split on what I should do. Some think I should just write off the whole family and move on with my life. Others think I should keep trying to repair the relationship because she's still my mother, and life is short. A few have suggested that I should fight the will after all, not because I need the money, but because Emma doesn't deserve to be rewarded for a lifetime of irresponsibility. I honestly don't know what the right answer is. All I know is that I'm tired of feeling like the bad guy for expecting to be treated fairly by my own mother. I'm tired of having to justify why I deserve the same consideration as my sister. And I'm tired of pretending that being independent and self-sufficient should disqualify me from being loved and valued by my family. Now I can't stop asking myself whether I was wrong for feeling betrayed and considering legal action against my own mother's decision, even if she insists it was made out of love. Not long after my brother moved into my guest room, I learned he was secretly selling off my belongings. I'm 45, divorced father, work as a mechanic, and own a modest 3-bedroom house. My younger brother Jake is 38 and lost his job about 6 months ago. My daughter Emma is 16 and lives with me half the time, since the divorce was finalized 2 years ago. The whole thing started when Jake showed up at my door looking desperate. I mean, the guy was basically homeless. He'd been crashing on friends' couches for weeks after getting laid off from the warehouse, and apparently he'd worn out his welcome everywhere else. When he asked if he could stay in my guest room temporarily, I said yes without really thinking it through. Family helps family, right? That's what our dad always taught us. Jake promised he'd contribute once he got back on his feet. He had some interviews lined up, he said. Just needed a few weeks to get his act together. I believed him, because what else was I supposed to do? The guy's my brother. You don't turn away blood when they're down on their luck. But weeks turned into months. Jake would sleep until noon every day, leave dishes in the sink, eat my food without asking. He'd take these long showers that used up all the hot water, then leave wet towels on the bathroom floor. Emma started complaining that he was weird around her friends when they came over. Nothing creepy exactly, just awkward. He'd hang around making small talk when they clearly wanted him to leave. I kept telling myself it was temporary. Jake would send out a few job applications here and there, show me rejection emails to prove he was trying. But honestly, it didn't look like he was trying that hard. He'd spend most of his days on the couch watching TV or scrolling through his phone. When I'd come home from work covered in grease and exhausted, he'd be in the same spot I left him that morning. The rent thing started bothering me after the second month. He wasn't contributing anything to groceries, utilities, nothing. My electric bill went up because he was home all day running the AC and leaving lights on everywhere. But every time I brought up money, he'd get this hurt look and remind me about how I was the only family member who'd helped him out, supposedly in my toolbox. Emma noticed something was off too. She mentioned that some of her old electronics had gone missing from her room. A tablet she hadn't used in years, some gaming headphones. When she asked Jake about it, he claimed he hadn't seen anything. Said maybe her mom took the stuff when she picked Emma up last time, which made no sense, because her mom would have asked first. The whole situation was making me paranoid. I'd come home and feel like things had been moved around. Not obviously, just little things out of place. A drawer not quite closed all the way. Items on shelves in slightly different positions. Jake always had explanations when I asked. He was looking for something, or he was cleaning, or he accidentally bumped into something. I started keeping mental inventories of my stuff, which is insane when you think about it. Having to memorize where you left your own belongings in your own house because you can't trust someone living there. But I didn't want to accuse my brother of stealing without proof. The guy was already down on his luck. Last thing he needed was his own family thinking he was a thief. The breaking point came on a Tuesday during my lunch break at the shop. I was scrolling through Facebook Marketplace like I sometimes do, just killing time and seeing if anyone was selling car parts I might need. That's when I saw it. My custom Snap-on toolbox, the expensive red one I'd saved for months to buy after my divorce. It was listed under Jake's profile, with the description, "Must sell due to moving. $800, OBO." I took screenshots of everything immediately. The listing, Jake's profile, the photos he'd taken of my toolbox sitting in what was clearly my garage. You could see my workbench in the background, my oil stain on the concrete floor. There was no denying it was my stuff in my space. I left work early and drove home faster than I should have. My hands were shaking on the steering wheel. Not from anger exactly, but from this sick realization that I'd been right to be paranoid. All those missing tools, all those little things out of place. Jake had been stealing from me for weeks, maybe months. I found him in the kitchen, eating cereal at 2 in the afternoon, still in his pajamas. Just sitting there like brother's well-being. The whole conversation felt surreal, like he genuinely believed he was in the right. That's when Emma came downstairs and overheard us arguing. She looked scared, which made me realize how loud we'd gotten. Jake tried to play it off, told her it was just a misunderstanding between adults. But Emma's not stupid. She could tell something serious was happening. After Jake went back to his room, Emma pulled me aside and asked what was going on. I didn't want to get her involved, but she deserved to know why there was tension in the house. When I explained that her uncle had been taking my tools without permission, she got this look on her face like something clicked into place. She told me she'd suspected something was wrong for weeks, that Jake had been asking weird questions about her stuff, whether she still used certain electronics or jewelry. She'd caught him in her room once, claiming he was looking for the bathroom even though there's one right next to his room. She'd been too uncomfortable to tell me before, because she didn't want to cause family drama. That night I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about how stupid I'd been, letting this go on for so long, making excuses for Jake when the signs were right there in front of me. My own daughter had felt uncomfortable in her own home, and I'd been too worried about family loyalty to see what was happening. I realized I needed to figure out exactly what else had gone missing before confronting Jake again. This wasn't just about one toolbox anymore. The next morning, I started going through the house systematically, checking everything I could think of. It was worse than I'd imagined. My dad's old watch, the one he'd given me before he died, was gone from my dresser drawer. Some of Emma's electronics that she'd mentioned were definitely missing. Even stupid stuff like a coffee maker I barely used had disappeared from the kitchen cabinet. I made a list on my phone as I went through each room. 23 items missing that I could identify for sure, probably more that I hadn't noticed yet. The total value had to be close to $3,000. This wasn't some desperate guy taking a few tools to pawn for grocery money. This was systematic theft. When Jake came downstairs around noon, I was waiting for him with my list. I kept my voice calm and asked him to explain where everything materialistic and selfish, that I had more than I needed while he had nothing. Asked how I could sleep at night in my comfortable house, knowing my own brother was struggling. The manipulation was so obvious it made me sick. Emma was at her mom's that day, which was probably for the best. I told Jake he had 48 hours to return everything he'd taken or tell me where he'd sold it so I could try to get it back. He laughed and said I was being dramatic. Asked what I was going to do, call the cops on my own brother. That afternoon my phone started ringing. First it was my mom, then my aunt, then a couple of cousins. Jake had called them all with his version of what happened. According to him, I was throwing him out on the street over some old tools and being cruel to family in need. He made it sound like I was kicking him out because he'd borrowed a wrench without asking. My mom was the worst. She laid on the guilt thick, saying Dad would be ashamed of how I was treating my brother. Reminded me about all the times Jake had helped me out when we were kids, which felt like ancient history at this point. Asked how I could be so heartless when Jake was already at his lowest point. I tried explaining what had really happened, but she'd already made up her mind. In her version, I was the successful one with the house and the steady job, and Jake was the victim who just needed help getting back on his feet. She couldn't understand why I was making such a big deal about possessions when family was more important. The calls from extended family kept coming all week. Some took Jake's side. Others wanted to stay neutral and suggested we work it out like adults. A few cousins actually supported me, said they'd always known Jake had problems with boundaries and taking things that weren't his. But mostly I felt like the bad guy for not just letting it slide. Meanwhile, Jake acted like nothing had changed. He'd stay up late watching TV with the volume loud, leave messes everywhere, eat my food. When I reminded him about the 48-hour deadline, he'd just ignore me or change the subject. It was like he thought if he pretended hard enough, the whole thing would blow over. But then strangers started showing up at my house. Jake had apparently listed more of my stuff online and was having people come by to look at it. I'd come home from work to find random people in my divorce. It wasn't practical or necessary, just something I'd wanted for years and finally bought when I realized I didn't have to justify every purchase to anyone anymore. Seeing Jake trying to sell it felt like he was stealing my recovery, my independence, everything I'd worked to rebuild. I lost it completely. Yelled at both of them to get out of my garage, told the buyer that nothing was for sale and my brother had no right to sell my belongings. The guy looked embarrassed and left quickly. Jake got defensive and started screaming about how I was choosing objects over blood, how I cared more about a stupid bike than my own family. That's when Emma called down from upstairs that Jake had been in her room again. We went up together and found her jewelry box emptied out, the savings jar from her part-time job completely gone. Jake had taken money from a 16-year-old girl, his own niece. Emma started crying, not just because of the money, but because she felt violated. She'd been saving up for a car, working after school at a local restaurant, putting away every dollar she could. Jake had taken about $400 that represented months of work for her. When I confronted him about Emma's money, he didn't even deny it. Said he'd pay her back when he got a job, like that made it okay. Emma told him she hated him and never wanted to see him again, then locked herself in her room. I could hear her calling her mom, asking if she could stay there full-time until Jake was gone. That night I couldn't sleep again, but this time it wasn't just anger keeping me awake. It was the realization that I'd failed Emma by letting this go on so long. She'd been uncomfortable and scared in her own home, and I'd been too worried about family loyalty to protect her properly. My first responsibility was to my daughter, not to enabling my brother's theft and manipulation. I also started thinking about my coworkers and neighbors, how this whole situation was affecting my reputation. People at the shop were asking if I was having money problems because tools kept disappearing from my truck. Neighbors were confused about why I was apparently selling everything I owned. Jake's behavior wasn't just hurting me financially, it was damaging relationships I'd worked years to build. The final straw came the next evening, to want him gone. The only person who didn't seem to understand that Jake needed to leave was Jake himself. I spent that entire night making a complete inventory of everything missing. Went through old receipts, bank statements, even insurance documents to prove what I'd owned. Took photos of the empty spaces where things used to be, screenshots of Jake's online listings, pictures of the few items he hadn't managed to sell yet. By morning, I had a folder with over 30 pages of documentation. When Jake finally dragged himself out of bed around noon, I was waiting with printed copies of everything. Told him he had until the end of the day to return what he could and give me contact information for whoever bought the rest. Said if he couldn't do that, he needed to pack his stuff and leave immediately. He looked through the papers like they were some kind of joke, started laughing and asked what I thought I was going to do. Call the cops on my own brother. Said no police officer would arrest someone over a family dispute, that it would just make me look petty and vindictive. That afternoon, he proved he wasn't taking me seriously by bringing another buyer to the house. This time, it was my neighbor's husband looking at my lawnmower, which Jake had apparently listed without even asking me first. The guy seemed confused when I told him nothing was for sale, and my brother had no authority to sell my belongings. My neighbor looked embarrassed and apologetic, said he'd seen the listing and thought I needed the money, asked if everything was okay. Having to explain to someone I see every day that my own brother was stealing from me was humiliating. I realized the whole neighborhood probably knew something weird was going on. That evening, Emma came back from her mom's house to get some clothes. She took one look at Jake sitting on the couch like he owned the place and asked when he was leaving. When I told her he wasn't cooperating, she said she wasn't staying another night with him in the house. Said she'd rather live with her mom full-time than deal with her uncle stealing from us. Watching Emma pack more clothes broke something in me. This was her home too, the place where she was supposed to feel safe and secure. Instead, she was being driven away by someone who was supposed to be family. I'd been so worried about doing right by Jake that I'd forgotten my first responsibility was to my daughter. Arrived, Jake seemed genuinely shocked that I'd actually followed through. The officer was professional, but clearly uncomfortable with the family aspect of the situation. He looked at all my documentation, took photos of the empty spaces where things used to be, asked Jake for his side of the story. Jake tried to charm his way out of it, calling it a misunderstanding between brothers who just needed to work things out privately. But when the officer explained that taking someone's belongings without permission and selling them constitutes theft under state law, Jake's attitude changed fast. He got defensive and angry, said his own brother was having him arrested over stupid tools and household items. Made it sound like I was destroying the family over nothing. The officer gave Jake two choices. He could leave voluntarily with a trespassing warning, or he could be arrested for theft and removed that way. Jake chose to leave, but spent the whole time packing his stuff, complaining loudly about how heartless I was being. Said our dad would be ashamed of me, that I'd destroyed our family over material possessions. Extended family started calling again as soon as Jake left. He'd apparently been texting everyone about being kicked out by police, making it sound like I'd had him arrested without warning. My mom stopped talking to me entirely. My aunt left a voicemail saying I should be ashamed of myself for putting my brother on the street. But some cousins actually supported what I'd done. One told me Jake had stolen from him years ago, and he wished he'd handled it the same way I did. Another said Jake had been pulling similar stunts with different family members for years, and someone needed to stop enabling him. The whole situation split the family right down the middle. Half thought I was heartless for involving police and throwing out my brother when he had nowhere to go. The other half said I did what any responsible parent would do to protect my home and daughter. Family gatherings became awkward because people had to pick sides. Emma moved back home the day after Jake left. She seemed relieved and told me she was proud of me for finally standing up to him. Said she'd been scared to be alone in the house with Jake there, that he'd made comments about her friends and gone through her things even before the stealing escalated. Hearing that made me realize how much worse the situation could have gotten if I'd let it continue to replace what he'd stolen. But it wasn't really about the money for her. It was about feeling safe in her own home again. Jake moved in with a friend about an hour away. He sent me one text a few days later saying he hoped I was happy and that I'd destroyed our family over possessions. Haven't heard from him since, though other family members give me updates, whether I want them or not. He's still unemployed, still bouncing between friends' couches, still playing the victim. My mom occasionally tries to guilt me into reaching out to make things right. Says Jake's learned his lesson and just needs family support to get back on track. But I know Jake well enough to recognize that he doesn't think he did anything wrong. He genuinely believes family should share everything, and that I overreacted to him taking some stuff I wasn't using. Work got back to normal once my tools stopped disappearing from my truck. Neighbors stopped giving me weird looks about the constant stream of buyers showing up. Emma started bringing friends over again without worrying about her uncle making them uncomfortable. But the family damage is probably permanent. Jake's friends harass me on social media sometimes, calling me heartless for abandoning family in need. My mom still brings up how disappointed Dad would be whenever we talk, which isn't often anymore. Some relatives avoid me at family events because they think what I did was extreme. The hardest part is wondering if I could have handled it differently. Maybe if I'd set clearer boundaries from the beginning, or been more direct about my expectations, things wouldn't have escalated so far. But Jake had been stealing from me for months while looking me in the eye and denying it. That level of betrayal doesn't seem like something you can fix with better communication. It's been 3 months now since Jake left. Emma feels safe at home again, and our relationship is stronger because she saw me choose her well-being over family pressure. I replaced some of the tools I need for work, though I'll probably never get back everything that was taken. The house feels peaceful in a way it hadn't since Jake moved in. But I still wake up some nights wondering if I made the right choice. Half my family thinks I'm heartless for calling the police on my own brother. The other half thinks I should have done it sooner. Emma says when my sister took my inheritance. For safekeeping, I decided to show her what safe really means. I, 49, father of 2 teenage daughters, have been dealing with the aftermath of what my sister Sarah, 34, did to our family's inheritance money. I work as a hospital technician pulling long shifts and, honestly, I thought I could trust my own family with something this important. I was wrong. Let me back up to where this all started. My parents died 18 months ago within 3 months of each other. Dad had a heart attack, and Mom just couldn't handle being without him. They left us kids the family farm where we all grew up, plus about $150,000 in cash that was supposed to be split between me, my older brother Tom, 52, Sarah, and my younger sister Lisa, 31. The thing is, we all agreed the farm should stay in the family. It's where we had Sunday dinners, where all our kids learned to ride bikes, where Dad taught us how to fix engines in the old barn. None of us wanted to sell it. Since I live closest to the farm and I've always been the one who handles practical stuff, I took over paying the property taxes and maintenance costs. We're talking about $800 a month just to keep the lights on and the roof from caving in. The inheritance money was sitting in a shared account that all 4 of us had access to, but we'd agreed it would mainly go toward my daughter's college tuition and keeping the farm running. Here's where Sarah comes in. She's always been terrible with money. Always. In high school, she'd blow her entire paycheck from her part-time job in one weekend. She married this guy Mike, who hasn't held a steady job in the 5 years they've been together. He keeps starting these get-rich-quick schemes that never work out. Sarah works at a retail store making maybe $12 an hour, and they're constantly behind on everything. Rent, car payments, credit cards. At Mom's funeral reception, Sarah pulled me aside. She'd been talking to some guy she claimed was a financial advisor, and he told her he could get us 12% returns if we invested the inheritance money, instead of just letting it sit in a regular savings account. She kept saying things like, Dad would want us to be smart with this money, and we could double what they left us if we're strategic.
I mean, it was a bad idea. But honestly, I started feeling like maybe I was being too controlling. Finally, about 8 months after the funeral, I gave in. Sarah set up a new investment account, and I transferred the entire $150,000 to her control. She promised to send me monthly statements and said I could withdraw money for college expenses whenever I needed it. I figured, worst case scenario, we'd lose a little bit in a market downturn. But at least the family would stop acting like I was some kind of tyrant. Everything seemed fine for the first few months. Sarah would text me updates like, portfolio up 3% this month, or financial advisor says we're on track for great returns. I was actually starting to feel good about the decision. Maybe I had been too conservative with money. Maybe Sarah really had found someone who knew what they were doing. Then, last month, my oldest daughter Emma got her acceptance letter to the state university. She was so excited, and I was proud of her for working so hard in school. But when I looked at the tuition bill, I realized I needed to pull out about $15,000 from the investment account for her first semester. I called Sarah to let her know I'd need to make a withdrawal. She got really weird on the phone. Started talking about how the markets were down right now, and it wouldn't be a good time to sell anything. She said her financial advisor recommended waiting a few more months for things to recover. I told her I didn't care about timing the market. I needed the money for Emma's tuition deadline. Sarah said she'd call me back after talking to her advisor. She didn't call back. I tried reaching her the next day, and she sent me a text saying she was working on it and would get back to me soon. This went on for a week. Every time I called, she had some excuse about market volatility or needing to move money around between different investments. I started getting suspicious. Sarah has never been good at lying. She gets this nervous laugh and starts talking really fast when she's trying to cover something up. She was doing both of those things every time we talked. So I decided to do some digging. Admitted everything. She never invested a single dollar. The whole financial advisor story was complete bullshit. She'd used $85,000 to buy the BMW, another $40,000 to pay off Mike's gambling debts that I didn't even know existed, and the rest went to a luxury vacation to Hawaii and a bunch of shopping sprees. She'd blown through our parents' entire life savings in less than 6 months. When I asked her how she could do this to me and my kids, she actually tried to defend herself. She said the BMW was technically an investment because luxury cars hold their value. She claimed she was planning to sell it in a few years and pay me back with the profits. She kept saying she was trying to help the family build wealth and that I wouldn't understand because I'm not entrepreneurial like she is. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. This woman had stolen my daughter's college fund and was trying to convince me it was some kind of business strategy. Mike was standing behind her, nodding along like this all made perfect sense. I think that's when I realized just how screwed I really was. The worst part is what happened when the rest of the family found out. Instead of being horrified at what Sarah had done, half of them started making excuses for her. Lisa said everyone makes mistakes and that I was being too harsh. Uncle Bob said family should forgive family.
Aunt Karen actually suggested that maybe Sarah was right about the car being an investment, and I should give her time to prove it. Only Tom seemed to understand how serious this was. He was furious with Sarah, but even he kept pushing for us to work it out as a family, instead of getting lawyers involved. Everyone kept talking about what Mom and Dad would have wanted, as if our parents would have been okay with Sarah stealing from their grandchildren. That's when I realized I was completely on my own in this. My own family was more concerned about keeping the peace than holding Sarah accountable for what she'd done. My wife was ready to cut contact with all of them, and honestly, I was starting to think she had the right idea. Emma's tuition deadline was 2 weeks away, and I had no idea how I was going to pay for it. The money our parents worked their whole lives to save for their grandchildren was gone, blown on a fancy car and Mike's gambling debts. And somehow, I was the bad guy for being upset at the situation. The meeting started with Tom trying to play mediator. He laid out the facts. Sarah had taken $150,000 and spent it without permission, and now my daughter couldn't afford college. But then Sarah launched into this whole sob story about how she was just trying to help everyone by making smart investments. She claimed she'd done research on luxury car values and that BMWs appreciate over time. She had printouts and everything, trying to make it look like she had some kind of business plan. Lisa bought every word of it. She kept nodding along and saying things like, "See, Sarah was trying to be responsible," and "we should give her credit for thinking ahead." Even some of my aunts and uncles seemed to think Sarah's story made sense. They kept talking about how family should support each other through mistakes. That's when I lost it. I told them this wasn't a mistake, it was theft. Sarah had lied to my face for months while my daughter's tuition deadline got closer and closer. She'd let me believe our parents' money was safely invested when she'd actually blown it on vacations and shopping sprees. But every time I tried to explain how serious this was, someone would interrupt me to talk about forgiveness or family unity. The breaking point came when Mike started talking. This guy who hasn't worked a real job in years started lecturing me about understanding modern investment strategies. He said I was stuck in an old-fashioned mindset and couldn't see the bigger picture. He actually used the phrase, "you have to spend money to make money," while talking about the BMW they'd bought with my kids' college fund. I looked around the room at my family, these people I'd grown up with, who'd eaten Sunday dinners at this same table for decades, and realized they were never going to hold Sarah accountable. They'd rather pretend she was some kind of misunderstood entrepreneur than admit she'd stolen from her own nieces. That's when Sarah really went for the kill. She started crying and talking about how our parents wouldn't want to see the family torn apart like this. She said Mom and Dad had always preached forgiveness and that I was dishonoring their memory by being so vindictive. She kept saying she'd made an honest mistake and that she was willing to make it right if I'd just give her some time. Lisa jumped right on board with that. She suggested we give Sarah 6 months to sell the car and start paying, lying to my face for 8 months about investing the money. The same woman who'd let me panic about tuition deadlines while she was driving around in her new BMW. Why would I trust her to voluntarily pay me back over the next 6 months? But every time I brought up these concerns, the family made me out to be the unreasonable one. They kept saying I needed to have faith in Sarah and give her a chance to make things right. Tom actually told me I was being too emotional and needed to think about what was best for the family in the long run. That's when it hit me. They weren't trying to solve the problem. They were trying to make me accept the loss so everyone could pretend everything was fine. They wanted me to eat the $70,000 shortage and find another way to pay for Emma's college, so Sarah wouldn't have to face any real consequences. The final straw was when Sarah started talking about how this whole situation was bringing out the worst in everyone. She said she never expected her own brother to be so hateful over money. She wondered out loud if our parents would even recognize the person I'd become. She was literally playing the victim while sitting there in the designer clothes she'd bought with my daughter's college fund. I stood up and walked out of that meeting without saying another word. I could hear them calling after me, probably planning to spend the next hour talking about how unreasonable I was being. but I was done trying to make them understand. I was done being the only person in that room who seemed to care about my kids' future. I drove straight from the farm to the office of a lawyer my wife had found online. It was Sunday afternoon, but he'd agreed to meet me for an emergency consultation. I brought every bank statement, every text message, every piece of documentation I had about the inheritance money. The lawyer looked everything over and told me I had a solid case. Sarah had no legal right to spend money that belonged to all the siblings. The fact that she'd lied about investing it and used it for personal expenses made it even worse. He said we could probably recover most of what was left, but it would mean taking legal action against my own sister. While I was sitting in that lawyer's office, my phone was buzzing constantly. Text messages from family members telling me I was overreacting. Voicemails from Sarah, crying and begging me to come back. So one night, I told my wife what I was planning to do. She was relieved. She'd been watching me tear myself apart trying to find a way to work with Sarah and the rest of the family, and she could see it was never going to happen. She said our kids deserved to have at least one parent who would fight for their future, even if it meant making enemies out of our own relatives. The next morning, I called the lawyer and told him to file whatever paperwork he needed to file. I was done trying to solve this as a family. I was done being the reasonable one while Sarah faced no consequences for destroying my kids' future. If my family wanted to treat this like it was no big deal, they could explain that to a judge. By the end of that week, Sarah had been served with legal papers. She called me screaming about how I was destroying the family and ruining her life. She said she never thought her own brother would sue her over an honest mistake. She kept saying I'd changed and that our parents raised me better than this. But I knew I was doing the right thing. For the first time since this whole nightmare started, I was actually protecting my daughters instead of trying to protect everyone else's feelings. And if that made me the bad guy in my family's eyes, I could live with that. The legal process moved faster than I expected. My lawyer filed for an emergency injunction to freeze what was left of Sarah's assets while we sorted everything out. Within 2 weeks, the court had ordered her to stop spending any more money and to provide a complete accounting of where the inheritance had gone. Sarah tried to fight it at first. She hired some bargain basement lawyer who kept arguing that this was a family dispute that should be handled outside the courts. But when the judge saw the bank records showing how she'd systematically drained the account while lying to me about investments, he wasn't having any of it. The judge actually seemed pretty disgusted with the whole situation. The asset freeze meant Sarah couldn't sell the BMW or any of the other stuff she'd bought without court approval. Her lawyer kept trying to get the car released so she could sell it and start paying me back, but my lawyer argued that we needed to make sure every penny was accounted for first. Turned out that was smart thinking, because when we got the full financial records, we discovered Sarah had blown way more money than she'd originally admitted to. Carried away, but had always planned to pay everything back. The judge wasn't buying it. He said this was one of the most clear-cut cases of financial abuse he'd seen, especially since it involved stealing from family members. The court ordered Sarah to sell the BMW immediately and turn over anything else she could liquidate. She also had to surrender her share of the farm deed. The judge said someone who'd steal inheritance money couldn't be trusted with property ownership. That part actually hurt me to watch happen, because the farm had been in our family for 3 generations. But I couldn't let her keep partial ownership when she'd already proven she'd steal from the family. In the end, I recovered about $68,000. The BMW sold for less than Sarah had claimed it would. Big surprise there. Some of the designer stuff she'd bought had lost most of its value, and the Hawaii vacation money was just gone forever. It was better than nothing, but still left me about $80,000 short of what our parents had originally left us. The family fallout was exactly as brutal as I'd expected. Sarah immediately went on this campaign to make me look like the villain. She told everyone who would listen that I'd destroyed our family over money, and that I'd had her dragged through the courts when she was trying to make things right. She conveniently left out the part about lying to me for 8 months and spending my kids' college fund on luxury goods. Lisa completely cut me off. She sent me this long email about how I'd become a heartless person who cared more about money than family. She said our parents would be ashamed of me for putting Sarah through legal hell instead of working things out privately. She actually wrote that I'd chosen greed over forgiveness, and that she couldn't have a relationship with someone who would destroy his own sister's life. Even some of my aunts and uncles took Sarah's side. They kept talking about how family should stick together and how I should have shown more compassion. Aunt Karen actually told my wife at the grocery store that she'd raised me better than this and couldn't understand where I'd gone wrong. It was like they'd completely forgotten that Sarah was the one who'd stolen money from her own nieces. Tom was caught in the middle and hated every minute of it. He supported my decision to take legal action, but he kept trying to get me to reconcile with Sarah and Lisa afterward. Applications, and trying to figure out how much debt she'd have after graduation. My younger daughter Sophie was more confused than anything else. She couldn't understand why Aunt Sarah wasn't coming to family gatherings anymore, or why half the family wasn't speaking to us. I tried to explain it in age-appropriate terms, but how do you tell a 15-year-old that her aunt stole her college money and then convinced half the family that I was the bad guy for trying to get it back? Sarah and Mike ended up filing for bankruptcy about 6 months later. Sarah claimed this was my fault too, that the legal proceedings had ruined their credit and destroyed their financial future. She told people I'd been vindictive and cruel, pursuing legal action when she was trying to cooperate. Again, she left out the part about spending $140,000 of money that wasn't hers. The bankruptcy meant I wasn't getting any more money back. Whatever Sarah still owed me was basically gone forever. My lawyer said we could try to challenge the bankruptcy filing, but it would cost more in legal fees than I was likely to recover. At that point, I was just tired of fighting. I'd gotten back what I could, and I needed to focus on moving forward. Managing the farm became a real challenge with the reduced funds. I'd been using inheritance money to cover the monthly maintenance costs, but now I had to figure out how to pay for everything out of my regular salary. My wife and I talked about selling the farm, but neither of us could bring ourselves to do it. Too many memories, and it felt like letting Sarah win somehow. The family gatherings became these awkward affairs where half the people wouldn't talk to the other half. Holidays were the worst. We'd all show up at Tom's house and pretend everything was normal, while carefully avoiding any topics that might set someone off. Sarah would be there with her victim act, talking about how hard things had been since I attacked her in court. Lisa would sit as far away from me as possible and barely acknowledge my family's existence. My kids started asking if they could skip the family events. They were tired of the tension and didn't want to be around people who thought their dad was a terrible person for protecting their future. I couldn't blame them, but it broke my heart that Sarah's actions had robbed them of relationships with their extended family. Never too late to choose forgiveness over bitterness. Tom thinks I did the right thing legally, but wishes I'd found a way to be less harsh about it. But then I look at Emma, who's working 2 part-time jobs to help pay her student loans, and Sophie, who's already stressing about college costs. And I know I made the right choice. Someone had to put my kids' future first, and it sure wasn't going to be the family members who thought Sarah deserved forgiveness for stealing from children. I keep asking myself, am I wrong for legally cutting my sister off after she drained the inheritance? Or should I have been more forgiving for the sake of family unity? Half my family thinks I'm a hero for protecting my kids' future. The other half thinks I'm a monster who destroyed our family over money. I got most of it back, but I lost relationships that can't be replaced. Was it worth it? Suddenly, my parents decided my house was theirs to live in, so I made sure they could never step foot inside again. I, 42, single mother, have been dealing with my parents who think they can just move into the house I worked years to buy. My daughter Emma is 8, and the light of my life, but my relationship with my parents has always been complicated. They're both in their late 60s now, recently retired, and they've always made it clear that my older brother Marcus, 45, was their golden child. I've accepted that years ago, but I still let them visit occasionally so Emma could know her grandparents. That turned out to be a huge mistake. Let me back up a bit. I'm a nurse, and I worked my ass off for years to buy this little 2-bedroom house. Double shifts, overtime, picking up extra holidays, whatever it took. This place isn't fancy, but it's mine and Emma's, and we love it. It has a small backyard where she can play, and her own room that she's decorated with unicorn everything. I was so proud when I finally got the keys 3 years ago. My parents have never been impressed with anything I've accomplished. When I graduated nursing school, they complained about missing Marcus's work presentation. When I bought the house, they said it was too small and in a bad neighborhood. Nothing was ever good enough, but I kept hoping things would get better, especially for Emma's sake. About 6 months ago, Marcus got some big promotion and moved across the country. Suddenly, my parents started acting different. They'd always call him first for everything, but now they were calling me more often. At first, I thought maybe they finally wanted a relationship with me and Emma. I was wrong. The comments started small. During one visit, my mom mentioned how their apartment was getting harder to maintain. My dad complained about the stairs to their second-floor unit. They'd make little remarks about how nice it must be to have a whole house, how Emma was lucky to have so much space. I figured they were just making conversation. Then the comments got more pointed. My mom started saying things like, "We're not getting any younger, you know," and "It's hard being so far from family now that Marcus moved." My dad would walk around my house, pointing out things. Easier to keep some things here. I didn't think much of it because it was just small stuff. The breaking point should have been when I came home early from work one day and found them going through my mail. They claimed they were just organizing it for me, but I caught my mom reading my bank statements. When I confronted them, they acted like I was being paranoid and ungrateful. They said families should help each other, and that I was too secretive. Emma started mentioning weird conversations too. She'd tell me that Grandma asked her about Mommy's work schedule, or that Grandpa wanted to know if I ever had friends over. They were gathering information about my life and routine, but I was too tired and stressed to see what was happening. The final warning sign came 2 weeks before everything exploded. My mom called me at work, which she never does, asking about my mortgage payment and whether I ever struggled to afford the house. She made it sound like concern, asking if I needed help with bills. When I said I was fine, she got snippy and said I was always too proud to accept help from family. That same week, they showed up with my Aunt Linda, my mom's sister. The 3 of them walked around my house like they were evaluating it. Aunt Linda kept making comments about how cozy everything was and how it would be perfect for a multi-generational living situation. I asked what they meant, and my mom just smiled and said they were thinking about the future. I should have kicked them out right then. I should have seen what was coming. But I was exhausted from working back-to-back shifts and dealing with a particularly difficult week at the hospital. Plus, Emma loved having them around, and I didn't want to ruin that for her. The day it all went to hell was a Tuesday. I'd worked a 12-hour shift and was completely drained. All I wanted was to come home, heat up some leftovers, and crash on the couch with Emma while she did homework. Instead, I walked through my front door and found my parents sitting in my living room, surrounded by boxes and suitcases. My first thought was that something had happened, like a fire in their apartment or some emergency. But they were both smiling, and my mom was already unpacking kitchen items onto my counter. Emma was sitting on would be honored to care for their aging parents. My dad said I owed them, after everything they'd done for me growing up. When I tried to explain that they couldn't just move in without discussing it, they acted like I was being cruel and unreasonable. My mom started crying, telling Emma that Mommy didn't want Grandma and Grandpa to live with them. Emma got upset and asked why I was being mean to Grandma. I was trapped. My own daughter was looking at me like I was the bad guy, and my parents were acting like this was all completely normal. They kept saying that Marcus would never treat them this way, that he'd welcome them with open arms. They painted this picture of me as the selfish daughter who didn't care about family. The worst part was that they'd already committed to this plan. During the argument, it came out that they'd given notice on their apartment and sold most of their furniture. They acted like it was too late to change their minds and that I had no choice but to accept the situation. That night, I barely slept. They'd set themselves up in Emma's playroom, which meant all her toys and art supplies got shoved into her bedroom. Emma was confused and kept asking when things would go back to normal. I didn't have an answer, because I was starting to realize my parents had no intention of this being temporary. The next morning, I woke up hoping it had all been some weird nightmare, but I could smell my mom's coffee brewing and hear my dad rearranging furniture in the living room. Emma was already up and eating breakfast that my mom had made, chattering away about how fun it was going to be having grandparents living with us. I felt sick to my stomach. I tried to have a calm conversation with them about needing more time to think about this arrangement, but they shut me down immediately. My mom said they'd already moved out of their apartment and had nowhere else to go. My dad said I was being selfish and that this was what families do for each other. They made me feel like I was crazy for thinking they should have asked permission first. The first week was absolute hell. They completely took over my house and my routine. My mom rearranged my entire kitchen, throwing out spices she didn't approve of and reorganizing everything according to her system. When I complained, she said she was just trying right before dinner, then criticized me when she wouldn't eat her vegetables. My mom kept saying I was too strict and that Emma needed to have more fun. My work performance started suffering because I couldn't sleep. My parents stayed up late watching TV at full volume, and when I asked them to turn it down, they said I was being unreasonable. My mom would get up early and run the vacuum or do laundry, making noise when I was trying to sleep after a night shift. When I mentioned it, she said the house needed to be properly maintained. They started inviting people over without asking me. My mom would call her sisters and have them come for dinner, acting like she was the hostess. My dad invited his old work buddy over to watch a game, and I came home to find some stranger drinking beer in my living room. When I got upset, they said I was being antisocial and that it was good for Emma to see more family. The financial pressure started almost immediately, too. My mom began making comments about how expensive groceries were and how much the utilities must cost with 3 adults in the house. She'd suggest I couldn't really afford to maintain the house on my own, and that it made sense for them to help with expenses. But when I mentioned them contributing to bills, they got offended and said they'd raised me and shouldn't have to pay rent to live with their own daughter. Emma started having problems at school. Her teacher called to say she was having trouble concentrating and had gotten into an argument with another kid about whether grandparents were supposed to live with families. When I picked her up early one day, she broke down crying and said she missed her playroom and wanted things to go back to how they were before. The manipulation got worse every day. My mom started calling relatives and telling them how hard it was living with me, how ungrateful and cold I was. She'd put on this whole show about how she was just trying to help with Emma, but I wouldn't let her. My aunts started calling me, asking why I was being so mean to my poor elderly parents who just wanted to be close to family. My dad started going through my mail again, this time openly. He'd comment on my credit card statements and ask why I was spending money on certain things. When I confronted him, He said as family members living in the house, they had a right to know about household expenses. He suggested I was bad with
Aunts, uncles, and cousins in my backyard having a barbecue.
My dad was grilling on my grill. My mom was serving food on my dishes, and everyone was acting like this was completely normal. When I pulled my mom aside and asked what the hell was going on, she said they were just trying to bring the family together, and that I should be happy everyone wanted to visit. But I could tell from the conversations I was overhearing that they'd been painting me as the problem child who didn't appreciate her parents. My cousin Janet came up to me and said she thought it was wonderful that I was finally stepping up and taking care of our parents the way Marcus would have. My Uncle Bob made some comment about how it was about time I contributed something to the family. I realized my parents had been telling everyone that this was my idea, that I'd invited them to live with me. That night after everyone left, I tried to have another serious conversation with my parents about boundaries and respect. I told them they couldn't keep inviting people over without asking, and that they needed to stop rearranging my house. My mom started crying and said I was being cruel to them in their old age. My dad said if I couldn't handle having family around, maybe I wasn't mature enough to be raising Emma alone. The threats started getting more serious after that. When I mentioned that this living arrangement wasn't working, my mom said it would be terrible for Emma if her grandparents had to move into some awful senior center. My dad suggested that maybe Emma would be better off living with relatives who actually wanted family around. They started making comments about what child services might think about a single mother who worked such long hours and didn't want help from loving grandparents. I caught my mom going through my bedroom one afternoon, looking through my dresser drawers and closet. When I asked what she was doing, she said she was just trying to help me organize better. But I found out later she'd been taking pictures with her phone, probably building some kind of case about how messy and irresponsible I was. The final straw came exactly 3 weeks after they'd moved in. I came home early from work with a migraine and found my parents had moved Emma's bed into my room and completely converted her bedroom into their permanent suite. They'd hung pictures on the walls, brought in furniture I'd never seen before.
What used to be her room, looking completely lost. I spent that night awake, staring at the ceiling while Emma slept fitfully beside me in my bed. I could hear my parents talking quietly in Emma's old room, making plans for more changes they wanted to make to the house. My dad mentioned something about knocking out a wall to make the space bigger. That's when I knew I had to act. I called in sick to work the next day, which I never do unless I'm literally dying. I waited until my parents left to go grocery shopping. Then I put my plan into action. First thing I did was call a locksmith and have him change every single lock on the house. Front door, back door, garage door, even the gate lock. Cost me almost $300, but it was worth every penny. While he was working on the locks, I called my brother Marcus. I figured he needed to know what was happening, especially since our parents kept using him as ammunition against me. Turns out they'd tried the exact same thing with him first. He told me they'd shown up at his place 2 months ago with the same boxes and announcement, but he'd shut it down immediately. He said he told them he lived in a 1-bedroom apartment and it wasn't possible. They'd gotten angry and accused him of abandoning them, then apparently decided I was the easier target. Marcus felt terrible about not warning me. He said he thought they'd gotten over it and found their own solution. He offered to call them and explain that I wasn't obligated to house them, but I told him it was too late for that. The damage was done, and I needed to handle it myself. Next, I called a lawyer. I found one online who specialized in tenant rights and trespassing issues. She explained that since my parents had been living there for less than a month and had no lease or rental agreement, they weren't technically tenants with rights. She said I could legally remove them and their belongings, and if they refused to leave, I could have them trespassed by police. She charged me $200 for the consultation, but gave me a written notice to serve them.
I spent the rest of the day packing up every single thing my parents had brought into my house. Clothes, toiletries, books, kitchen gadgets, everything. I wasn't mean about it. I folded their clothes nicely and made sure nothing got damaged. Sarah's. I wanted video evidence of whatever was about to happen. I also called my supervisor at work to explain the situation and got approval to take the rest of the week off if needed. I knew this wasn't going to be simple or quiet. My parents came home around 5 o'clock. I watched through the window as they stood on the porch looking at their belongings, clearly confused. They tried their key first, then started knocking on the door. I could hear my mom calling my name and asking what was going on. I waited a few minutes, then opened the door with the chain still latched. I handed them the legal notice through the gap and told them they were no longer welcome to live in my house. My mom immediately started crying and asking how I could do this to them. My dad got angry and started yelling about family obligations and how ungrateful I was. They demanded to be let in to discuss it, but I told them there was nothing to discuss. The scene lasted about 20 minutes. They alternated between guilt trips and threats. My mom said I was destroying the family and that Emma would never forgive me. My dad said they'd call child services and report me as an unfit mother. They said all the relatives would hear about how cruel I was, how I'd thrown my elderly parents out on the street. When it became clear I wasn't backing down, they started trying to negotiate. They said they could pay rent, or just stay temporarily until they found somewhere else. My mom promised they'd be less intrusive and respect my rules, but I'd heard enough empty promises from them. I told them they had until the end of the week to arrange somewhere else to stay, and if they showed up here again, I'd call the police. They loaded their stuff into their car, making a huge show of struggling with the boxes so the neighbors would see. My mom was crying loudly, and my dad was muttering about ungrateful children, loud enough for everyone to hear. Several neighbors came out to watch, and I'm sure it looked terrible from the outside. The phone calls started that same night. First, my Aunt Linda, demanding to know how I could treat my parents so badly. Then my Uncle Bob, telling me I was a disgrace to the family. My mom's other sister called crying, saying my parents were staying with her temporarily, but she couldn't keep them long-term. Tried to argue that they were family and had rights, but the police made it clear that family relationships don't give you the right to enter someone's home without permission. The formal trespass warning was filed that day. The officers explained to my parents that if they returned to my property again, they could be arrested. My mom was sobbing and my dad was furious, but they left. I watched them drive away and felt this weird mixture of relief and guilt. The family fallout was immediate and brutal. My parents called every relative we have and told their version of the story. According to them, I'd cruelly kicked out 2 helpless elderly people who'd only been trying to help with their granddaughter. They painted themselves as victims, and me as a heartless daughter who cared more about my house than my own parents. Some relatives believed them completely. My cousin Janet left me a voicemail calling me selfish and saying she was ashamed to be related to me. My Uncle Bob sent me a long text about family values and how disappointed my grandparents would be if they were alive to see this. But surprisingly, a few relatives took my side. My Aunt Carol, my dad's sister, called to say she understood completely. She said my parents had tried to pull similar manipulative stuff with her over the years. Marcus started calling other family members to explain what really happened, and slowly some people began to understand that there were 2 sides to the story. Emma adjusted better than I expected. She was happy to have her room back and loved redecorating it exactly how she wanted. She asked about Grandma and Grandpa a few times, but when I explained that they needed to live somewhere else, she seemed to accept it. Her behavior at school improved almost immediately. The hardest part was dealing with my own guilt. I'd lie awake at night wondering if I'd done the right thing. Maybe I should have tried harder to make it work. Maybe I was being selfish, wanting my own space and privacy. The voices of disapproving relatives echoed in my head, telling me I was cruel and ungrateful. But then I'd remember coming home to find them in my living room with their boxes, announcing they were moving in without asking. I'd think about Emma losing her playroom and having to sleep in my bed because they'd taken over her room. I'd remember how they'd undermined my parenting and manipulated my daughter against me. Work was weird for a while, too. Conversation with the principal about family drama. They even showed up at my workplace once, causing a scene in the hospital parking lot until security escorted them away. Marcus finally stepped up and offered to help them find a senior living community near him. It turned out they had enough money saved to afford a nice place. They just didn't want to spend it. They'd rather live rent-free with one of their children and keep their savings intact. The extended family drama continues. Some relatives still won't speak to me. Others have come around to understanding my position. My parents are currently staying with my Aunt Linda, who calls me regularly to complain about how difficult they are. She keeps hinting that I should take them back, but I won't budge. Emma and I have our house back to ourselves. We've established new routines and she's thriving. But I still get random guilt trips via text message and through flying monkeys in the family. Sometimes I wonder if I'll ever have a normal relationship with my parents again, or if I've permanently damaged our family by choosing my own peace of mind over their demands. The house feels like home again, but the family relationships may never recover. After my husband signed our son onto the deed without asking me, I took back the house in a way neither of them expected. I'm 57 years old, and I've been married to my husband David for over 30 years. We have 2 kids, our son Jake, who's 25 and still living at home, and our daughter Emma, who's 23 and has her own apartment across town. I'm telling you this story because I honestly don't know if I did the right thing, but I'm getting ahead of myself. David has always had this habit of making big decisions without talking to me first. It used to be smaller things. He'd buy expensive tools for the garage or change our car insurance without mentioning it. I'd find out when the credit card bill came or when I'd get a call from a new insurance company. When I'd bring it up, he'd just shrug and say he was handling things or that it wasn't a big deal. Over the years, I guess I just got used to it. The thing is, I've always been the one managing our finances. I pay the bills, balance the checkbook, handle the taxes. I worked double shifts at the hospital for 15 years to help pay off our house faster. David worked steady hours at the plant, but my nursing job was where the real money was, especially with all the overtime. I missed family dinners, birthday parties, school events, all so we could own our home free and clear. Our son Jake has been living with us rent-free since he graduated college 2 years ago. He works part-time at some tech startup and spends most of his time playing video games or hanging out with friends. The kid has never paid a dime toward household expenses, not even groceries. What really gets to me is his attitude about it. He's constantly making comments about how the house is going to be his someday anyway, so why should he worry about rent or bills? Just last month, Jake brought his girlfriend over for dinner without asking, and when I mentioned that a heads up would have been nice, he rolled his eyes and said, "It's my house too, Mom." David just laughed it off like it was cute. When Jake eats the expensive steaks I buy for special occasions or leaves his laundry in the washer for days and I complain, David tells me to pick my battles. Emma is completely different. She's been independent since house deed. The papers were dated 3 months ago, November 15th. 3 months these two had been keeping this from me. I sat in that office chair staring at those papers for probably 20 minutes. This wasn't some spur-of-the-moment decision. David had to have gone to a lawyer, filled out forms, had meetings. Jake had to sign documents. This was planned, deliberate, and secret. When David got home from work that evening, I was sitting at the kitchen table with the papers spread out in front of me. I asked him what they were, even though I already knew. He looked uncomfortable for about 2 seconds, then got that defensive tone he uses when he knows he's in the wrong. He said he was just planning for the future and making sure Jake would inherit the house without any complications. When I pointed out that he never discussed this with me, that I didn't even know he was considering it, he actually rolled his eyes. He said I was being dramatic and that it didn't really change anything, since Jake was going to get the house eventually anyway. That's when Jake walked into the kitchen. He must have heard us talking because he had this smug look on his face. When he saw the papers on the table, he actually smirked. He said it was about time, and that it was only fair since he'd be inheriting the house someday. Then he added that I was always trying to control everything, and that maybe this would help me learn to let go. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. My own son, talking to me like I was some overbearing monster for being upset that major legal decisions about my house were being made behind my back. David just stood there, nodding along like Jake was making perfect sense. That night, David acted like nothing had happened. He watched TV, brushed his teeth, got into bed like it was any other Tuesday. When I tried to talk to him about how hurt I was, he said we'd already discussed it, and that I needed to stop being so controlling about everything. Over the next few weeks, things got worse. Jake started acting like he owned the place even more than before. He'd invite friends over without asking, and when I'd say something, he'd remind me that his name was on the deed now, too. He started leaving bigger messes, eating more of the expensive food, and generally acting like I was just the hired help, making comments about how I'd always been too controlling with the kids, and that maybe having his name on the deed would teach me to treat Jake with more respect. The breaking point came in early March. I'd bought ingredients for a nice dinner because Emma was coming over on Sunday. Jake ate half of the expensive salmon I'd bought on Saturday night when he got home drunk with his friends. When I confronted him the next morning, he said I should have labeled it if I didn't want anyone to eat it. That's when it hit me. I was being erased from my own life. The house I'd sacrificed for, worked myself to exhaustion for, was being taken away from me piece by piece. My husband and son were making decisions about my future without including me, then acting like I was unreasonable for being upset about it. I realized I had two choices. I could accept this new reality where I apparently had no say in major decisions about my own home, or I could fight back. After 30 years of marriage and 25 years of motherhood, after all those double shifts and missed family events and financial sacrifices, I decided I wasn't going down without a fight. That Monday morning, after David left for work and Jake was still sleeping off another late night, I made a phone call to a family lawyer. I wasn't sure what my options were, but I knew I couldn't just sit there and let this happen to me. The lawyer I called was Sarah Chen, and she came highly recommended from one of my nursing colleagues who'd gone through a messy divorce. I managed to get an appointment for that same afternoon during my lunch break. I was so nervous walking into her office that my hands were actually sweating. Sarah was probably in her 40s, very professional but not intimidating. I explained the whole situation, how David had added Jake's name to the deed without telling me, how they were both treating me like I was being unreasonable for being upset about it. She listened without interrupting, taking notes the whole time. When I finished, she leaned back in her chair and asked me a simple question that changed everything. She asked if I was listed as a co-owner on the original deed. Of course I was. We'd bought the house together 30 years ago with both our names on everything. That's when Sarah dropped the bombshell. What David had done was legally invalid. To the property. I could also update my will to ensure the house went to whoever I wanted it to go to. It didn't have to be split between the kids just because that's what everyone expected. I scheduled another appointment for the following week and drove back to work feeling like I had some control over my life for the first time in months. But I didn't tell David or Jake anything about the meeting. If they wanted to play secret games with lawyers and legal documents, I could play that game too. Over the next 2 weeks, I met with Sarah 3 more times. We filed all the necessary paperwork to remove Jake from any claim to the house. We also updated my will. I'd been thinking about this part a lot since that first meeting. Emma had always treated me with respect, had worked hard to be independent, and had never acted like she was entitled to my property. Jake had spent the last few months making it clear that he thought he owned the house already, and that my feelings about it didn't matter. The decision wasn't that hard to make. I left the house to Emma. Sarah warned me that there would probably be a big reaction when David and Jake found out what I'd done. She said some families never recover from this kind of conflict. I told her that maybe that was a risk I had to take, because the alternative was living the rest of my life as a guest in my own home. The paperwork was filed in mid-March. Sarah said it would take a few weeks for everything to be processed, and that official documents would be mailed to the house once it was all finalized. During those weeks of waiting, I felt like I was living a double life. David and Jake had no idea what I'd done. David kept making comments about how I seemed to be in a better mood lately, like he thought I'd finally accepted their decision about the house. Jake kept acting like he owned the place, having friends over whenever he wanted, eating whatever he felt like, leaving messes for me to clean up. I started paying closer attention to all the little ways they'd been dismissing me. When I'd try to contribute to conversations at dinner, David would talk over me or change the subject. When I'd suggest family activities or mention things I wanted to do around the house, Jake would make sarcastic comments about me being controlling. I realized this had been going on for years. It had just gotten worse since they'd put Jake's name on the deed. Official-looking papers spread out in front of him. His face was red, and he had that look he gets when he's really angry but trying to control it. Jake was pacing around the kitchen, and he started yelling the moment he saw me. He was screaming about how I'd stolen his inheritance, how I'd gone behind their backs just like I was accusing them of doing. He said I was vindictive and cruel, and that I'd ruined everything out of spite. David wasn't yelling, but he was doing that thing where he talks in a really controlled voice that's somehow worse than shouting. David said I'd torn the family apart over nothing. He said what he'd done was just planning ahead, and that I'd escalated it into some kind of war. He kept saying I should have just talked to him instead of involving lawyers, which was rich coming from the guy who'd involved lawyers first without telling me. The worst part was when Jake said I was a terrible mother, and that Emma would probably side with him once she found out what a vindictive person I really was. He said I'd always favored Emma, and that this was just proof of how unfair I'd always been to him. I tried to explain that they'd made me feel erased from my own life, that I'd worked double shifts for years to pay for this house, and they'd been treating me like my opinion didn't matter. David cut me off and said I was being dramatic again. Jake said I was just mad that I couldn't control everyone anymore. That night was probably the worst night of my 30-year marriage. David slept in the guest room, and Jake slammed around the house, making as much noise as possible. At one point, I heard him on the phone with someone, probably one of his friends, talking about how his crazy mother had screwed him over and stolen his house. The next few days were hell. David would barely speak to me, except to make comments about how I'd destroyed our family. Jake would glare at me whenever we were in the same room and make loud comments about looking for apartments, since he apparently wasn't welcome in his own home anymore. But here's the thing. I wasn't backing down. Every time David accused me of being vindictive, I reminded him that he'd started this by adding Jake to the deed without telling me. Every time Jake complained about being treated unfairly, I pointed out that Emma had never acted like she owned my house, tried bargaining, saying maybe we could work out some kind of compromise. But I kept coming back to the same point. They'd made a major legal decision about my house without including me, then acted like I was crazy for being upset about it. Jake had spent months treating me like garbage in my own home, acting like he owned the place and I was just some annoying roommate.
Why should I reward that behavior by giving him exactly what he wanted? The really sad part was realizing how long this had been building up. It wasn't just about the deed. That was just the final straw. It was about years of being talked over, dismissed, and taken for granted. It was about working double shifts to pay for a house and then being treated like I had no say in what happened to it. By the end of April, Jake had moved out completely. David was still barely speaking to me, alternating between silent treatment and lectures about how I'd ruined everything. Some of David's family members had gotten involved and were calling me selfish and vindictive. But Emma had come over when she heard what happened, and she actually hugged me and said it was about time I stood up for myself. The house felt different with Jake gone. Quieter, but also more peaceful. No more friends coming over at all hours. No more expensive food disappearing. No more sarcastic comments about everything being his anyway. For the first time in months, I felt like I was living in my own home again, instead of being a guest in someone else's house. Jake moved out by the first week of May, and I have to admit, the house felt like a completely different place. No more video game sessions until 2 in the morning. No more friends raiding the refrigerator. No more attitude every time I asked for basic respect in my own home. David acted like this was some terrible tragedy, but honestly, it was the most peaceful our house had been in years. The silent treatment from David lasted about 3 weeks. He'd come home from work, eat dinner without really talking to me, watch TV, and go to bed. When he did speak, it was usually to make some comment about how quiet the house was now, or how I must be happy that I'd driven our son away. I started eating dinner earlier and spending my evenings reading in the bedroom just to avoid. I'd been watching Jake treat me badly for years and had always wondered why I put up with it. That conversation with Emma made me realize something important. This wasn't just about the house deed. It was about a pattern of behavior that had been going on for way longer than I'd wanted to admit. Emma told me she'd noticed how David and Jake would talk over me during family gatherings, how they'd dismiss my opinions, how they'd make decisions, and then present them to me like I should just go along with whatever they'd decided. She also told me something that really surprised me. Apparently, Jake had been telling people for over a year that the house was basically his already, and that I was just living there until I got too old to take care of myself. Emma said she'd heard him say this to his friends multiple times, and it had always made her uncomfortable. But she hadn't wanted to cause drama by telling me about it. Hearing that made me realize I'd made the right decision. Jake hadn't just been acting entitled since his name got added to the deed. He'd been thinking of my house as his property for a long time. The deed thing was just making it official in his mind. David's family started getting involved around this time, which made everything more complicated. His sister called me in early June to tell me I was being unreasonable and that I should apologize to Jake and fix the situation. She said family was more important than pride, and that I was going to regret destroying relationships over a house. David's mother was even worse. She actually showed up at my house one afternoon while David was at work and lectured me for 20 minutes about how I was being a terrible mother and wife. She said Jake was David's son too, and that I had no right to cut him out of his inheritance just because I was mad about some paperwork. What really got to me was that none of them seemed to understand why I was upset in the first place. They all kept acting like the problem was just that I was being stubborn or controlling, not that David and Jake had made a major decision about my property without including me. It was like my feelings about the whole thing didn't matter at all. But I also had support from people I didn't expect. My sister-in-law on my side of the family told me she thought I'd done the right thing. Several of my co-workers said they would have done the same. Contact with us was minimal and mostly involved money. He'd call David when he needed help with rent or car repairs, but he wouldn't talk to me directly. The few times I answered the phone when he called, he'd just ask for his dad, without even saying hello to me.
David would always help him financially, and when I'd point out that Jake was 25 and should be handling his own expenses, David would say he wasn't going to abandon his son just because I had. The really sad part was seeing how this affected family gatherings. Jake wouldn't come to things if he knew I'd be there, which meant David would either skip events or go alone. Emma tried to stay neutral, but it was obvious she was frustrated with her brother's behavior. She told me privately that Jake kept expecting everyone to take his side, and was angry that the rest of the family wasn't as outraged as he thought they should be. In August, David suggested we go to marriage counseling. He said we needed professional help to work through what had happened and figure out how to move forward. I agreed, partly because I thought it might help, but mostly because I wanted a neutral person to hear both sides of the story. The counseling sessions were interesting. David spent a lot of time talking about how I'd betrayed the family and made unilateral decisions, which was ironic, considering how this whole thing started. But the counselor kept bringing the conversation back to the original issue, that David had added Jake to the deed without discussing it with me first. After about 6 sessions, the counselor pointed out that David seemed to think his decision was justified because it was planning for the future, but that he couldn't understand why my decision was equally valid, even though I was also planning for the future. The counselor asked David how he would have felt if I'd made major legal changes to our property without telling him, and David got really uncomfortable with that question. The counseling helped a little, but it also made me realize how fundamentally different David and I viewed what had happened. He genuinely believed that adding Jake to the deed was a reasonable thing to do without consulting me, and he couldn't understand why I saw it as a betrayal. I started to wonder if we'd always had different ideas about respect and partnership in our marriage, and I'd just been overlooking it for 30 years. By fall, we'd settled into a new normal that I wasn't sure if my marriage would ever recover, and I'd lost my relationship with my son, possibly permanently. Sometimes I wondered if I should have handled things differently. Maybe I could have tried harder to talk to David and Jake before involving lawyers. Maybe I could have found some kind of compromise that would have made everyone happy. But then I'd remember how they'd treated me during those months when they thought Jake's name was legally on the deed, and I'd realized that the problem wasn't really about the house. It was about respect. The truth is, I'd spent 30 years being the accommodating one, the one who went along with decisions to keep the peace, the one who worked extra shifts and made sacrifices so everyone else could be comfortable. And when I finally stood up for myself, when I finally said that my opinion mattered too, half my family decided I was the villain. Now I'm sitting in my house, legally and completely, wondering if I made the right choice. The paperwork is all settled. Emma knows she'll inherit the property someday, and Jake is learning to live independently, like he should have been doing all along. But my marriage is hanging by a thread, and I haven't spoken to my son in months. Was I wrong to undo what they did and decide that my house should never go to the son who treated me like I didn't matter? Years of caring for my mother went unnoticed until my sister claimed the house as her reward. I, 52, have been dealing with the aftermath of my mother's death and the complete shock of what she left behind in her will. My sister Rebecca, 48, lives 3 states away in Colorado and has barely been involved in our family for years, while I've been the one holding everything together here at home. Let me start from the beginning, because this whole situation is so messed up that I need to explain how we got here. 12 years ago, when I was 40, Mom started having health issues. Nothing major at first, just some balance problems and forgetting things here and there. Dad had died 2 years earlier, and Mom was struggling to keep up with the house and everything else. Rebecca was living her best life in Denver, working some corporate job and posting vacation photos on Facebook every other month. I was working at the local bank, had a decent apartment across town, and was actually doing pretty well for myself. But when Mom started declining, someone had to step up. Rebecca would call occasionally and ask how Mom was doing, maybe send a grocery gift card for $50, and that was about the extent of her involvement. So I made the decision to move back into my childhood home to help take care of Mom. At first, I thought it would be temporary, maybe a year or two until we could figure out a better long-term solution. I kept my apartment for the first 6 months, just in case. But as Mom's condition got worse, it became clear that she needed full-time help, and I was the only one willing or able to provide it. I gave up my apartment and officially moved back home. Mom was happy to have me there, and honestly, it felt good to be needed. I took over managing her medications, drove her to doctor appointments, helped her with shopping and household tasks. Rebecca would visit maybe twice a year, usually around Christmas and sometimes in the summer, and she'd spend the whole time telling Mom how worried she was and how she wished she could do more. The thing that really gets me is how Rebecca would talk to other family members about how much she was helping. She'd send Mom $200 here and there for groceries, and then call our aunt to make sure everyone knew about her generous contribution. She'd post on social media about how
Knew about it, because why would I bother telling her about something that didn't affect her? Things got really serious 5 years ago when Mom had a stroke. Not a massive one, thank God, but enough to affect her mobility and speech. The next few months were hell. Physical therapy 3 times a week, speech therapy twice a week, occupational therapy, follow-up appointments with specialists. I used up all my vacation time and had to go on family medical leave for 2 months. Rebecca flew in for 4 days right after it happened, cried a lot, told everyone how devastating this was for the family, and then went back to Denver because she couldn't take any more time off work. I rearranged my entire life around Mom's recovery. I negotiated with my boss to work flexible hours so I could drive her to appointments. I learned how to help her with physical therapy exercises at home. I researched stroke recovery and nutrition and bought special equipment to make the house safer for her. Rebecca sent flowers to the rehabilitation center and a fruit basket to the house. The stroke changed Mom permanently. She recovered most of her speech and could get around with a walker, but she was never the same. She got anxious about being alone and would panic if I was gone for more than a few hours. She had trouble with her memory and would sometimes forget recent conversations or get confused about what day it was. I basically became her full-time companion on top of everything else. I want to be clear that I'm not trying to paint myself as some kind of saint here. I chose to stay and take care of Mom, and most of the time I was okay with that choice. She was my mother, and I loved her. We had good times together during those years. We watched a lot of TV shows, worked on crossword puzzles, and she told me stories about her childhood that I'd never heard before. There were definitely moments when I felt frustrated or trapped, but overall, I felt like I was doing the right thing. What bothers me is how invisible all of this was to everyone else, especially Rebecca. In her mind, I was living at home rent-free, and she was the one making sacrifices by sending money and worrying from afar. She'd call Mom once a week, and somehow always managed to make the conversation about how guilty she felt for not being closer, and how she wished she could do more. Mom would all needed to be done. Meanwhile, Rebecca was getting promotions at her job and bought a beautiful house in a trendy Denver neighborhood. She'd show Mom pictures during their video calls and talk about her renovations and her garden. Mom was so proud of Rebecca's success and would tell me all about her important job and wonderful life. I was happy for Rebecca too, honestly. I just wished sometimes that Mom seemed equally proud of what I was doing. Last month, Mom died peacefully in her sleep. It wasn't unexpected. She'd been declining for the past year, and we'd had several scares. I found her that morning when I went to check on her, and even though I knew it was coming, it was still devastating. Rebecca flew in the next day and threw herself into funeral planning with the same energy she brought to everything else. She wanted the best of everything,
and kept saying we needed to give Mom the send-off she deserved. The funeral was beautiful, and Rebecca gave a moving eulogy about how much Mom meant to her and how she'd always regretted living so far away. She talked about the phone calls and the money she'd sent, and how she'd tried to support Mom from a distance. She mentioned my caregiving briefly, saying something about how grateful she was that I'd been able to be there for Mom. A lot of people came up to me afterward and said how lucky Mom was to have had me taking care of her. A week after the funeral, we met with Mom's lawyer to go through the will. I honestly hadn't given much thought to what would happen to the house or Mom's other assets. I figured we'd probably split everything 50-50, which seemed fair. Maybe I'd get a slightly larger share to account for all the care I'd provided, but I wasn't counting on it. Then the lawyer started reading the will, and I felt like the floor dropped out from under me. The house I'd lived in and maintained for 12 years, was left entirely to Rebecca. Mom's reasoning, according to the will, was that since I'd been living there rent-free, it was only fair to give the house to the daughter who needed the financial support more. Her small savings account and personal belongings were to be split between us. I sat there in complete shock while Rebecca tried to look appropriately surprised and grateful. The lawyer explained that the house was worth about everything I'd sacrificed, every opportunity I'd given up, every dollar I'd spent maintaining that house. None of it mattered. In Mom's eyes, I'd been getting a free ride, while Rebecca had been the responsible one, sending money from afar. Rebecca started making plans to fly back to Denver the next day, talking about how she'd need to research property management companies and figure out the tax implications. She seemed completely oblivious to how devastating this was for me. Or maybe she just didn't care. Before she left, she told me to take my time processing everything, but that we'd need to have a serious conversation about the timeline for transitioning the house. That night, alone in the house that was no longer mine, I finally broke down and cried. Not just for Mom, but for myself and for the 12 years I'd apparently wasted believing that love and sacrifice meant something. The week after Rebecca went back to Denver, I was a complete mess. I kept wandering around the house looking at everything differently, knowing that none of it was mine anymore. The kitchen where I'd made thousands of meals for Mom. The living room where we'd watched TV together every night. Even my old bedroom that I'd been sleeping in for 12 years. All of it belonged to Rebecca now. I called my friend Sarah and told her what happened. She was furious on my behalf and kept saying how unfair the whole situation was. She's the one who suggested I talk to a lawyer, just to see if there were any options. I didn't think there was much point, but I was desperate enough to try anything. The lawyer I consulted was this older woman named Patricia Chen, who specialized in estate disputes. I went into her office feeling like I was grasping at straws, but she listened to my whole story without interrupting. When I finished, she asked me a bunch of questions about the financial contributions I'd made to the house over the years. That's when I realized I might actually have a case. I started digging through my old bank statements and tax records, and what I found made me sick to my stomach. Over the past 12 years, I'd paid over $30,000 in property taxes when Mom couldn't afford them. I'd spent another $25,000 on major repairs and maintenance. I had receipts for the roof replacement, the new furnace, plumbing work, electrical updates, and dozens of small Mom's memory by going against her wishes. But the more I thought about it, the more convinced I became that Mom never understood the full extent of my financial contributions. Rebecca had always been better at communicating her help. She'd call Mom specifically to tell her about sending money for groceries or paying for something. I just quietly handled things without making a big deal about it. I decided to file the lawsuit. The day the papers were served, Rebecca called me screaming. She accused me of being greedy and vindictive, said I was trying to steal her inheritance, and told me that Mom would be ashamed of my behavior. She kept saying that Mom's wishes were clearly stated in the will, and that I was being disrespectful by challenging them. What really got to me was when she said that all my years of caregiving were just what daughters do, and that her financial contributions were more valuable than my time. She actually said that anyone could have done what I did, but not everyone could have provided the financial support she gave. Like driving Mom to physical therapy 3 times a week for months was somehow less important than sending $200 for groceries twice a year. Rebecca hired her own lawyer immediately and started what I can only describe as a campaign to destroy my reputation in the family. She called every relative we have and told them I was contesting Mom's will out of pure greed. She painted herself as the victim, saying she couldn't believe her own sister would put her through this during such a difficult time. Some family members took her side right away. Our Aunt Linda, who lives in California and barely knew what was going on with Mom's care, called me to say I should respect Mom's final wishes and stop being selfish. Our cousin Mike said that wills exist for a reason, and that I was wrong to second-guess Mom's decisions. Rebecca had always been good at presenting herself as the successful, responsible daughter, so people were inclined to believe her version of events. But other relatives quietly supported me. My cousin Janet, who lives nearby and had seen firsthand how much I did for Mom, told me she thought Rebecca's behavior was disgusting. She said everyone in the family knew I'd sacrificed everything to take care of Mom, and that Rebecca swooping in to claim the house was wrong. A few other cousins reached out privately to say they supported my decision to fight, even if they couldn't say how disgusting it was when family members got greedy after someone died. He didn't name me directly, but everyone knew what he was talking about. Seeing that post, knowing that these kids I'd watched grow up now thought I was some kind of monster, was almost as painful as losing the house. Rebecca started documenting everything she could find to support her case. She went through Mom's old papers and found every grocery receipt from the money she'd sent, every birthday card with a check inside, every record of her financial contributions. Her lawyer argued that these payments demonstrated her ongoing financial responsibility for Mom's care, and that my living situation was essentially a form of payment for caregiving services. Meanwhile, my lawyer was building our case around the financial investments I'd made in the property. We had bank statements showing payments for property taxes, receipts for major repairs, and records of utility payments I'd made when Mom couldn't afford them. Patricia argued that these weren't gifts, but investments, made with the reasonable expectation that I'd inherit the property. The legal process was incredibly stressful and expensive. I had to take time off work for depositions and court appearances. I was paying Patricia's fees out of my savings, the same savings I'd already depleted paying for house repairs over the years. Every interaction with Rebecca went through lawyers now, which made everything feel even more hostile and formal. What made it worse was how this affected my grieving process. Instead of having time to mourn Mom and adjust to life without her, I was consumed with legal paperwork and strategy sessions. Every memory of taking care of Mom became evidence to be analyzed and presented in court. The loving relationship I'd had with my mother was being dissected and reduced to financial transactions and legal arguments. Rebecca kept escalating things by involving more family members. She organized a family meeting without inviting me, to discuss how my lawsuit was tearing the family apart. She convinced several relatives to write letters to my lawyer, asking me to drop the case for the sake of family unity. She even got Mom's old church friends involved, telling them I was dishonoring Mom's memory. The pressure was enormous. Every family gathering became tense and awkward. People would stop talking when I value. The case consumed months of preparation. Both sides hired appraisers to determine the current value of the house and how much my improvements had contributed to that value. We had to document every financial transaction, every repair, every upgrade. Rebecca's lawyer tried to argue that I'd been compensated for my caregiving by living rent-free, while my lawyer argued that my financial contributions far exceeded the value of free housing. As we got closer to the trial date, the family pressure intensified. Rebecca's kids wrote me letters asking me to stop hurting their mother. Several relatives offered to mediate, suggesting we split the house value somehow, but Rebecca refused to consider any compromise. She wanted complete vindication, and for me to admit I was wrong for challenging the will. The night before the trial was supposed to start, I lay awake in Mom's house, wondering if I was making a terrible mistake. Part of me wanted to call Patricia and tell her to withdraw the case. Maybe everyone was right, and I should just accept Mom's decision and try to move on with my life. But then I thought about all those years of sacrifice, all the opportunities I'd given up, all the money I'd invested in this house, and I knew I had to see it through. The trial lasted 3 days, and it was one of the most emotionally draining experiences of my life. Sitting in that courtroom, listening to lawyers argue about the value of my relationship with Mom, felt surreal and horrible. Patricia presented our case methodically, going through every receipt, every bank statement, every piece of evidence that showed my financial investment in the house. Rebecca's lawyer tried to paint me as someone who had been living off Mom's generosity for years and was now trying to profit from her death. They argued that my caregiving was a daughter's obligation and that living rent-free was more than adequate compensation. They kept emphasizing that Mom's will was clear and that her wishes should be respected regardless of any financial contributions I might have made. The worst part was when Rebecca testified. She sat up there talking about how much she loved Mom and how she'd tried to support her from a distance. She cried when she talked about feeling guilty for not being closer and said that sending money was the only way she could help. She made it sound like I'd been preventing her from having a relationship with Mom by property taxes, major repairs, and ongoing maintenance. She argued that this created a constructive trust situation where I had a legitimate claim to at least partial ownership of the house based on my investments. The judge took 2 weeks to make his decision. Those were the longest 2 weeks of my life. I kept going to work and trying to maintain some normalcy, but I was constantly anxious about the outcome. Rebecca stopped all communication except through lawyers, and the family division had gotten even worse during the trial. When we finally got called back to court for the decision, I felt sick to my stomach. The judge had clearly spent a lot of time reviewing all the evidence. He acknowledged that both sisters had made sacrifices and contributions to their mother's care, but said that the law had to focus on the specific issue of financial contributions to the property. He ruled in my favor, sort of. The judge found that my financial contributions created a valid claim against the estate, and that I was entitled to compensation for the money I'd invested in the house. He ordered that the house be sold and that I receive $55,000 from the proceeds before the remainder was split between Rebecca and me, according to the original will. It wasn't the complete victory Patricia had hoped for, but it was something. I would get back the money I'd put into the house, plus about half of what remained after the sale. Rebecca would still get the larger share, but not the entire inheritance she'd expected. Rebecca was furious with the decision. Her lawyer immediately filed an appeal, which meant the case would drag on for at least another year. In the meantime, the house couldn't be sold, so I was stuck living in this limbo situation where I technically had the right to stay, but knew it was temporary. The family fallout from the trial was devastating. Rebecca's side of the family completely cut me off. My nephew and niece wouldn't speak to me at all. Several cousins who had initially supported me quietly backed away because they were tired of the drama. Rebecca kept telling everyone that I'd stolen her inheritance and that Mom would be ashamed of what I'd done. What hurt the most was how this changed my memories of taking care of Mom. Instead of remembering those years as a time when I showed love and devotion to my mother, they were now tainted by legal arguments and financial calculations. Every conversation we'd had in the house, but couldn't make any changes or improvements. I couldn't fully move on with my life because I didn't know where I'd end up living. Rebecca kept pushing for a quick resolution, arguing through her lawyer that I was benefiting from living in the house while the case was pending. When the appeals court finally ruled, they upheld the original decision with some modifications. They increased my compensation slightly to account for the additional legal costs, but otherwise left the judge's ruling intact. Rebecca's lawyer advised her not to pursue any further appeals because they were unlikely to succeed. The house sold 4 months later for $285,000 after realtor fees and other costs. After my compensation was deducted, Rebecca and I each got about $90,000 from what remained. It was enough for me to put a down payment on a small condo across town, but it felt hollow after everything we'd been through. The worst part was that even after winning the legal case, I felt like I'd lost everything that really mattered. Rebecca and I haven't spoken since the final settlement. The family is permanently divided, with most relatives choosing sides and refusing to attend events where both of us might be present. My nephew got married last year and didn't invite me to the wedding. Moving out of Mom's house was incredibly emotional. I'd lived there for 12 years, and every room held memories of taking care of her. Packing up my things felt like I was erasing that entire chapter of my life. I kept thinking about how different things might have been if Mom had understood the full extent of what I'd contributed, or if Rebecca had been more willing to acknowledge my sacrifice. I'm settled in my new place now, and I'm trying to rebuild my life. The legal victory gave me some financial security and validated that my contributions had value, but it came at such a high personal cost. I lost my relationship with Rebecca, my connection to extended family, and my sense of having honored Mom's memory in the right way. Sometimes I wonder if I should have just accepted the original will and walked away. It would have been devastating financially, but maybe I could have preserved some family relationships and avoided all the bitterness and conflict. Other times I'm glad I fought, because it forced everyone to acknowledge that my 12 years of caregiving and financial investment weren't worthless. The therapist a different color and changed the landscaping so it doesn't even look like the same place anymore. All those years of maintaining it, all the care I put into making it a safe and comfortable place for Mom, have been completely erased. Rebecca moved back to Denver and, as far as I know, used her portion of the inheritance to buy a bigger house there. We'll probably never speak again, which is heartbreaking because she's my only sibling, and we used to be close when we were younger. The whole situation destroyed not just our current relationship, but also poisoned all the good memories we had growing up together. I'm trying to move forward and build a new life for myself at 53, but it's not easy. The legal battle took almost 2 years out of my life and used up most of my emotional energy. I'm financially stable now, but I feel isolated from my family and uncertain about the future. I keep thinking about how different things could have been if we'd found a way to handle Mom's death and the inheritance issues without destroying our relationships with each other. Only after throwing a birthday party for my daughter did I realize my sister was using it to announce her own pregnancy. I'm a 39-year-old mom with 2 kids, and my youngest, Emma, just turned 10 last weekend. My sister Lisa is 35 and has always had this thing where she needs to be the center of attention at family events. Usually I just roll my eyes and let it slide, because confronting her never goes anywhere productive. But this time was different. Emma had been planning this party for literally months. She made lists of who to invite, what decorations she wanted, what games we should play. She even drew pictures of how she wanted the cake to look. This wasn't just any birthday. Double digits felt huge to her, and she kept saying it was going to be the best day ever. So I went all out. I transformed our backyard with her favorite unicorn theme, spent 3 days making a rainbow layer cake from scratch, and invited about 25 people, including family, neighbors, and her school friends. Lisa has this pattern where she makes everything about herself, but I figured one day wouldn't kill her. She did it at my wedding when she announced her engagement during my reception. She did it at my older son's graduation party when she spent the whole time talking about her new job promotion. My parents always tell me to just ignore it because that's how Lisa is. But watching my kids get overshadowed by their aunt over and over again was getting old. The day of the party, everything was going perfectly. Emma was bouncing around in her new dress, helping me set up the games, greeting everyone as they arrived. She was so happy and proud, showing everyone her decorations. Then Lisa showed up about an hour late, which was typical for her. But she seemed different. She was practically vibrating with excitement and kept checking her phone every few minutes. I noticed she brought this small gift bag that she was being really weird about. She kept it next to her chair and wouldn't let anyone see what was in it. When I asked if she wanted to put it with the other presents, she said she had something special planned. That should have been my first red flag, but I was too busy managing the party to think much about it. During present time, Lisa kept interrupting. Every time Emma opened a gift, Lisa would say something like, "Oh, wait,
Candles. That's when Lisa suddenly stood up and loudly clinked her wine glass. Everyone stopped singing and turned to look at her. Emma was still standing there with her cheeks puffed out, ready to blow out her candles. But now all the adults were staring at Lisa instead. Lisa announced that before Emma made her birthday wish, she had some exciting news to share with the family. I felt my stomach drop because I knew this wasn't going to be good. She reached into her mysterious gift bag and pulled out a stack of little cards. She held one up and announced that baby Johnson would be arriving in March 2026. The whole backyard erupted. Everyone started screaming and cheering and rushing over to Lisa. She started handing out these professionally made cards to everyone, and I mean everyone, including Emma's 10-year-old friends who had no idea what was happening. People were hugging Lisa and asking about due dates and baby names and when she found out. Emma was still standing there holding her breath with the candles burning down, completely forgotten. I watched my daughter's face crumble as she realized no one was paying attention to her anymore. The birthday girl at her own party, invisible, while everyone celebrated her aunt. She finally blew out her candles by herself, and I don't think anyone even noticed, except me. I tried to get people's attention back on Emma, but it was useless. Lisa was now the star of the show, posing for pictures and accepting congratulations. Some of the adults started asking her about nursery plans and whether she hoped for a boy or a girl. Emma's friends looked confused and uncomfortable because their birthday party had suddenly turned into something completely different. My husband tried to help by loudly announcing it was time for cake and ice cream, but even then, people were more interested in talking to Lisa about her pregnancy than eating birthday cake with Emma. I watched my daughter pick at her slice of cake while tears ran down her cheeks. She kept looking around, like she was waiting for someone to remember why we were all there. The worst part was watching Emma try to show her friends the new toys she got. But even some of the kids were more interested in asking their parents what was happening with the baby announcement. One of her friends asked Emma why everyone was talking about her aunt. Wasn't some spontaneous announcement. Lisa had planned this. The party basically became two separate events after that. The kids kept trying to get the adults to play the games we had planned, but most of the grown-ups were clustered around Lisa, talking about baby stuff. Emma kept looking at me with this heartbroken expression, and I could see her trying not to cry in front of her friends. By the time people started leaving, Emma had completely shut down. She thanked everyone for coming like the polite kid I raised her to be, but there was no joy left in her voice. Several people said goodbye to Lisa with more pregnancy congratulations, and barely remembered to wish Emma a happy birthday on their way out. After everyone left and we were cleaning up, Emma finally broke down. She asked me why Aunt Lisa had to tell everyone about her baby during Emma's birthday party, and why everyone stopped caring about her birthday. I didn't have a good answer, because honestly, I was asking myself the same question. That night,
After Emma was in bed, I kept thinking about how excited she had been all week, how she had planned every detail, how she had told everyone at school about her party, and how it all got stolen from her by someone who should have known better. I was angrier than I had been in years, and I knew I couldn't just let this slide like I usually did with Lisa's attention-seeking behavior. The immediate aftermath was even worse than the announcement itself. Emma went inside to use the bathroom and came back to find Lisa posing for photos with some of the relatives right in front of Emma's unicorn backdrop. She was literally using my daughter's birthday decorations as props for her pregnancy photo shoot. That's when I snapped. I walked over to Lisa and quietly asked what the hell she thought she was doing. She looked at me with this innocent expression and said she thought sharing her news would make the day even more special. She actually used the words family celebration, like that made it okay to hijack a child's birthday party. I told her this was Emma's day and that she had just ruined her birthday. Lisa got defensive immediately and said I was being dramatic, that there was enough joy to go around for everyone. She kept acting like I was the unreasonable one for being upset that she had turned my daughter's party, our family dysfunction, at what was supposed to be a fun birthday party. A few of the neighbors who stayed looked genuinely confused about what was happening and why everyone was suddenly talking about babies instead of celebrating Emma. Lisa kept doubling down every time I tried to talk to her about it. She said she was sorry I couldn't be happy for her on such a beautiful day, which made it sound like I was jealous instead of rightfully pissed off that she had ruined my daughter's birthday. She kept insisting that she hadn't planned it, that it just felt like the perfect moment to share her news with the whole family at once. But I could tell that was bullshit, because those cards were professionally made. You don't just happen to have 25 custom pregnancy announcement cards in your purse unless you've been planning this for a while. And the way my mom was acting made it clear she knew this was coming. They had obviously discussed it beforehand, which made the whole thing feel even more calculated and cruel. Emma overheard some of the adults arguing about whether what Lisa did was appropriate or not. I saw her standing by the dessert table, just listening to her family members debate whether her feelings mattered. Some relatives were saying Lisa should have waited for another day, while others were saying I was overreacting and that pregnancy news was always cause for celebration, regardless of timing. My cousin Sarah actually spoke up and said she thought the timing was really poor. But then my aunt jumped in and said I was being selfish for not wanting to share Emma's spotlight. I couldn't believe we were having this conversation at all, let alone in front of the birthday girl herself. Emma looked mortified that adults were arguing about her at her own party. The situation got even more uncomfortable when Lisa started getting emotional about people questioning her announcement. She said she had been so excited to share her news and couldn't understand why everyone was making such a big deal about when she chose to do it. She actually started crying and said I was ruining her special moment by being upset about it. That's when Emma completely lost it. She ran inside the house sobbing, and I followed her upstairs to her room. She threw herself on her bed and cried that everyone had forgotten about her on her own birthday. She said she felt invisible and asked why Aunt Lisa's baby was more important than her turning 10. She asked if she had done something wrong to make everyone stop caring, reassure her that she hadn't done anything wrong. I explained that sometimes adults make poor choices about timing, and that Aunt Lisa should have picked a different day to share her news. But Emma kept saying it wasn't fair, and asking why this had to happen on her birthday of all days. When I finally went back outside, Lisa was still holding court with the remaining guests, showing people photos on her phone of ultrasounds and talking about morning sickness symptoms. She was completely in her element, soaking up all the attention and congratulations. She didn't even ask where Emma had gone, or seem to notice that the birthday girl had been missing for the last half hour. My husband was doing his best to keep the remaining kids entertained, but the party atmosphere was completely dead. Most of Emma's friends had already left with their parents, and the few who remained seemed uncomfortable with all the adult drama. The games we had planned sat abandoned, while everyone focused on Lisa's pregnancy. I watched Lisa take more photos, this time with my parents and some other relatives, all of them beaming and talking about how exciting it was to have a new baby coming. Nobody mentioned Emma or acknowledged that we were supposed to be celebrating her. It was like my daughter's birthday had been completely erased from everyone's memory the moment Lisa made her announcement. When people finally started leaving, they made sure to congratulate Lisa again and ask her to keep them updated about the pregnancy. Emma got perfunctory birthday wishes as an afterthought, if she got them at all. Several people left without saying goodbye to her because she was still upstairs in her room. Lisa was one of the last to leave, and she actually had the nerve to tell me she hoped I wasn't still mad about her sharing her good news. She said she thought Emma would be excited about becoming a cousin, and that I was making a bigger deal out of it than necessary. She said families should celebrate milestones together, and that she couldn't understand why I was being so negative about her pregnancy. I told her that her timing was incredibly selfish and hurtful, but she just shrugged and said she disagreed. She said she hadn't done anything wrong, and that I needed to work on being more supportive of my family members. Then she hugged my parents goodbye and left without apologizing to Emma, or even acknowledging that she might have made a mistake. After everyone was gone,
how she had planned every detail, how she had been looking forward to this day for months, and how Lisa had stolen all of that from her with one selfish announcement that could have waited for literally any other day. I was furious. But more than that, I was heartbroken for my daughter. She deserved better from her family, and I realized I had been enabling Lisa's behavior for years by always taking the high road and avoiding confrontation. This time felt different, because it wasn't just about me anymore. It was about protecting my child from someone who clearly didn't care about anyone else's feelings. The next morning I woke up still furious, so I called Lisa. I told her that what she did was selfish and cruel, and that Emma was devastated. I said she had ruined my daughter's birthday and owed her an apology. Lisa's response was exactly what I expected. She refused to apologize and said family milestones are meant to be shared. She insisted she didn't mean to steal the spotlight and claimed it was the perfect moment to tell everyone at once. I pointed out that she could have called everyone individually, or hosted her own gathering, or literally picked any other day that wasn't a child's birthday party. She said I was being ridiculous, and that pregnancy announcements are always cause for celebration, regardless of timing. She actually said she couldn't believe I was trying to make her feel bad about sharing happy news with our family. The conversation went nowhere. Lisa kept insisting she had done nothing wrong and that I was overreacting. She said Emma would get over it and that I was teaching her to be selfish by not wanting to share her special day. When I hung up, I was even angrier than before, because she was completely unapologetic and clearly didn't understand why what she did was wrong. I spent the whole day stewing about it, and by that evening, I was done staying quiet. I made a Facebook post explaining what had really happened at the party. I said thanks to everyone who came to celebrate Emma's 10th birthday. And for those who were confused by the mixed messages, it was always intended to be a birthday party for my daughter, not a pregnancy announcement venue. I posted pictures of Emma's decorations and cake to show how much effort of Emma's friends' parents reached out privately to say they were uncomfortable with what happened and felt bad for leaving early. My dad texted me privately saying that while Lisa was wrong, he wished I hadn't made it public because now the whole extended family was taking sides. He said he understood why I was upset, but thought I should have kept it between Lisa and me. I told him I had tried that, and she refused to acknowledge she did anything wrong, so I wanted people to know what actually happened, since Lisa was probably telling her own version of events. And I was right about that. Within a day, I heard through the family grapevine that Lisa was telling people I was jealous of her pregnancy and couldn't handle her happiness.
She was saying I had always been competitive with her and that I was using Emma as an excuse to attack her. She claimed I was trying to turn the family against her because I couldn't stand not being the center of attention. The family split pretty quickly into camps. My mom's side mostly supported Lisa, saying I was creating unnecessary drama and should have been happy for my sister. They kept saying pregnancy announcements are special and that I was being petty for not wanting to share Emma's day. My dad's side was more mixed, with some people saying Lisa's timing was poor, but others thinking I went too far by posting about it online. Lisa blocked me on all social media and told mutual friends that I was jealous and couldn't handle her happiness. She sent a message through my mom saying that when I was ready to apologize for embarrassing her online, we could talk. She acted like I was the one who owed her an apology for being upset that she hijacked my daughter's birthday. Meanwhile, Emma was still dealing with the aftermath. She kept asking why Aunt Lisa stole her birthday and whether people liked the baby more than they liked her. She said she didn't want to see Lisa anymore because she was mean and selfish. I tried to explain that adults sometimes make bad choices, but that it didn't mean they don't love her. Though honestly, I wasn't sure I believed that myself anymore. A week after the party, I found out through my cousin Sarah that Lisa had been planning the announcement for weeks. She had ordered the professional cards online and told our mom about it beforehand, swearing her to secrecy. Sarah said Lisa specifically chose Emma's party because she knew the whole family would be there and thought what Lisa did was inappropriate, but didn't want to get involved in family drama publicly. They said they felt uncomfortable during the party and weren't sure how to react when the birthday celebration suddenly became a pregnancy announcement. A few of them mentioned that their own kids had asked them afterward why everyone stopped caring about Emma's birthday. 2 weeks later, the drama was still ongoing. Extended family members were still taking sides, with some reaching out to support me, and others giving me the cold shoulder at family gatherings. Lisa was still refusing to apologize, and acting like she was the victim in the whole situation. She told people I had ruined her pregnancy announcement by making a big deal about the timing. My husband was supportive of my anger, but wished I hadn't made it public, because now every family gathering was going to be awkward. He said he understood why I did it, but thought it might have been better to just cut Lisa off privately, rather than involving the whole extended family. I told him I was tired of protecting Lisa from the consequences of her selfish behavior by staying quiet about it. Emma started asking if we could have family parties without Aunt Lisa, which broke my heart, because she shouldn't have to worry about her aunt ruining her special days. I promised her that any future celebrations would focus on her, and that I wouldn't let anyone else make them about themselves. But the fact that a 10-year-old had to ask for that protection from her own family was devastating. The worst part was that Lisa seemed completely unbothered by the fact that she had hurt Emma. She was still posting pregnancy updates on social media and accepting congratulations like nothing had happened. She acted like the whole controversy was just me being dramatic, rather than acknowledging that she had genuinely hurt a child on her birthday. Looking back now, I think making the Facebook post was the right choice, even though it caused more family drama. People needed to see what really happened, because Lisa was already spinning her own version of events where she was the innocent victim, and I was the jealous sister who couldn't handle her happiness. At least now everyone knows the truth about what she did to Emma. But part of me wonders if I made everything worse for Emma by escalating the situation. The family drama is still ongoing and shows no signs of stopping. Emma has to deal with the fact that her extended family is fighting about her birthday party anymore. Ever since my son got married, his wife has been replacing me in every family tradition. I'm 61 years old and have lived in this same town my whole life. My son David is 28, and he married Sarah 2 years ago when she was 26. For decades, I've been the one who held our family together through traditions. I hosted every holiday dinner in my dining room that seats 12 when we squeeze in the folding chairs. I baked birthday cakes from scratch using my mother's recipes that I memorized by heart. I organized our annual summer reunion that brings together over 30 relatives from 3 states, booking the same community center every year and coordinating who brings what dishes. When David first brought Sarah home 3 years ago, I welcomed her with open arms. She seemed sweet and genuinely interested in learning about our family. I taught her my grandmother's stuffing recipe that uses day-old cornbread and sage from my garden. I showed her how to make my apple pie with the lattice crust that took me years to perfect. She was eager to help during holidays, asking thoughtful questions about why we did things certain ways and how long traditions had been going on. Looking back, I should have paid more attention to how she took notes about everything. She'd write down exact measurements when I cooked, which I thought was sweet because I usually just eyeball ingredients. She photographed my table settings from different angles, saying she wanted to remember how beautiful everything looked. She asked detailed questions about where I bought specific serving dishes and how I planned the timing for big meals. At the time, I was flattered by her interest and happy that David had found someone who appreciated family traditions. The first real warning sign came last Christmas, but I brushed it off. Sarah offered to bring the green bean casserole, which had always been my sister Linda's contribution. When I mentioned this to Sarah, she said Linda had told her she was getting too old to cook for big groups and wanted to pass it along. I thought it was nice that Sarah was stepping up to help. The casserole turned out exactly like Linda's recipe, down to the crispy onions on top. When I complimented Sarah on it, she just smiled and said she had a knack for recreating flavors. Then came Easter this past spring. Sarah volunteered to host brunch at their new house, saying their dining room was hot cross buns. Even the table decorations looked familiar. Pastel tablecloth, small potted tulips as centerpieces, and the same style of place cards I'd been using for years. But everyone was praising Sarah for her creativity and attention to detail. My cousin Mark went on about how refreshing it was to have someone young bringing new ideas to family gatherings. Aunt Linda complimented the beautiful presentation and asked Sarah where she'd learned to cook so well. Sarah graciously accepted all the compliments, while I sat there knowing she'd essentially recreated my Easter brunch down to the smallest details. I tried to give her the benefit of the doubt. Maybe she was just trying to honor what had worked in the past. Maybe she thought using familiar recipes would make everyone feel at home. When David asked me later how I liked the brunch, I said it was lovely, and that Sarah had done a wonderful job. I didn't want to seem petty or territorial about recipes that weren't exactly secret family heirlooms. But then came the summer reunion planning. For 15 years, I'd coordinated this event every July. I booked the community center, organized the potluck assignments, arranged activities for the kids, and made sure we had enough tables and chairs. It was a lot of work, but I loved seeing the whole extended family together, watching the cousins play while the adults caught up on each other's lives. This year, Sarah approached me in May with a bright smile and said she'd love to take over the reunion planning to give me a break. She said I'd done such an amazing job for so many years, but she could see how much work it was and wanted to help out. David chimed in that it would be good for me to enjoy the reunion as a regular attendee instead of being stressed about all the logistics. I felt torn about this. Part of me was exhausted from decades of event planning, but another part of me loved being the one who made it all happen. The reunion was my contribution to keeping our family connected. Still, I didn't want to seem like I couldn't share responsibilities or trust Sarah to handle things. So I agreed, offering to help with whatever she needed. Sarah was very organized about taking over. She asked for all my contacts, the community center manager, the party supply rental place, the bakery where I ordered sheet cakes. She wanted copies, even better than I was at handling the inevitable small crises that come up. What bothered me most was how easily everyone accepted the transition. No one mentioned that I used to run these reunions, or thanked me for all the years I'd put into making them happen. It was like Sarah had always been the reunion coordinator, and I was just another family member showing up with a covered dish. Then came the phone call in early November that changed everything. David called to let me know they'd decided to host Thanksgiving at their house this year. He said their kitchen was more modern and spacious, and Sarah was excited to put together a really special meal for everyone. He assured me I could still help out, but Sarah wanted to handle the main coordination to prove herself as the new Mrs. Peterson. I asked what I should bring, expecting him to say my famous apple pie, or maybe the cranberry sauce I'd been making since he was a child. Instead, David said Sarah had the menu completely planned, and I shouldn't worry about bringing anything. Just show up and enjoy myself, he said. It would be nice for me to be a guest for once, instead of spending the whole day in the kitchen. Something in his tone made me uneasy, but I tried to be supportive. Maybe Sarah wanted to establish her own traditions, now that she was part of the family. Maybe this was her way of showing she could handle the responsibility of hosting major holidays. I told myself I should be grateful to have a daughter-in-law who cared enough about family gatherings to take them seriously. The morning of Thanksgiving, I spent more time than usual getting ready. Without a meal to prepare, I had hours to kill before heading over to David and Sarah's house. I'd bought a bottle of wine and a bouquet of fall flowers, feeling strange about showing up empty-handed to a family dinner for the first time in decades. When I walked into their house, the smell hit me first. It was exactly the aroma of every Thanksgiving I'd ever hosted. Turkey roasting with my herb rub, stuffing baking in the oven, sweet potatoes with marshmallows browning on top. For a moment, I felt disoriented, like I'd walked into my own kitchen somehow. Sarah greeted me warmly, wearing an apron that looked remarkably similar to one I owned. She was on one side, olives in the center, cranberry sauce in the small glass bowl I'd used for decades. But the worst part was listening to everyone rave about Sarah's cooking skills and natural talent for entertaining. Aunt Linda couldn't stop talking about how delicious the stuffing was, asking Sarah for the recipe so she could make it for her own family. My cousin Jennifer praised the creative touch Sarah had brought to traditional dishes, noting flavors she'd never tasted before at our family Thanksgivings. I sat at that dinner table, which was set with dishes and linens nearly identical to my own, watching my daughter-in-law accept compliments for recipes she'd learned from me just months earlier. She didn't mention where the recipes came from, or credit me for teaching her. Instead, she talked about how she'd put her own spin on classic dishes, and spent weeks perfecting everything to make sure it was special. David beamed with pride at his wife's success. He told everyone how lucky he was to have married such a talented cook and hostess. Several relatives made comments about how wonderful it was that the family traditions were in such good hands with the younger generation taking over. I made it through dinner without saying anything, but inside I was reeling. This wasn't Sarah putting her own spin on traditions or bringing fresh energy to family gatherings. This was her systematically copying everything I'd done for decades and presenting it as her own innovation. She hadn't just taken over hosting duties, she'd erased my contributions and claimed them as her own creative work. The drive home that night, I kept replaying moments from the dinner and questioning whether I was overreacting. Maybe I was being territorial about things that weren't really mine to own. Recipes get passed down and modified, and hosting duties do eventually shift to younger family members. Maybe this was just the natural progression of things, and I was struggling to let go of my role as the family's primary organizer. But deep down, I knew this was different. This wasn't about natural transitions or shared family traditions. This was about being systematically replaced and having my contributions erased from the family narrative. Sarah hadn't just learned my recipes. She'd studied my entire approach to hosting and recreated it while accepting credit for originality. I needed to talk to David about it. I called him Sunday evening when I figured Sarah might be busy with something else. I tried to approach it gently. I told him how much I appreciated Sarah wanting to host Thanksgiving, and that the meal was delicious. But then I mentioned how strange it felt to see my exact recipes being served without any acknowledgement of where they came from. I said I understood that recipes get shared in families, but it would have meant a lot to me if Sarah had mentioned learning them from me, especially to relatives who'd been eating my cooking for decades. David's response caught me completely off guard. He sighed like I was being difficult and said I needed to stop being so territorial about food. He told me Sarah had worked really hard to make everything perfect, and that I should be grateful someone else was willing to take on all that responsibility. He said it was selfish of me to expect credit for teaching her recipes, when the whole point of passing down traditions was for the next generation to make them their own. I tried to explain that it wasn't about ownership of recipes, but about feeling erased from something I'd built over decades. David cut me off and said I was making Sarah feel bad for trying to contribute to the family. He suggested that maybe I was having trouble adjusting to not being the center of attention during holidays anymore. That comment stung more than I expected. A few days later, Sarah called me directly. Her tone was sweet and concerned, like she was worried about my feelings. She said David had mentioned I was upset about Thanksgiving, and she wanted to clear the air. She explained that she'd been trying to honor our family's traditions by making sure they continued even as hosting duties shifted. She said she saw herself as carrying on the legacy I'd built, not replacing me. When I tried to express that I'd felt invisible during the dinner, Sarah said she understood why I might feel that way. But she'd been so nervous about hosting her first major holiday that she forgot to mention where she'd learned everything. She promised to give me credit in the future, and said she hoped I'd continue teaching her family recipes because she wanted to preserve them properly. Her response sounded reasonable on the surface, but something about it felt calculated. She'd managed to make me seem petty for being upset, while positioning herself as the innocent party who just wanted to honor tradition. Decorations I used to create the holiday atmosphere everyone remembered from previous years. I gave her the information because I didn't want to seem uncooperative, but I started paying closer attention to how she handled everything. She took detailed notes about my baking schedule and asked specific questions about techniques I'd developed over years of practice. She photographed my Christmas decorations from multiple angles and asked where I'd purchased various items. When she posted photos on social media of her holiday baking preparation, she wrote about family recipes that have been passed down through generations, without mentioning that she'd literally learned them from me weeks earlier. She shared pictures of cookies that looked identical to mine with captions about keeping traditions alive and the joy of making holiday memories. The Christmas Eve gathering was at their house again. Sarah had recreated my entire holiday spread, from the appetizers I always served before dinner to the specific way I arranged cookies on tiered serving plates. She'd even found similar serving dishes to mine and set up the buffet table in almost the exact layout I'd used for years. What really got to me was watching her tell my cousin's wife the story of how she'd developed her cookie decorating technique. She described experimenting with different icing consistencies and discovering the perfect method for getting smooth coverage, which was exactly the process I'd explained to her a month earlier when she'd asked me to teach her. She was recounting my trial and error from decades of cookie making as if it were her own creative journey. During dinner, several relatives complimented Sarah on how she'd managed to maintain all the flavors and traditions everyone loved while adding her own special touches. My sister mentioned how impressed she was that Sarah had such a natural instinct for recreating the holiday atmosphere we all remembered. Sarah graciously accepted all the praise, while I sat there knowing that every special touch and natural instinct had come directly from techniques I'd shared with her. After the holidays, I started noticing Sarah's behavior in other contexts. She joined the church committee that organized community events, and she was already volunteering to help plan the annual spring fundraiser that I'd coordinated for the past 8 years. She asked me for my vendor contacts and planning materials, saying she wanted to support the cause and learn frosting. I started to realize this wasn't just about holiday hosting or family recipes. Sarah was systematically documenting and copying every aspect of my role in the family and community, then presenting herself as the originator of ideas and approaches that had taken me decades to develop. She was building a reputation as a creative and capable woman by essentially stealing my playbook and erasing my contributions. The situation with extended family became increasingly uncomfortable. Relatives who used to call me for advice about party planning or recipe modifications started reaching out to Sarah instead. They'd heard about her successful holiday hosting and natural talent for entertaining, so they assumed she was now the family expert on these matters. Sarah would answer their questions using information and techniques I'd taught her, further cementing her reputation as the knowledgeable one. When my aunt asked Sarah for my grandmother's stuffing recipe, saying she'd always wanted to try making it herself, I felt something break inside me. That recipe had been passed down through 4 generations of women in my family. I'd learned it from my mother, who'd learned it from her mother. It wasn't just a list of ingredients. It carried memories and stories and connections to women who'd been gone for years. But Sarah didn't hesitate to share it, writing out the measurements and techniques as if she had every right to distribute family recipes to whoever asked. She included little notes about modifications and tips that I'd discovered through years of making that stuffing, presenting them as her own insights about the recipe. She was literally giving away pieces of my family history while claiming expertise she'd acquired from me just months earlier. The breaking point came in March when I overheard Sarah talking to a group of women at church about her approach to family traditions. She was describing how she'd brought fresh energy to holiday celebrations by focusing on authentic flavors and meaningful presentations. She talked about the importance of preserving family recipes while adapting them for modern celebrations, and how rewarding it was to see traditions evolve naturally across generations. Everything she said sounded thoughtful and wise, but every insight and principle she was sharing had come from conversations we'd had when she was asking me to teach her about family hosting. She was presenting my philosophy about balancing tradition with personal touches as if it were her own developed approach to me. Sarah wasn't carrying on traditions. She was stealing them and claiming credit for insights and skills that weren't hers to share. That night, I finally understood what was really happening. This wasn't about natural generational transitions or sharing family responsibilities. This was about being systematically replaced by someone who had studied my approach, copied my methods, and was now presenting herself as the creative force behind traditions I'd spent decades building and refining. I was being erased from my own family's story, and everyone was praising my replacement for her innovation and natural talent. After that conversation at church, I went home and sat in my kitchen for hours just thinking. I kept going over everything that had happened, trying to figure out what to do next. I could confront Sarah directly and risk looking petty, or I could talk to David again and probably get the same response about being territorial. I could complain to other family members, but that would just make me look like a bitter mother-in-law who couldn't handle change. Then it hit me. Instead of fighting to keep my role or arguing about credit and recognition, I could simply stop doing what I'd always done. If Sarah wanted to be the family's tradition keeper so badly, she could handle it all herself. I didn't have to make a scene or create drama. I could just quietly step back and see what happened when the person who'd been copying my work had to actually create and manage everything on her own.
The decision felt both liberating and terrifying. For over 20 years, I'd been the one everyone counted on for holiday coordination, family recipes, and event planning. It was such a fundamental part of my identity that I wasn't sure who I'd be without that role. But I was tired of being taken for granted and having my contributions erased while someone else got praised for my work. Christmas was still 9 months away, but I started planning my exit strategy immediately. I wouldn't announce that I was stepping back or make any grand statements about being unappreciated. I'd just quietly stop volunteering for things, that easily enough. Though I could hear some uncertainty in her voice about managing everything alone. The reunion happened in July, and it was fine but not great. Sarah had clearly put effort into it, but several things that usually ran smoothly were disorganized this year. The kids' activities weren't well planned, so parents ended up scrambling to keep children entertained. The food coordination was confusing, with too much of some dishes and not enough of others because Sarah hadn't learned my system for managing potluck assignments effectively. A few relatives mentioned to me that the event felt different this year, less polished somehow. I just smiled and said Sarah was still learning, which was true. But I also noticed that no one thanked me for the 15 years I'd successfully organized those reunions, or seemed to realize that the problems this year might be connected to my absence from the planning process. By August, I'd made my decision about Christmas. When David called to ask about holiday plans, I told him I wouldn't be organizing anything this year. I said Sarah had done such a beautiful job hosting Thanksgiving and Christmas Eve that I was sure she'd want to handle the holidays again. David seemed fine with this arrangement, saying it was probably good for me to have less stress during the busy season. Sarah called a few days later, and I could tell she was fishing to see if I'd help with Christmas planning like I had the year before. I kept my tone friendly, but made it clear that I was stepping back from holiday coordination entirely. I told her I was looking forward to experiencing Christmas as a guest, and that I had complete confidence in her abilities. She asked a few questions about timing and logistics, but I redirected her to figure things out on her own, since she'd proven herself so capable. September and October passed quietly. I spent those months focusing on things I'd neglected while always being busy with family event planning. I took up watercolor painting, started volunteering at the animal shelter, and actually had time to travel to visit my college roommate for the first time in years. It was strange, but refreshing to have my schedule determined by my own interests instead of family obligations. Then came November, and I could tell Sarah was starting to panic. She called asking very specific questions about sure she'd work it out, since she was so naturally talented at entertaining. 2 weeks before Christmas, David called me, sounding worried. He said Sarah was overwhelmed with holiday preparations and wondering if I could help out with some of the cooking or coordination. I told him that Sarah had made it clear she wanted to handle Christmas her way, and I didn't want to step on her toes by interfering. David said he thought Sarah would appreciate any help I could offer, but I reminded him that last year he'd told me to stop being territorial and let Sarah take responsibility. David got quiet for a moment, and I could tell he was starting to understand the position he'd put me in. He asked if I was upset about something, and I said I wasn't upset at all. I was simply respecting his wishes for me to step back and let Sarah handle family traditions. I said I'd assumed this was what everyone wanted, since my contributions hadn't seemed particularly valued or necessary. The panic in David's voice was obvious when he realized I wasn't planning to help with Christmas at all. He asked what the family was supposed to do for the holidays, and I calmly reminded him that Sarah was perfectly capable of managing everything. After all, everyone had been praising her natural talents and creative approaches for the past 2 years. Surely she could handle Christmas without needing to copy someone else's work.
That conversation was the first time David seemed to grasp that there might be another side to the story he'd been hearing. He asked if I felt like Sarah had been taking credit for my ideas, and I said it didn't matter anymore, since everyone was so happy with how she'd taken over family traditions. I told him I was actually looking forward to experiencing Christmas as a regular family member, instead of being responsible for making it all happen. Christmas Eve arrived, and I showed up at David and Sarah's house with a bottle of wine and store-bought cookies. Sarah looked exhausted and frazzled in a way she'd never appeared during previous holidays. The dinner was late. Several dishes were overcooked or under-seasoned, and the overall coordination was obviously stressful for her. She kept apologizing for things not being perfect, and seemed surprised that managing a large holiday meal was so much work. Several family members made polite comments about the food and thanked Sarah for hosting, but the atmosphere was different from previous years. There wasn't the same smooth.
Looked confused and asked why I wasn't helping, since I'd always been so good at holiday coordination. For the first time, I explained what had been happening over the past 2 years. I told Linda about watching Sarah copy my recipes and techniques, then accept praise for creativity and natural talent that was actually based on my decades of experience. I described feeling erased from traditions I'd built, while someone else got credit for innovation that was really just copying my approach. Linda's expression changed as I talked. She said she'd wondered why Sarah's cooking had seemed so familiar and polished right from the beginning, but she'd assumed Sarah was just naturally gifted at entertaining. She admitted that she'd asked Sarah for my grandmother's stuffing recipe, without realizing Sarah had learned it from me just months earlier. After Christmas, word spread quietly through the family about what had actually been happening. Several relatives reached out to me privately, saying they'd started to notice patterns but hadn't understood the full situation. My cousin Jennifer said she felt foolish for praising Sarah's creative touches that were apparently techniques I'd developed and shared. Some family members were upset with me for letting Christmas be disorganized instead of stepping in to help. They said I should have put family harmony ahead of personal grievances and made sure everyone had a good holiday regardless of credit or recognition. They thought I was being petty by allowing traditions to suffer because of hurt feelings, but others were finally seeing the situation from my perspective. They realized that Sarah had built her reputation as a talented hostess by systematically copying my work, and they understood why I'd felt erased and taken for granted. A few relatives apologized for not acknowledging my years of contributions when they were praising Sarah's apparent natural abilities. David and I had several difficult conversations in January. He admitted that he'd been unfair in dismissing my concerns and telling me to stop being territorial. He said he hadn't realized how much Sarah had been copying my specific approaches rather than just learning general cooking skills. He also acknowledged that he'd taken my contributions for granted and assumed I'd always be willing to coordinate family events, regardless of recognition. Sarah and I haven't talked much since Christmas. She's still posting on social media about family traditions and holiday hosting, but her recent posts have a different tone. Instead It yet. Several relatives have hinted that they hope I'll take it back over, saying last year's event wasn't quite the same without my organizational skills. David has asked directly if I'd consider helping with holidays again, admitting that Sarah is struggling with the responsibility she took on. I'm torn between feeling vindicated that people finally see what I contributed and feeling sad about how my family relationships have been damaged by this whole situation. Some relatives think I handled things perfectly by stepping back and letting Sarah face the consequences of taking on responsibilities she wasn't ready for. Others think I was wrong to prioritize my hurt feelings over family harmony and should have continued helping regardless of recognition. The hardest part is questioning whether I made the right choice. I feel free from obligations that had become thankless work, but I also miss being the person everyone counted on to make family gatherings special. I proved my point about being taken for granted, but I'm not sure if proving that point was worth the cost to family relationships and traditions that took decades to build.
Now I can't stop questioning myself about whether I was wrong for letting go of my long-held family traditions after realizing my son's wife was trying to replace me in them.
Only after retiring did I discover my daughter had been cashing my pension checks behind my back.
I'm 67. Been retired for about 8 months now after 32 years at the plastics factory. My wife Margaret passed 3 years ago, and I've been living alone in our little 2-bedroom house ever since. Well, I was living alone until my daughter Sarah moved in with her kids 6 months ago. Sarah is 34, divorced, with 2 kids, Emma, who's 8, and Jake, who just turned 6. She showed up at my door last winter saying she'd lost her apartment and just needed a place to stay temporarily while she got back on her feet. Said she had a job lined up and everything would be sorted out in a couple months. What was I supposed to do? Let my grandkids sleep in a car? So I said yes, figuring it would be nice to have some life back in the house anyway. At first, everything seemed fine. Sarah took over a lot of the household stuff: grocery shopping, handling the mail, cooking dinner most nights. I was grateful for the help, honestly. Retirement was harder to adjust to than I thought it would be. After decades of getting up at 5 a.m. for shift work, suddenly having nothing but time on my hands felt strange. But about 2 months in, I started noticing things that didn't quite add up. The grocery bills seemed higher than they should be, even with 4 people in the house instead of just me. I'd buy a case of beer on Monday, and it would be gone by Wednesday. But Sarah insisted she didn't drink, and the kids obviously weren't touching it. Small stuff, but it nagged at me. Sarah was very particular about the mail. Always got to it before I did. Said she was just trying to help by sorting everything for me. She'd hand me what she said was important, mostly junk mail and medical stuff, and told me she was taking care of the bills and routine things. When I asked to see the utility bills or bank statements, she'd get defensive and say I should relax and enjoy retirement instead of worrying about paperwork. The money thing started bothering me more as time went on. My pension checks were supposed to be coming in regularly, plus Social Security, and I had some savings from Margaret's life insurance. But somehow, I was running through cash faster than expected. Sarah always had reasons. The breaking point came on a Tuesday afternoon in March. Jake's birthday was coming up, and I wanted to get him something special. Maybe a bike or one of those gaming systems all the kids talk about. I drove to the bank to withdraw some cash, figuring I'd take him shopping and let him pick something out. I walked up to Maria, the teller I'd been dealing with for years, and asked to withdraw $500 from checking. She pulled up my account and got this weird look on her face. "Mr. Thompson, I hope everything is okay with your financial arrangement," she said in that careful voice people use when they're trying not to overstep. I had no idea what she was talking about. "What arrangement?" She looked uncomfortable. "Well, with your daughter managing your pension deposits and everything, I just wanted to make sure you were satisfied with how things were being handled." My stomach dropped. "What do you mean, managing my pension deposits?" That's when Maria showed me the records. 3 pension checks over the past 3 months, totaling $4,200, had been deposited directly into Sarah's account instead of mine. Each deposit slip had my signature on it, but when I looked closer, I could tell they weren't right. Someone had forged my name. Maria explained that Sarah had come in about 3 months ago with the first check. She told the bank staff that she was helping manage my finances because I was getting forgetful and had asked her to handle my banking. She'd seemed very concerned and responsible, talking about how she wanted to make sure I didn't miss any deposits or lose track of important paperwork. The bank staff, trying to be helpful to what appeared to be a caring daughter, had allowed the deposits after Sarah showed them a utility bill with my address and claimed I'd given her permission. They'd even made notes in my file about the arrangement so other tellers would know about it. I stood there staring at the deposit slips with my badly forged signature, feeling like the floor had disappeared under my feet.
This wasn't a misunderstanding or a mistake. My own daughter had been stealing from me for months, and she'd been so smooth about it that even the bank employees thought she was doing me a favor. I drove home in a daze, trying to process what I'd learned. By the time I pulled into my driveway, the shock
Toward household expenses, food for your grandchildren, utilities for this house that we're all living in. I've been taking care of everything while you sit around watching TV all day. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. She was actually trying to justify it, like taking my money without permission was some kind of favor she was doing for me. You lied to the bank. You told them I was forgetful and couldn't manage my own finances. She shrugged. Well, you weren't paying attention to the bills or the bank statements. Someone had to take charge. And it's not like you were going to miss the money. What were you going to spend it on anyway? That was the moment everything clicked into place. The defensive attitude about the mail, the way she'd taken over all the household management so quickly, the vague answers about her job search and her mysterious sources of income. She hadn't moved in temporarily to get back on her feet. She'd moved in to take over my life and my money. Sarah, this is theft. You forged my signature and deposited my checks into your account without my knowledge or permission. It's family money, Dad. We're family. Money should be shared in a family. She was getting louder now, and I could hear the kids in the living room starting to pay attention to our conversation. I'm raising your grandchildren in this house. I'm cooking and cleaning and taking care of everything. Don't you think that's worth something? The worst part was how she said it all like I was being unreasonable, like I was the one causing problems by objecting to having my money stolen. She genuinely seemed to believe that living in my house gave her the right to help herself to my bank account. If you needed money, you should have asked me. Oh, right. And you would have said yes to everything? You would have been happy to pay for all the groceries and all the kids' stuff and everything else without complaining. She was really warming up now. This way was easier for everyone. You didn't have to worry about it, and I didn't have to beg you for every little thing the kids needed. I realized there was no point in continuing the argument. She wasn't going to apologize or admit she'd done anything wrong. In her mind, she'd been doing me a favor by stealing from me, and I should be grateful for her taking charge of my finances, handle bills. I wondered what else she was hiding from me. I couldn't sleep. I'd lie in bed at night listening to her moving around the house, wondering if she was going through my papers or looking for other ways to get at my money. The woman I'd raised, who I'd trusted with my home and my life, had been systematically stealing from me for months, and she genuinely seemed to think she was entitled to do it. The worst part was how she started involving the kids. Emma came up to me while I was having coffee and said Mommy told her that Grandpa was upset about money stuff, but that family should share everything and not be selfish. Jake asked me why I was being mean to Mommy when she was just trying to help. She was using my own grandchildren to guilt me into backing down. But I knew I had to dig deeper. If Sarah could forge my signature on pension checks, what else had she been doing? I started going through every piece of mail I could get my hands on, checking account statements I hadn't looked at in months, calling companies to verify what bills were being paid and how. That's when I found the other stuff. She'd switched the electric bill and the gas bill into my name without telling me, claiming I lived there so I should be responsible for utilities. She'd called my credit card company and added herself as an authorized user, then used the card for groceries and gas and God knows what else. She'd even tried to apply for a credit card in my name, though thankfully that got rejected because they wanted income verification. Every discovery made me angrier. This wasn't just about 3 pension checks. Sarah had been systematically taking over my financial life, piece by piece, making herself the gatekeeper for everything while helping herself to whatever she wanted. And all of it done behind my back with forged signatures and lies. I called my sister Helen first, thinking she might have some advice about how to handle this.
big mistake. Helen listened to the whole story and then said I was overreacting. Family is family, she said. Sarah is struggling as a single mom, and I should be glad to help my grandchildren instead of penny pinching like some old miser. She actually used those words, penny pinching miser, about me not wanting my own daughter to steal from me.
Thought she was taking advantage of me, but hadn't wanted to interfere. Meanwhile, Sarah escalated her own tactics. She started leaving financial documents around where I'd see them, past due notices for her car payment, overdue medical bills for the kids, notices from the school about unpaid lunch fees. The message was clear. See how much your family needs help, and here you are worried about a few $1,000s. She also ramped up the guilt campaign. She'd sigh heavily whenever she was paying for groceries with her own money, make comments about how tight things were getting, wonder out loud if she should look for a cheaper place to live, even though it would mean the kids would have to change schools. All of it designed to make me feel like a selfish old man for wanting control over my own finances. But the breaking point came when I realized she was intercepting calls from the bank. Maria from the bank later told me they'd tried to call me twice to discuss some irregularities they'd noticed in my accounts, but Sarah had answered both times and told them I was napping and didn't want to be disturbed about financial matters. She said she'd handle whatever they needed and hung up. That's when I understood that this wasn't going to stop. Sarah wasn't going to suddenly develop a conscience and start respecting my money or my rights. She'd found a system that worked for her. Move in with Dad, take over his finances, help herself to whatever she needed, and use the grandchildren as human shields against any objections. If I didn't put a stop to it now, it would only get worse. The night I made my decision, Sarah tried one last manipulation. She came into the living room where I was watching TV and sat down next to me with this serious, concerned expression. She told me she'd been thinking about our conversation, and she wanted me to understand her position. She was doing her best as a single mother, trying to provide for her children while also taking care of me. She'd moved in because she was worried about me living alone after Mom died, and she'd taken on the financial management because she could see I was struggling to keep track of everything. The way she told it, every single thing she'd done was for my benefit or the children's benefit. Taking the pension money meant I didn't have to worry about making deposits, forging my applications and the utility switches she'd never mentioned. This wasn't about helping me or streamlining anything. This was about Sarah, helping herself to whatever she wanted, and using my love for my grandchildren to keep me quiet about it. That night, she ended her little speech by saying she hoped we could work together as a family to make sure everyone's needs were met. She suggested maybe we should sit down and create a formal budget where I contributed a set amount each month for household expenses and the children's needs. That way, she said, everything would be fair and transparent. What she was really suggesting was that I give her official access to my money instead of her having to steal it. She wanted me to voluntarily hand over control of my finances so she wouldn't have to forge signatures anymore. The audacity of it was breathtaking. I told her I'd think about it, but I'd already made my decision. The next morning, after she left to take the kids to school, I called a lawyer. The lawyer's name was Patricia Chen, and she specialized in elder law. I'd found her online after searching for attorneys who dealt with financial abuse cases. When I called her office, the receptionist got me an appointment for that same afternoon. Patricia listened to my whole story without interrupting, taking notes while I explained about the forged signatures, the pension deposits, and all the other financial tricks Sarah had been pulling. When I finished, she leaned back in her chair and said this was a textbook case of elder financial abuse. She'd seen it dozens of times. Family members who gradually take control of an older person's finances, always with justifications about helping or managing things better. The first thing she told me was that I needed to secure my accounts immediately. Every day I waited was another day Sarah could potentially drain more money or cause more damage.
Patricia walked me through exactly what I needed to do. Open new accounts at a different bank, change all my direct deposits, revoke any access Sarah had to existing accounts, and document everything for potential legal action later. She also explained that what Sarah had done wasn't just morally wrong, it was criminal fraud. Forging signatures, lying to bank staff, depositing checks that weren't hers, all of it could result in serious charges if I chose to press them. But she warned me that family financial abuse cases were complicated,
doing it all without Sarah noticing. I had to time my trips to the bank when she was out with the kids, make phone calls when she wasn't in the house, and keep all the paperwork hidden. It felt ridiculous that I was sneaking around my own home to protect myself from my own daughter. But I knew if she caught wind of what I was doing, she'd find ways to sabotage it or escalate her manipulation tactics. I also went to the bank where she'd been depositing my checks and filed a formal complaint about the fraud. They were surprisingly helpful once they understood the situation. The branch manager apologized for not verifying my identity more carefully before allowing the deposits, and they flagged Sarah's account to prevent any future attempts to deposit checks made out to me. Patricia had advised me to document everything, so I made copies of all the forged deposit slips, the credit card statements showing charges I hadn't made, and the utility bills that had been switched to my name without my knowledge. I kept everything in a folder in my bedroom, hidden where Sarah wouldn't find it. The whole process took about a week to complete. During that time, Sarah kept up her usual routine, managing the household and acting like she was doing me favors by taking care of everything. She had no idea that I'd already locked down my finances and cut off her access to my money. The moment of truth came on the first Thursday of April. That was when Sarah's next attempt to deposit my pension check failed, because the money was now going to my new account at the other bank. I was sitting in my kitchen having coffee when she came storming in from her trip to the bank, waving the check and demanding to know what was going on. I told her calmly that I'd taken back control of my finances, and she no longer had access to my accounts. The explosion was immediate and spectacular. She started screaming about how I'd betrayed her trust, how I was being paranoid and ungrateful, how she'd done everything for me, and this was how I repaid her kindness. She called me selfish, accused me of not caring about my grandchildren's welfare, said I was punishing them for her mistakes. She threatened to move out immediately and take the kids somewhere I'd never see them again. She said the whole family would hear about how cruel I was being, how I'd chosen money over my own, her things and the kids, and moved out. She didn't tell me where she was going, just loaded everything into her car and left while I was at my doctor's appointment. When I got home, the house was empty except for a note on the kitchen table saying I'd made my choice, and now I'd have to live with the consequences. The family drama that followed was worse than I'd expected. Sarah had apparently called everyone we knew and told them her version of the story. According to her, I'd suddenly become suspicious and paranoid about money for no reason, accused her of stealing when she'd only been trying to help, and thrown her and my grandchildren out onto the street because I was too selfish to share my wealth with my own family. Helen called me crying, saying she couldn't believe I'd done this to Sarah and the kids. She said Sarah was staying in some terrible apartment, and the children were asking why Grandpa hated them now. My cousin Janet left a voicemail calling me heartless and saying she was ashamed to be related to me. But other family members saw through Sarah's manipulation. Mike told everyone who'd listen about the forged signatures and the financial fraud, pointing out that Sarah had been stealing for months before I found out about it. My nephew Tom said he'd always suspected Sarah was taking advantage of me, and was glad I'd finally protected myself. The family split right down the middle. Half of them thought I was a cruel old man who'd chosen money over family, and the other half thought I was finally standing up for myself after being victimized by my own daughter. Family gatherings became awkward affairs where people took sides and whispered about the situation when they thought I wasn't listening.
The worst part was not seeing Emma and Jake. I'd gone from having my grandchildren in my house every day to not knowing where they were or how they were doing. Occasionally, I'd spot them at the grocery store or at school events, but Sarah would hustle them away before I could talk to them. The kids would wave at me sadly, clearly not understanding why they couldn't see Grandpa anymore. Patricia kept me updated on the legal aspects. The bank had completed their investigation and confirmed that fraud had occurred, but they were leaving it up to me whether to press criminal charges. She explained that prosecuting my own daughter would be emotionally difficult and might not result in recovery of the stolen money, but it would create an effect that same day, and told her to file charges. I couldn't let Sarah do to Dorothy what she'd done to me, and I couldn't live with myself knowing I had the power to stop it and chose not to act. Whatever it cost me in terms of family relationships, I had to protect other potential victims from my daughter's financial predation. The charges were filed 2 weeks later. Sarah was arrested for forgery and theft, though she was released the same day on her own recognizance. The court case is still pending, but Dorothy's family has been warned about the situation, and they've taken steps to protect her finances. Now I'm back to living alone in my house, just like before Sarah moved in. My pension goes to my account, my bills get paid on time, and I don't have to worry about someone forging my signature or helping themselves to my money. But the house feels empty without the kids' laughter, and I miss being part of their daily lives. I still get pressure from family members to drop the charges and make peace with Sarah. They say she's learned her lesson and won't do it again, that prosecuting her will only hurt the grandchildren who need their mother. But I've seen her pattern of behavior, and I know that without consequences she'll just find another victim and another set of justifications for her actions. So here I am, 6 months later, lying awake at night wondering if I did the right thing. I protected my money and potentially protected other family members from being victimized. But the cost was my relationship with my daughter and my access to my grandchildren. Some nights I think I made the only choice I could make. Other nights I wonder if there was some other way to handle it that wouldn't have torn the family apart. But when I look at those forged bank deposit slips I keep in my bedroom drawer, I remember how it felt to discover that my own daughter had been systematically stealing from me while pretending to care for me. And I know that some lines, once crossed, can't be uncrossed. Trust, once broken that completely, can't be rebuilt with good intentions and family loyalty. Sometimes protecting yourself means accepting that the people who hurt you will paint you as the villain, even when you're the victim. During my father's funeral, my brother announced he was the sole heir, until I exposed the truth right there in front of everyone. I'm 50 years old, a high school math teacher, and I've always been what you'd call the responsible one in my family. My younger brother Marcus is 47, works in sales, and lives about 3 hours away from our hometown. Dad passed away last week after battling cancer for 2 years, and what happened at his funeral is something I'm still trying to wrap my head around. For the past 2 years, I was Dad's primary caregiver. Every single doctor's appointment, every hospital stay, every middle-of-the-night emergency call when he couldn't breathe or was throwing up from the chemo. That was all me. I'd drive the 40 minutes to his house after school, help him with his medications, make sure he was eating, clean the house, pay his bills. On weekends, I'd bring my kids, Sarah and Jake, over to spend time with their grandfather, and we'd watch old westerns or work on crossword puzzles together. Marcus would show up maybe once every 3 or 4 months, usually around holidays, and act like he was father of the year. He'd bring expensive gifts, take Dad out to dinner if he was feeling well enough, and spend the whole visit talking about his sales numbers and his new car. Then he'd leave after 2 days, and I wouldn't see him again until the next major holiday. Dad never said much about it directly, but I could see the disappointment in his eyes when Marcus would promise to come visit, and then call the day before to cancel because of work, or weather, or whatever excuse he had that time. The thing about Marcus is that he's always been the golden child in his own mind. Growing up, he was the one who played football and baseball, had all the friends, could charm his way out of trouble with teachers and coaches. I was the quiet kid who got good grades, helped with chores around the house, and never caused any drama. Even as adults, Marcus had this way of making everything about him. Family gatherings, holidays, even Dad's birthday parties somehow became the Marcus show, where he'd dominate conversations and act like he was everyone's favorite. What really got under my skin was how he'd talk about Dad like they had this special relationship. He'd mention work on cars. I kept my remarks short and focused on Dad's kindness and work ethic. Everything was going smoothly. But during the service, I noticed Marcus working the room beforehand, being extra friendly with relatives we hadn't seen in years. He was especially chatty with Dad's siblings and some of the older family friends, the ones who didn't know the day-to-day reality of Dad's illness. He kept mentioning how much Dad relied on him for advice and how they had these deep, meaningful conversations during his visits. It made my stomach churn, but I figured it was just Marcus being Marcus, trying to make himself look important, even at Dad's funeral. After the service, we all headed to the church hall for the reception. There were maybe 60 people there: aunts, uncles, cousins, Dad's old co-workers from the garage, neighbors, people from church. My kids were helping serve coffee and arranging the food people brought. Everyone was sharing memories, eating casseroles, doing that awkward funeral small talk where you try to be respectful, but also catch up with people you haven't seen in months or years. I was actually feeling pretty good about how everything was going. People were sharing nice stories about Dad, talking about what a good man he was, how much they'd miss him. A few relatives mentioned how much they appreciated everything I'd done to take care of him, which honestly felt good to hear. For a moment, I thought maybe this would bring the family together, you know? Maybe Marcus and I could put aside our differences and just focus on honoring Dad's memory. Then Marcus stood up in the middle of the room and tapped his spoon against his coffee cup. The sound cut through all the conversations, and everyone turned to look at him. I felt my blood go cold because I knew that tone, that posture. It was his "I'm about to make an announcement" stance. The same one he'd used at family gatherings when he wanted to tell everyone about his latest promotion, or new house, or whatever accomplishment he needed everyone to know about. But this wasn't about his job or his success. Marcus cleared his throat and said he had something important to share with everyone, something Dad had asked him to keep private until after the funeral. The room got completely quiet. You could hear the coffee percolating, and Betty gasped and covered her mouth. Uncle Tom shook his head and looked down at his shoes. I heard someone behind me whisper, "Well, that explains everything." Marcus kept going, really laying it on thick. He talked about how Dad wanted to make sure the family property stayed in good hands, and how Dad told him he knew who he could trust to carry on the family legacy. He said Dad felt that Marcus understood the value of the land and would make sure it stayed in the family. He even said that Dad told him I would understand why this was the right choice when the time came. The worst part was watching people's reactions. These were people who had known me my entire life, who had watched me drive back and forth to take care of Dad, who knew I'd been the one dealing with doctors and insurance companies and home health aides. But now, they were looking at me with this mixture of pity and confusion, like they were trying to figure out what I must have done wrong to make my own father cut me out of his will completely. My cousin Lisa leaned over and whispered that she was sorry, that she had no idea things were that bad between Dad and me. That's when it really hit me. If I didn't say something right now, this would become the official family story forever. Everyone would go home thinking that Dad didn't trust me, that maybe I hadn't been as good to him as they thought, that Marcus was the real devoted son, and I was just going through the motions. I could feel my face burning and my hands starting to shake. Marcus was still talking, going on about his plans for the property and how he wanted to honor Dad's wishes. He had this sad, noble expression on his face, like he was burdened by this great responsibility that had been thrust upon him. People were nodding along, some of them starting to look at me with that careful, sympathetic expression you give someone who's just been publicly humiliated. The thing is, I knew exactly what was in Dad's will, because I'd been there when he wrote it. 3 months ago, right after Marcus's last visit, actually, Dad asked me to drive him to his lawyer's office. We spent 2 hours going over everything, making sure all the details were right. The will split everything 50-50 between Marcus and me, with specific provisions for my kids' college funds and instructions about keeping the fund.
Marcus have his moment and deal with this mess privately through lawyers later. That would be the mature thing to do, right? The respectful thing at Dad's funeral. But then I kept seeing the looks on everyone's faces. The pity, the confusion, the judgment. I could practically hear them thinking about what I must have done to deserve this, why my own father would cut me out completely. The worst part was seeing my kids' reactions. Sarah looked devastated, like someone had told her that her grandfather secretly hated our whole family. Jake just looked angry. That teenage anger where you want to punch something but don't know what. These people had watched me take care of Dad for 2 years, had seen me driving back and forth constantly, and now they were wondering if maybe they'd been wrong about everything. I watched Marcus soak up the sympathy and attention, nodding sadly as people came up to pat his shoulder and tell him what a big responsibility this was. Aunt Betty was wiping her eyes and telling him that Dad made the right choice. Uncle Tom was shaking Marcus's hand and saying something about how Dad always knew he could count on him. Meanwhile, I'm standing there like an idiot, with my half-eaten sandwich, feeling like the biggest failure in the room. That's when I realized I couldn't let this stand. Not because of the money or the property, but because everyone in that room was going to go home with a completely false story about who Dad was and what kind of relationship we had. They'd spend the rest of their lives thinking that Dad didn't appreciate what I'd done for him, that maybe Marcus really was the better son all along. And my kids would grow up believing their grandfather thought less of their father than he actually did. I excused myself and walked out to the parking lot, my hands shaking so bad I could barely get my car keys out. I keep a manila folder in my glove compartment with copies of all Dad's important documents, his insurance papers, his medical power of attorney, and yes, his will. I'd started carrying it around about 6 months ago, when Dad's condition got worse, and I needed to have everything handy for doctor visits and hospital admissions. Standing next to my car in that church parking lot, I pulled out what kind of man people thought he was. I walked right up to the front of the room where Marcus was still holding court, still basking in all the sympathy and praise for being Dad's chosen heir. I tapped my spoon against my coffee cup just like he had, and the room got quiet again. But this time it was different. This time, people could probably see something in my face that they hadn't seen before. I pulled out the will and started reading it out loud. The real will. The actual, legally filed document that was sitting in Dad's lawyer's office. I read the part about equal distribution of all assets between both sons. I read the part where Dad specifically mentioned his gratitude for my years of constant care during his illness. I read the date it was signed and witnessed, which was definitely not 3 months ago, during some imaginary heart-to-heart conversation with Marcus. The room went from quiet to absolutely electric. You could feel the tension crackling in the air, like right before a thunderstorm. Marcus's face went through about 5 different expressions in 10 seconds.
confusion, realization, panic, and finally, pure rage. He started sputtering about how there must be multiple wills, how Dad must have changed his mind after that, how I was twisting things and taking everything out of context. But I kept reading. I read about the specific provisions for my kids' college funds that Dad had insisted on including. I read about his instructions for keeping the farm in the family, and how he hoped both his sons would work together on that. I read his exact words about wanting to make sure I was taken care of because of everything I'd done for him. People were starting to murmur and whisper, and not in a good way. Some of them looked shocked, like they couldn't believe what they were hearing. Others looked angry, and I couldn't tell if they were angry at Marcus for lying or at me for making a scene. Aunt Betty started crying harder. A few people got up and walked toward the exit like they couldn't handle any more family drama. Uncle Tom stood up and said this wasn't the time or place for this kind of thing, that we should be honoring Dad's memory instead of fighting about money. Someone else yelled something about how we were both acting like children. Crap for doing this at Dad's funeral. He said I was so jealous of his relationship with Dad that I was willing to ruin everything just to get attention. He accused me of forging documents and manipulating Dad while he was sick. The whole room was watching this meltdown, and you could see people starting to realize who was telling the truth and who wasn't. Marcus's wife finally grabbed his arm and started pulling him toward the door, but he kept yelling over his shoulder about how I'd destroyed the family and ruined Dad's funeral. He said I was a pathetic loser who couldn't stand that Dad loved him more, and that everyone could see what kind of person I really was now. Then he stormed out, slamming the church hall door so hard it echoed through the whole building and probably rattled the windows in the sanctuary. The silence after he left was deafening. 60 people just staring at me, at each other, at the door Marcus had just slammed. Some of them looked relieved, like they'd suspected something was off about his announcement, but hadn't known what to do about it. Others looked disgusted, like I'd just committed some unforgivable sin by calling out a liar at a funeral. My kids came up to me first. Sarah hugged me and whispered that she was proud of me for standing up for myself and for Grandpa's memory. Jake just nodded and said Marcus was a jerk who had it coming. But I could see other family members shaking their heads and gathering their things to leave. Some people came over to tell me they were glad I spoke up, that they'd always known Marcus was full of hot air. But just as many gave me cold looks and left without saying goodbye. The reception basically ended right there. What had been a room full of people sharing memories and supporting each other turned into small groups of relatives whispering and choosing sides. The church ladies started cleaning up early, clearly uncomfortable with the whole situation. People kept glancing at me like they weren't sure whether to congratulate me or avoid me. I folded up the will and put it back in the folder, my hands still shaking from adrenaline. Part of me felt vindicated, like I'd finally stood up for myself and for Dad, after years of watching Marcus take credit and get praise for things he hadn't done. But another part of me felt sick to my stomach, wondering if I'd just turned my father's funeral into something he would have memory and setting the record straight. Jake was quieter about it, but he helped clean up without complaining and didn't seem embarrassed to be associated with me, which I took as a good sign. The church ladies were polite but distant, giving me those tight smiles that meant they'd definitely be talking about this for weeks. A few relatives did come up to me before leaving. My cousin Dave shook my hand and said he'd always suspected Marcus was exaggerating his relationship with Dad. Aunt Linda hugged me and whispered that she was sorry I'd been put in that position, that no one should have to defend themselves like that at a funeral. But just as many people left without saying goodbye, including some of Dad's oldest friends who I'd known since I was a kid. The drive home was quiet. Sarah sat in the front seat and kept glancing at me like she was worried I was going to have a breakdown or something. Jake put in his earbuds in the back seat, which is his standard response to family drama. I kept replaying the whole thing in my head, trying to figure out if there was something I could have done differently, some way to handle it that wouldn't have turned Dad's funeral into a public spectacle. That night, my phone started buzzing. First, it was my cousin Lisa, calling to say she couldn't believe Marcus had tried to pull something like that. Then Uncle Tom called to tell me that, while he understood why I felt I had to speak up, he wished I'd found a way to handle it privately. Then Aunt Betty called, crying again, saying the family was falling apart, and Dad would be heartbroken if he could see what was happening. Over the next few days, the calls and texts kept coming. The family was basically splitting into 3 camps: Team Marcus, Team me, and Team "This is all terrible and everyone should be ashamed." The Team Marcus people thought I was a vindictive attention seeker who couldn't handle not being Dad's favorite. The Team Me people thought Marcus was a manipulative liar who got what he deserved. The "This is all terrible" people thought we were both awful for fighting about money at a funeral. My sister-in-law Karen, who's married to Dad's youngest brother, called to tell me that Marcus was telling everyone I'd been stealing money from Dad for months, and that's why Dad had supposedly changed his will. She said Marcus claimed will, just like it was supposed to. Dad's lawyer was professional about the whole thing, though I could tell he was annoyed that someone had tried to circumvent his work. He mentioned that he'd gotten a few calls from family members wanting to verify the will's contents, which told me that Marcus's version of events wasn't holding up under scrutiny. But the legal stuff being resolved didn't fix the family situation. 2 weeks after the funeral, I drove out to Dad's house to start going through his things, and I found out that Marcus had been there first. He'd taken Dad's toolbox, his hunting rifles, and some family photos, including the one of Dad with his own father that had been hanging in the living room for 30 years. It felt like another slap in the face, like he was taking anything he could get his hands on before the official estate division happened. When I mentioned this to the lawyer, he said there wasn't much we could do about personal items that weren't specifically mentioned in the will, especially since Marcus technically had as much right to be in the house as I did until everything was settled. But it still stung. Those weren't just random objects to me. They were pieces of Dad's life, things that held memories. The worst part was how it affected my relationship with my kids. Sarah was solidly in my corner, telling her friends at college about her uncle's dramatic lies and how her dad had stood up for what was right. But Jake was more conflicted. He said he was proud of me for not letting Marcus get away with lying, but he also said he was embarrassed about the whole scene and wished there had been another way to handle it. Some of Dad's friends stopped calling or visiting like they used to. I'd gotten used to Mr. Peterson dropping by on Sundays to watch football and talk about Dad, but that stopped completely. When I ran into him at the grocery store a month later, he was polite but distant, like he wasn't sure what to think about me anymore. It made me realize that Marcus's lies had done their damage, even after I'd exposed them. The extended family situation got even messier when Thanksgiving rolled around. For the first time in probably 20 years, there was no big family gathering at Aunt Betty's house. She called to tell me that she just couldn't handle having both Marcus and me there, and she didn't want to pick sides since Dad's funeral, and the situation hasn't improved much. Marcus and I haven't spoken at all since that text message. Some relatives have started reaching out again, but it's different now. Everything feels forced and careful, like people are walking on eggshells around me. Family events that do happen are smaller and more awkward, with obvious absences where Marcus and his family should be. The farm property is officially mine now, along with my half of everything else Dad left behind. I've been going out there on weekends to maintain the buildings and keep the land in decent shape, but it feels lonely, in a way it never did when Dad was alive. He always talked about wanting his sons to work together to keep the family property going, but instead, His death ended up driving us further apart than we'd ever been. My kids have adjusted better than I have, honestly. Sarah graduated college and got a job in another state, and she says the family drama feels less important now that she has her own life to focus on. Jake finished high school and started community college, and he seems to have made peace with the whole situation. They both still think I did the right thing, but they also don't seem to dwell on it the way I do. What keeps me up at night is wondering if there was another way to handle it. Could I have pulled Marcus aside privately and confronted him away from everyone else? Would that have worked? Or would he have just doubled down on his lies and made things worse? Should I have let him have his moment at the funeral and dealt with the legal stuff later, even if it meant letting people believe false things about Dad and our relationship? Part of me thinks Dad would have wanted me to defend myself and make sure people knew the truth about his final wishes. He was always big on honesty and doing the right thing, even when it was hard. But another part of me wonders if he would have been disappointed that his funeral turned into a public family fight, regardless of who was right or wrong. The thing that really gets to me is that Marcus probably believes his own version of events by now. He's probably convinced himself that Dad really did want to leave everything to him, that I somehow manipulated the situation, or forged documents, or whatever story he's telling himself. That's how Marcus has always been. He rewrites history in his head to be related. I think about that sometimes when I'm out at the farm. How Dad always hoped his sons would stay close and take care of each other, and how spectacularly we failed at that when it mattered most. When my wife gave away my late mother's jewelry without asking, I took back more than she expected. I'm a 46-year-old guy, married to Sarah, who's 44, and we have a daughter, Emma, who just turned 16. We've been married for 18 years now and live in your typical suburban neighborhood where everyone knows each other's business. My mom passed away 3 years ago after battling cancer for almost 2 years, and it still hits me sometimes when I least expect it. After Mom died, I inherited this small wooden jewelry box that belonged to her. Nothing in it was worth a fortune or anything like that, but every single piece had a story. There was this gold locket with a tiny family photo inside from when I was maybe 5 years old. A pair of pearl earrings that actually belonged to my grandmother before they got passed down to Mom. And this simple gold chain that my dad gave to my mom on their first anniversary, back when they barely had 2 nickels to rub together. The whole collection might have been worth a few $100s at most, but to me, it was priceless. I kept the box in our bedroom dresser, in the top drawer where Sarah could see it whenever she opened it to get her own jewelry. She always knew it was there. I'd mentioned several times over the years that I was saving everything for Emma, that when she got older, I wanted to pass down these family pieces to her. Sarah would just nod and say that was nice, but I could tell she wasn't really interested in hearing about it. She had her own jewelry that she actually wore, and I guess she saw Mom's stuff as just old pieces taking up space. The thing is, Emma had always been fascinated by her grandmother's jewelry box. When she was little, she'd ask to look through it sometimes, and I'd tell her stories about each piece. About how Great-Grandma wore those pearl earrings to church every Sunday, or how Grandpa saved up for months to buy that gold chain. Emma would listen with wide eyes and ask if she could have them someday. I always told her yes, that they'd be hers when she was ready for that kind of responsibility. Last Sunday, we went to dinner at Sarah's parents' house like we do most weekends. It's always the same crowd: Sarah's mom and dad, her younger sister Lisa, who's 38 and recently divorced, and sometimes Lisa's teenage son if he's not with his dad. The simple gold chain, nothing fancy, but I knew that chain. I'd seen my mother wear it countless times. And the earrings, those pearl earrings that had belonged to my grandmother, were sitting right there in Lisa's ears. For a moment I thought maybe I was imagining things. Maybe they just looked similar. But no, I knew those pieces too well. There was a tiny dent in the gold chain where Mom had dropped it once, and one of the pearls had this almost imperceptible scratch that I remembered from when I was a kid. I tried to stay calm and asked Lisa where she'd gotten her jewelry. I kept my voice level, but inside I felt like someone had just sucker punched me. Lisa smiled and started to answer, but before she could get the words out, Sarah jumped in. She said she'd given them to Lisa the week before. Just like that, casual as anything. Said they'd been sitting in our dresser collecting dust, and she thought it would be better for someone to actually wear them and enjoy them. The whole table went quiet. Sarah's parents looked confused. Emma looked shocked, and I felt like the floor had just disappeared underneath me. Sarah kept talking, explaining how she'd noticed Lisa admiring some jewelry in a store window a few weeks ago, and she'd remembered the pieces in our dresser. She made it sound like she was being generous and thoughtful, like she'd done this wonderful, sisterly thing. She said something about how it was better for the jewelry to be worn and appreciated instead of hidden away in a drawer. I excused myself to go to the bathroom because I needed a minute to process what had just happened. My hands were actually shaking. I splashed cold water on my face and tried to figure out what to say. Part of me wanted to demand the jewelry back right then and there, but I knew that would cause a scene. Part of me couldn't believe that Sarah had done this without even mentioning it to me. When I came back to the table, I asked Sarah if we could talk privately. She said no, that whatever I had to say could wait until we got home. She had this look on her face like she knew exactly why I was upset, but wasn't going to acknowledge it in front of her family. The rest of dinner was torture. I could barely eat anything. Lisa kept touching the necklace and talked
All the times I'd told Emma those pieces would be hers someday, about the stories Mom had told me about each piece, about how I'd planned to sit down with Emma on her 18th birthday and officially pass them down to her. When we got home, I helped Emma to her room and then went straight to our bedroom. Sarah was already there, getting ready for bed like it was any other night. That's when I finally lost it. I asked her how she could give away my mother's jewelry without asking me. Not just asking, but without even mentioning it. Without even thinking that maybe, just maybe, I might have feelings about what happened to my dead mother's belongings. That's when everything really started to fall apart. Sarah's response completely floored me. She got defensive immediately and said it was just old jewelry that was sitting in a drawer doing nothing. She actually used the words collecting dust again, like that somehow justified what she'd done. She said Lisa loved the pieces and would actually wear them, unlike me who just kept them locked away where nobody could see them. I tried to explain to her what those pieces meant to me. I told her about the stories behind each one, about how I'd planned to give them to Emma, about how they were literally the only physical things I had left of my mother, besides some old photos. Sarah just rolled her eyes and said I was being overly sentimental about material possessions. That's when she said something that I don't think I'll ever forget. She told me that my mother was gone, and hoarding her things wasn't going to bring her back. Just like that. Matter of fact, like she was explaining basic math to a child. She said I needed to let go of the past and focus on the living people in my life, instead of obsessing over dead people's belongings. I honestly didn't know how to respond to that. This woman I'd been married to for 18 years, who had met my mother dozens of times, who had seen how close we were, was standing there telling me I was wrong for wanting to keep my mother's jewelry in the family. She said families should share things, and since Lisa was family now, it was perfectly reasonable for her to have the pieces. I told Sarah she needed to call Lisa and get them back, that this wasn't negotiable. Wood sitting in a box, and that she was doing them a favor by wearing them, like she was some kind of jewelry rescue operation. Sarah nodded along with everything Lisa said, telling her sister that she was absolutely right,
and that I was being possessive over old junk. The two of them basically ganged up on me over the phone, with Lisa saying she couldn't understand why anyone would want to keep jewelry locked away when it could be making someone happy. That's when the fight really escalated. After Sarah hung up, I told her this wasn't about the monetary value or even about the jewelry itself. It was about respect, about the fact that she'd made a major decision about my family heirlooms without even mentioning it to me, about the fact that she'd given away something that belonged to my daughter without considering Emma's feelings either. Sarah shot back that I cared more about my dead mother than my living wife. She said I'd been using the jewelry as an excuse to wallow in grief for 3 years, and she was tired of tiptoeing around my feelings every time something reminded me of my mom. She said she'd done me a favor by forcing me to let go of some of that baggage. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. This woman who was supposed to be my partner, my teammate in life, was telling me that grieving my mother was baggage that she was tired of dealing with. She said I needed therapy if I couldn't handle someone else wearing a dead woman's jewelry. The worst part was when she started attacking the memory of my mother directly. She said my mom had always been possessive and controlling, and that I'd inherited those same traits. She said my mother would probably be happy to know her jewelry was causing problems in my marriage, because she'd never really liked Sarah anyway. That crossed a line I didn't even know existed. My mother had always been kind to Sarah, even when Sarah was cold to her. Mom had tried for years to build a relationship with Sarah, and while they were never close, Mom never said an unkind word about my wife. For Sarah to attack her memory like that was unforgivable. I told Sarah the fight was over and that I was sleeping in the guest room. She said fine, maybe some space would help me come to my senses. She actually seemed to think that if she just waited long enough, I'd calm down and apologize for overreacting. But everything else was still there. The locket with the family photo, a small silver bracelet, a pair of simple gold studs, and my mother's wedding ring. I took the whole box and drove to the 24-hour bank branch across town. I'd never opened a safety deposit box before, but the process was surprisingly simple. I put everything in there except for one item, my mother's wedding ring. That I kept with me, on a chain around my neck under my shirt where Sarah wouldn't see it. When I got home, Sarah was still asleep. I didn't tell her what I'd done. I figured if she could make unilateral decisions about my mother's belongings, I could do the same. The next 2 weeks were the coldest period in our marriage. Sarah was clearly waiting for me to get over it and apologize. She'd make little comments about how I was being dramatic or how I needed to move on. She even suggested that maybe we should buy Emma some new jewelry for her birthday to replace the pieces she'd given to Lisa. Emma could tell something was wrong. She asked me a few times if I was okay, and I told her we were just working through some things. I didn't want to put her in the middle of it, but I could see she was worried. She'd always been close to both of us, and the tension in the house was obvious. Sarah's behavior during those 2 weeks really opened my eyes to some things I'd been overlooking in our marriage. She never once acknowledged that she might have been wrong. Never once apologized for not asking me first. Never once seemed to understand why I was so upset. She just kept insisting that I was being unreasonable and that time would prove her right. Meanwhile, Lisa was apparently wearing my mother's jewelry all over town. Sarah's mom mentioned seeing her at the grocery store and complimenting her on her necklace. A mutual friend asked Sarah where Lisa had gotten such beautiful vintage pieces. Every time I heard about someone else seeing my mother's jewelry on Lisa, it felt like another small betrayal. Sarah actually seemed proud of the attention Lisa was getting. She'd relay these comments to me like they proved her point about the jewelry being better off worn than stored. She couldn't understand why these reports made me feel worse instead of better. That's when I decided I needed to do something more decisive. Sarah's father, something. I'd spent those quiet days thinking about how to handle this,
and I realized that since they'd both refused to do the right thing privately, maybe it was time to involve the rest of the family. Sarah had made this everyone's business when she gave away my mother's jewelry at a family dinner. It seemed fitting that the resolution should happen the same way. Emma asked me that week if she was ever going to get great-grandmother's jewelry like I'd promised. I told her I was working on it, but I could see the disappointment in her eyes. She'd been looking forward to having those pieces for years, and now they were sitting in Lisa's jewelry box instead. The day of the birthday dinner, Sarah was in a good mood. She'd bought her dad a nice gift and was looking forward to seeing everyone. She even made a comment about how nice it would be to have a drama-free family dinner for once. I just nodded and said I hoped so too. We got to her parents' house around 6, and Lisa was already there, wearing the necklace again. She'd paired it with a different outfit this time, but seeing my mother's gold chain around her neck still made my stomach clench. She was showing it off to Sarah's mom, talking about how versatile it was and how it went with everything. I waited until after we'd eaten dinner and everyone was relaxed and talking. Sarah's dad had opened his gifts and was in a good mood. Emma was playing with her phone in the corner, and everyone else was scattered around the living room having separate conversations. That's when I decided it was time. I stood up and addressed Lisa directly in front of everyone. I told her I needed her to return my mother's jewelry that Sarah had given her without my permission. The room went completely silent. Every conversation stopped. Every head turned toward me. I kept my voice calm and explained to everyone that those pieces were family heirlooms that had been meant for Emma. I said they weren't Sarah's to give away because they'd never belonged to her in the first place. I mentioned that my mother had specifically wanted them to stay in the family and eventually go to her granddaughter. Sarah's face went bright red. She hissed at me that I was humiliating her in front of her family. Lisa looked fighting over material things, and that I was being selfish for wanting to take back something that was making Lisa happy. Lisa got more defiant and said she'd grown attached to the pieces. She claimed they meant something to her now too, and that it would be cruel to ask her to give up something she loved just because I'd changed my mind about sharing. She actually used the word sharing like this was a kindergarten dispute over toys. That's when I told everyone about the safety deposit box. Sarah's eyes went wide because she'd never checked the dresser drawer after our fight. She demanded to know where the rest of the jewelry was, and I explained that I'd had to secure it since my wife clearly couldn't be trusted to leave my family's belongings alone. The room erupted after that. Sarah accused me of being sneaky and dishonest. Lisa said I was being paranoid and controlling. Sarah's mom said I was treating her daughters like criminals, but Sarah's dad nodded and said he would have done the same thing in my position. Emma looked mortified by the whole scene. She got up and went outside, and I could tell she was crying. Sarah followed her, probably to comfort her and paint me as the bad guy who'd ruined Grandpa's birthday. Lisa's teenage son, who'd been quiet through the whole thing, actually spoke up and said he thought I was right. He said if someone gave away his dead grandmother's stuff without asking, he'd be furious too. Lisa told him to stay out of it, but I appreciated that at least one person in the family understood. Sarah came back inside without Emma and announced that we were leaving. She said I'd embarrassed the entire family and made her daughter cry. She gathered up her purse and her father's leftover cake and headed for the door. I followed, but not before telling Lisa one more time that those pieces belonged to my daughter, and I expected her to do the right thing. The car ride home was brutal. Sarah screamed at me for ambushing her family and making her look like a villain. She said I'd deliberately chosen her father's birthday to maximize the humiliation. Emma sat in the back seat crying and asked why we couldn't just be a normal family that didn't fight about everything.
Sarah accused me of caring more about winning than about our marriage or our daughter's emotional well-being. She said I damaged relationships with her family that would take years to
whole family. She said Lisa was devastated and felt attacked. She suggested I needed counseling to deal with my anger issues. But Sarah's dad called too, and he told me privately that he respected what I'd done. He said Sarah should have asked first, and that family heirlooms were serious business. He said he'd try to talk to Lisa, but that she was being stubborn about the whole thing. Emma started asking more questions about why the jewelry was so important to me. I sat her down and told her all the stories my mother had told me about each piece, about how her great-great-grandmother had worn those pearl earrings to her wedding in 1923, about how the gold chain had been a symbol of her great-grandfather's love during the Depression when money was tight. Emma cried when she heard those stories. She said she wished she could have known her grandmother better, and that she understood why I wanted to keep the jewelry in our family. She asked if Lisa would ever give the pieces back, and I honestly didn't know what to tell her. Sarah and I basically stopped talking except about necessary household things. She'd made it clear that she saw my public confrontation as an unforgivable betrayal of her family. I saw her gift of my mother's jewelry as an unforgivable betrayal of my family. We were at a complete impasse. Lisa still has the jewelry. She's posted pictures on social media wearing the necklace to various events, and every time Sarah shows me one of those photos, it feels like she's twisting the knife. Sarah claims she's trying to get Lisa to reconsider, but I don't believe she's actually making any real effort. Some of our mutual friends have heard about what happened through the family gossip network. The responses have been mixed. A few people think I should have handled it privately, and that public confrontation was too harsh. Others think Sarah completely violated my trust and deserved to be called out. Our marriage feels different now. Not just strained, but fundamentally changed. I don't trust Sarah's judgment anymore, and she clearly thinks I'm some kind of unstable person who prioritizes dead people over living ones. We're sleeping in separate rooms most nights, and Emma has started spending more time at friends' houses to avoid the tension. I keep wondering if there was another way to handle this that wouldn't have blown family. After hosting my nephew for the summer, I found out my brother had secretly enrolled him in my son's school, using my address. I'm a 44-year-old father of 2 kids, and I've always been the stable one in my family. My brother Jake is 41 and has never been able to hold down a job for more than 6 months. The guy moves apartments like most people change their sheets. His son Marcus is 12, and he's actually a really good kid. I've been taking him in every summer for the past 4 years, so he and my son could hang out and bond like cousins should. The whole arrangement started when Jake went through his messy divorce. Marcus needed stability, and honestly, I didn't mind having him around. My kids love their cousin, and it gave Jake time to get his act together. Well, that was the plan anyway. 4 years later, and Jake's still bouncing between dead-end jobs and crappy apartments across town. I live in what you'd call a mid-sized city, and we're lucky enough to be in one of the better school districts. Our elementary and middle schools consistently rank in the top 10 statewide. Property values here reflect that too. We pay almost double what Jake pays in rent for his place. But that's the trade-off for good schools and safe neighborhoods. Jake always made a big deal about how grateful he was for me taking Marcus every summer. He'd go on about how I was the responsible one, the guy keeping our family together. Looking back now, I should have paid more attention to some of the weird questions he started asking last summer. Like when we were at the grocery store in July, and he randomly asked about school registration deadlines. Or when he wanted to know if I ever got mail for people who used to live at our address. At the time, I figured he was just making conversation, maybe worried about his own school district or something. Jake's always been scattered, so random questions weren't unusual.
Then there was this one afternoon when Marcus and my son were playing video games, and Jake started asking about the paperwork I had to fill out for school enrollment. He wanted to know about utility bills and lease agreements, stuff like that. I remember thinking it was weird because he'd enrolled Marcus in school before, but I just answered his questions and moved on. The summer went by pretty normally otherwise. Marcus fit right, and my daughter's in third, so between backpacks and lunchboxes and permission slips, mornings are always hectic. It was the second Tuesday of the school year when everything went sideways. I was at work around 11 a.m. when my phone rang with a number I recognized but wasn't expecting. The school's main office. I figured maybe one of my kids was sick or forgot something important. The secretary, Mrs. Patterson, was super polite but confused. She said they needed to discuss some enrollment paperwork for my third child. I told her there must be some mistake because I only have 2 kids enrolled there. She paused for a second and then said she was looking at paperwork for Marcus Thompson and that he was listed as living at my address. My stomach dropped. I actually had to sit down at my desk because suddenly everything clicked into place. All those random questions Jake had been asking over the summer, his weird interest in school enrollment procedures, the way he'd been so grateful and complimentary about me being the stable one. I told Mrs. Patterson I'd be there within the hour and hung up. The drive to the school felt like the longest 20 minutes of my life. I kept trying to convince myself there was some reasonable explanation, but deep down I knew exactly what Jake had done. When I got to the main office, Mrs. Patterson had Marcus's file ready. Sure enough, there was his enrollment paperwork with my home address listed as his primary residence. Jake had signed everything as the parent, but he'd used my address and even included copies of our utility bills as proof of residency. The worst part was realizing how thorough Jake had been. He'd somehow gotten copies of our electric and water bills from July. He must have taken photos when he was at our house, or maybe grabbed them from our recycling. The enrollment form even had my phone number listed as a secondary contact. Mrs. Patterson explained that Marcus had been attending classes for over a week. She said he seemed like a lovely boy and was already making friends. The teacher had mentioned how excited he was about being in the same school as his cousin. I had to sit there and pretend I was just learning about this enrollment mix-up, while my mind raced through all the implications. The school assumed I had approved this whole thing. They thought I was the kind of person who would help my brother commit enrollment. Copies of all the paperwork to review. Walking back to my car with that folder felt surreal. My hands were actually shaking as I sat in the parking lot looking through Jake's handiwork. He'd forged proof of residency, lied about where his son lived, and dragged me into it without asking or even telling me. My phone started buzzing with missed calls from Jake. 3 calls in the 10 minutes I'd been inside the school. Either he'd found out somehow that I'd discovered his scheme, or it was just terrible timing. I drove home instead of going back to work. I needed to process this before talking to anyone. The house felt different somehow, like Jake had violated it just by using our address without permission. I kept thinking about Marcus, who was probably having a great day at his new school, completely unaware that his dad had built his enrollment on a foundation of lies. The more I thought about it, the angrier I got. Jake had put me in an impossible position. If I reported the truth, Marcus would lose his spot at a school he was already settling into. But if I stayed quiet, I'd be complicit in fraud and lying to the school administration, who had trusted me. I sat at my kitchen table staring at that enrollment paperwork for an hour before Jake called again. This time I answered, and his voice was casual, almost cheerful. He asked how my day was going, like nothing had happened, like he hadn't just committed a felony using my identity and address. That's when I knew this conversation wasn't going to go well. I drove straight to Jake's apartment after that phone call.
I didn't even think about it. I was just so angry that I needed to confront him immediately. He was living in this rundown complex about 20 minutes across town, the kind of place where half the parking lot lights are broken, and there's always someone's music playing too loud. When Jake opened the door, he actually smiled at me, like he was genuinely happy to see me. That's what really got me. He wasn't even trying to hide what he'd done. He invited me in like this was just a normal visit, offered me a beer, asked about the kids. I told him we needed to talk about Marcus's school enrollment, and his whole demeanor changed. Talking, I'm thinking about how I could potentially face criminal charges for this. Then Jake hit me with the line that really made me see red. He said I could easily afford any consequences because I had a stable job and savings, and that this was just family helping family. Like my financial security was somehow his to gamble with. I tried to explain about the legal ramifications, about how the school thought I was complicit, about how this could affect my own kids if it came out. Jake just kept dismissing everything I said. He told me I was overthinking it, and that families stick together through stuff like this. The worst part was when he started talking about how he'd researched everything. This wasn't some spur-of-the-moment decision. Jake had spent months planning this. He'd looked up our school district's test scores, checked the enrollment requirements, even driven around our neighborhood to see what other kids walked to school from our area. He admitted he'd been taking pictures of our utility bills since early summer, not just grabbing them randomly, actually planning to use them for the enrollment fraud. He'd even practiced forging the residency affidavit before filling out the real one. I left his apartment feeling like I didn't even know my own brother. The person I'd been helping every summer, the guy I'd trusted with my home and my family, had been systematically planning to drag me into his scheme for months. But Jake wasn't done. Within 24 hours of our confrontation, my phone started ringing with calls from extended family. My aunt called first, and she was not happy with me. She said Jake had explained the situation and that she was disappointed in my reaction. According to my aunt, I was being selfish and unsupportive. She kept talking about how Marcus was such a bright kid who deserved every opportunity, and how I should be proud to help give him a better education. She made it sound like I was the villain for not wanting to commit fraud. Then my grandmother got involved. She's 78 and has always been the family peacekeeper, so when she called to guilt-trip me about family loyalty, I knew Jake had really been working the phones. She said families help each other through difficult times, and that I was being unreasonable about paperwork. My uncle texted me that same evening. The message was short but direct. He said Mom's side somehow got my number. Everyone had an opinion about how I should handle the situation, and not one of them seemed to understand that Jake had committed actual fraud. I barely slept that whole week. Every night I'd lie awake thinking about all the ways this could go wrong. I researched enrollment fraud penalties online and found cases where parents had been fined thousands of dollars, had their kids permanently banned from the district, and even faced criminal charges in extreme cases. But then I'd think about Marcus, who was probably loving his new school. My son came home that week talking about how excited his cousin seemed during lunch, how Marcus had made friends with some kids in his grade. The kid had no idea his enrollment was built on lies. My wife was supportive, but worried about the family fallout. She agreed that Jake had put us in an impossible position, but she also knew how close our kids were to Marcus. She was concerned about how this would affect the whole family dynamic, especially during holidays. The school made things worse by calling to request additional documentation. They needed updated utility bills and wanted me to fill out some supplementary forms since Marcus was listed under my household. Each conversation with the office made me feel more complicit in Jake's deception. Mrs. Patterson mentioned how well Marcus was adjusting and how grateful she was that families like ours were so supportive of children's education. The irony was killing me. She was praising me for something I hadn't even agreed to do.
Jake showed up at my house unannounced on Thursday evening that week. He was angry that I hadn't fixed the paperwork situation yet, and he demanded to know what was taking so long. He said he'd told Marcus that everything was settled and that he didn't want to disappoint his son. That's when Jake really showed his true colors. He started making threats about family unity and loyalty. He said if I didn't cooperate, it would split the family apart, and everyone would know I was the one who chose rules over helping a kid get a better education. He also tried a different manipulation tactic. Jake started talking about how he'd always looked up to me as the successful brother, and how he'd thought he could count on me when it really mattered. He made it sound like helping him commit fraud was somehow a measure of our relationship. The conversation got heated when I brought up the legal consequence promise. The pressure from every direction was intense. Family members calling daily, Jake showing up to pressure me, the school asking for more documentation, and my own guilt about potentially hurting Marcus's chances at a better education. I started having conversations with my own kids about honesty during that time. My son asked me why grown-ups sometimes bend rules, and I realized I was facing a moment where my actions would teach him something important about integrity. That's when I knew I couldn't keep living with the deception. The final straw came when the school district sent a letter requesting a home visit to verify Marcus's residency. They wanted to confirm that he actually lived at our address full-time. I realized that Jake's scheme was about to unravel anyway, and I'd rather control how it happened than let it explode on its own terms. The decision came to me on a Friday night when I was helping my son with his homework. He was working on a project about honesty and integrity, and he asked me what I would do if someone lied to help me get something I wanted. The irony wasn't lost on me. Here I was, potentially about to become complicit in a lie that would benefit my nephew, and my own kid was asking me about the importance of telling the truth. I realized I couldn't look my children in the eye and teach them about honesty while actively participating in fraud. More than that, Marcus was learning that deception was acceptable when it got you what you wanted. That wasn't a lesson I could live with teaching him, even indirectly. My wife and I talked it through one more time that weekend. She was worried about the family fallout, but she agreed that we couldn't keep living with this deception hanging over us. The school district's letter about the home visit had made it clear that the truth was going to come out anyway. Better to control the narrative than let it explode in our faces. Monday morning, I called the school and asked to meet with the principal instead of just talking to the office staff. I figured this conversation needed to happen with someone who had the authority to handle the situation properly. Principal Martinez was available that afternoon, so I took a long lunch break and drove over. I told him everything. How Jake had used my address without my knowledge or consent. How he'd obtained copies of our utility bills during his summer stay. How I'd only found and wouldn't make any public announcements about the situation. Marcus would just transfer out like any other student whose family had moved. The hardest part was telling Marcus what was happening. I drove to Jake's apartment that evening to have the conversation in person. Marcus was so confused when I explained that there had been a mistake with his school enrollment and that he'd need to start at a different school the next week. The kid kept asking if he'd done something wrong, if he was in trouble. I tried to explain it in terms he could understand, that his dad had made an error in the paperwork and that sometimes these things happen. I didn't want to throw Jake under the bus to his own son, but I also couldn't let Marcus think he was at fault. Marcus was disappointed, obviously. He'd made friends, he liked his teachers, and he was excited about some after-school programs. But he took it better than I expected. Kids are more resilient than adults give them credit for sometimes. Jake's reaction was nuclear. When the school contacted him about the transfer, he called me screaming. He accused me of ruining his son's future over paperwork and bureaucracy. He said I'd chosen rules over family, and that Marcus would suffer because of my selfishness. The family explosion that followed was exactly what I'd expected, but somehow worse than I'd prepared for. Jake had been working the phones before I even got home from the school meeting. My aunt called that evening to tell me I was a disgrace to the family name. She said I'd destroyed a child's chance at a better education because I was too worried about getting in trouble. My grandmother was heartbroken, or at least that's how she presented it. She talked about how disappointed she was that I couldn't find it in my heart to help my nephew. She brought up every favor Jake had ever done for me, every time he'd helped with family events or been there for holidays. The extended family picked sides pretty quickly. My uncle stopped talking to me entirely. A couple of cousins unfriended me on social media. Jake made sure everyone knew that I was the reason Marcus had to leave his new school, and he painted me as the villain who cared more about rules than family. But not everyone bought Jake's version of events. My older cousin Sarah called me a few days later to say she thought I'd done the right thing. She said Jake's school system, like it was something to be proud of. When the truth came out, people realized how serious the fraud actually was. The school administration handled everything professionally. Principal Martinez actually thanked me for coming forward and said it showed integrity. He mentioned that they'd had problems with residency fraud in the past and that parents who reported violations helped maintain the fairness of the enrollment system. Marcus started at his new school the following Monday. From what I heard through family gossip, he adjusted okay. His new teacher was apparently really nice, and he made friends pretty quickly. Kids are adaptable that way. Jake moved again within a month of the whole situation. He claimed it was for a new job, but I suspect he was embarrassed about the school fraud becoming public knowledge in his apartment complex. He'd always been the type to run away when things got complicated, rather than face the consequences. The family dynamics stayed weird for months. Thanksgiving was awkward that year because Jake didn't show up, and everyone knew why. Christmas was even worse because my grandmother kept making pointed comments about family forgiveness and second chances. But slowly, things started to normalize. Some relatives who'd initially been angry with me began to come around. My cousin mentioned that she'd heard Jake was actually doing better in his new place, that maybe the wake-up call had helped him focus on getting his life together. My own kids asked me about the situation a few times. I tried to explain it in age-appropriate terms about the importance of honesty and following rules, even when it's difficult. My son seemed to understand that sometimes doing the right thing means disappointing people you care about. The weirdest part was how some family members quietly thanked me for what I'd done. My uncle's wife pulled me aside at a family gathering months later and said she was glad someone had finally held Jake accountable. She said watching him manipulate family members for years had been frustrating for people who couldn't speak up. Even my grandmother eventually admitted that I'd been in an impossible situation. She said she understood why I couldn't go along with Jake's plan, even though she wished there had been another way to handle it. Jake and I barely speak now. We're polite at the few family events where we both show up, but the trust is completely gone. To conflict, but Jake forced me to choose between them. Some family members think I made the wrong choice, prioritizing rules over helping a child. Others think I did the right thing by refusing to enable fraud. Now I keep asking myself whether I was wrong for exposing my brother's lie to the school, even though it meant hurting my nephew's chances at a better education. Half my family thinks I'm a hero for standing up for what's right, and the other half thinks I'm a selfish person who prioritized rules over family. I still don't know which one is true, and I'm not sure I ever will. Right before my daughter's wedding, I discovered my ex-wife had written me out of the ceremony. I'm a 55-year-old construction foreman who spent the last 20 years busting my ass to stay in my daughter Emma's life after her mother Sarah and I divorced when Emma was 8. Sarah remarried 5 years ago to this guy Marcus, 48, who works in finance and has never had kids of his own. The guy drives a BMW and wears suits to Emma's college graduation, while I'm there in khakis and a polo shirt with sawdust still under my fingernails from the job site. Look, I'm not going to pretend the divorce was pretty. Sarah and I fought about everything back then. Money, my long hours, her constantly nagging me about not being present enough. But once the papers were signed, I made a promise to myself that Emma would never suffer for our mistakes. I worked double shifts, picked up weekend jobs, did whatever it took to make sure I could pay my child support on time and still have money left over for the extras. When Emma wanted to take piano lessons, I paid for them. When she needed a car for her senior year, I bought her a decent used Honda. When she got into state university, I covered her tuition so she wouldn't have student loans hanging over her head. The whole time, Sarah and I barely spoke unless it was about Emma. We'd exchange maybe 10 words at school events, just enough to coordinate who was picking her up or dropping her off. I figured that was fine. We were adults. We could be civil for our kids' sake. Marcus seemed okay too, never tried to overstep or act like he was Emma's real dad. At least that's what I thought. When Emma got engaged to her boyfriend Tyler last year, I was over the moon. She called me at work to tell me the news, and I actually had to step away from the crew because I got choked up. My little girl was getting married. She asked if I'd walk her down the aisle, and I told her it would be the honor of my life. We talked about it a few more times over the months. She'd joke about not tripping in her dress, and I'd joke about not crying like a baby in front of everyone. The wedding planning process was weird, though. Every time I tried to get involved or ask about details, Emma would say her mom was handling everything. I figured that
Else they needed help with, Emma would kind of brush it off and change the subject. The strange thing was how much Marcus kept coming up in conversations. Emma would mention that Marcus helped her look at venues, or Marcus knew a good florist, or Marcus had opinions about the band. I tried not to read too much into it. The guy lived with Sarah, so of course he'd be involved. But it started to feel like every wedding-related story Emma told me had Marcus in it somewhere. Sarah never acknowledged the money I contributed. Not a thank you, not even a nod when I saw her at Emma's graduation party. She'd talk to other relatives about the wedding plans, but would stop mid-sentence if I walked up. I started to feel like I was being deliberately kept out of the loop, but I didn't want to make waves. This was Emma's day, not mine. A week before the wedding, I drove to the venue to help set up decorations. Emma had mentioned they needed extra hands to move tables and hang lights, and manual labor is something I actually know how to do. I got there early, around 7 in the morning, and the place was mostly empty except for a few vendors setting up. I was carrying folding chairs from the storage room when I noticed a stack of wedding programs on one of the tables. The printer must have delivered them the night before. I figured I'd take a quick look. I'd never seen one before, and I was curious to see how they'd turned out. I picked one up and started reading. The cover was nice, simple, and elegant, with Emma and Tyler's names. I flipped it open to see the ceremony details, expecting to see my name listed as the father of the bride. That's standard, right? I'd been to plenty of weddings over the years. My name wasn't there. I read through the whole thing twice, thinking I missed it somehow. There was a section for the wedding party, a section acknowledging the parents, even a little note thanking people who contributed to making the day special. My name was nowhere to be found. Not as Emma's father, not as someone who helped pay for the damn thing. Nowhere. Instead, there was a paragraph that made my blood run cold. Under a section titled Special Thanks, it said, Emma would like to acknowledge Marcus Thompson, the man who stepped up to raise her when she needed a father figure. Payment. 20 years of showing up to every school play and soccer game and graduation I could make it to, and I'd been written out of my own daughter's wedding like I never existed. The guy who married her mother 5 years ago was getting credit for raising her, while the guy who actually raised her for the first 13 years of her life was invisible. I stood there holding that program,
and for a minute I thought I might actually pass out. All those double shifts, all those weekends I spent working instead of relaxing, all the money I scraped together to make sure Emma had everything she needed. And this is what I got for it. Erased. Replaced by a guy in a suit who showed up when the hard part was already over. The worst part was realizing this wasn't some oversight or miscommunication. You don't accidentally write a paragraph thanking someone for raising your daughter. This was intentional. This was planned. Sarah and Emma had sat down and decided that Marcus deserved the recognition, and I deserved nothing. I put the program back on the stack and walked out to my truck. I sat in the parking lot for probably 20 minutes, trying to figure out what the hell I was supposed to do with this information. The wedding was in 6 days. I had already bought a new suit, already arranged to take time off work, already been looking forward to walking my daughter down the aisle like we'd talked about. Now I was wondering if I was even welcome at my own daughter's wedding. I drove straight to Emma's apartment after leaving the venue. My hands were still shaking, and I probably shouldn't have been behind the wheel. But I needed answers. I needed to understand how my own daughter could erase me from the most important day of her life. Emma opened the door in her pajamas, coffee mug in hand, looking surprised to see me. She invited me in, but I could tell something was off immediately. She wouldn't make eye contact, kept fidgeting with her engagement ring, doing that thing she used to do as a kid when she knew she was in trouble. I pulled the wedding program out of my jacket and set it on her kitchen table. Asked her if she'd seen it yet. She glanced at it and then looked away. And that's when I knew for sure this wasn't some mistake. She knew exactly what was in there. Emma started explaining that her mom had handled all the program details, was the one who helped her navigate high school drama and college applications. She said he was there for the day-to-day stuff while I was always working. She said it like it was my fault, like I had a choice about working 70-hour weeks to keep up with child support and still have money left over for her extracurriculars. I reminded her that I worked those hours for her, that every overtime shift I picked up was so she could have piano lessons and a car and college tuition without student loans. But Emma just shrugged and said that Marcus was there for the emotional stuff, the important conversations, the moments that actually mattered. That hit me like a punch to the gut. All those years I thought I was being a good father by providing for her, and apparently what she needed was someone to talk to about boys and college stress. Someone who wasn't exhausted from 10 hours on a construction site. Then I asked about walking her down the aisle. We'd talked about it so many times over the years, and I'd been looking forward to it since she was 8 years old, and said she wanted me to give her away someday. Emma's face went completely red, and she wouldn't answer at first. Finally, she told me Marcus was going to do it. Said it just made more sense because he'd been more involved in her life lately. Said she hoped I'd understand and wouldn't make a big deal about it. I asked her when she was planning to tell me about this. The wedding was in 6 days, and I was finding out by accident. Emma said she'd been meaning to bring it up, but she didn't want to hurt my feelings. Didn't want to hurt my feelings. Like finding out from a wedding program wasn't going to hurt worse. She kept saying she didn't want any drama at the wedding, that she just wanted one perfect day without any tension or awkwardness. She said if I really loved her, I'd be supportive and just enjoy watching her get married. She made it sound like I was being selfish for wanting to be acknowledged as her father. I left Emma's apartment feeling completely hollow. Drove around town for 2 hours trying to process what had just happened. My daughter had essentially told me that the guy who'd been in her life for 5 years was more important than the guy who'd been there since birth. That providing for her financially meant nothing compared to being available for heart-to-heart wedding as a guest or not attend at all. But I needed to respect Emma's decision about who was walking her down the aisle. I asked Sarah if she thought it was fair to completely write me out of the program after everything I'd contributed. She said life wasn't about money. It was about being present. and Marcus had been present while I was chasing overtime pay. Then she hung up on me. I called my brother Jake that night, needing to talk to someone who knew the whole story. Jake listened to everything, and then told me I should just swallow my pride for one day. He said weddings make everyone crazy, and this would blow over after Emma was married. He said if I caused problems at the wedding, I'd regret it for the rest of my life. But when I called my sister Lisa, she had the complete opposite reaction. She was furious on my behalf, said Sarah was rewriting history and Emma was being manipulated. Lisa said I should fight for my rightful place as father of the bride, that I'd spent 20 years earning that honor, and shouldn't let some Johnny-come-lately take it away from me. The next few days were torture. I kept going back and forth between anger and guilt. Part of me was mad as hell that my daughter could treat me like this after everything I'd sacrificed for her. But another part of me wondered if Emma was right, if I had missed too much of her life by working so much. Maybe Marcus really had been more of a father to her, in the ways that actually mattered. I thought about all the soccer games I missed because I was working Saturday overtime, all the school plays I had to skip because I couldn't leave the job site, all the times Emma called me upset about something, and I was too tired to really listen, too focused on getting enough sleep before the next 12-hour shift. Marcus never had to worry about child support payments or keeping the lights on. He married Sarah when Emma was already 13, past the hardest parts of parenting. He got to be the fun stepfather who helped with homework and gave advice about boys, while I was the guy who paid the bills and enforced the rules during my every other weekend custody time. I started to understand why Emma might see Marcus as more of a father figure, but understanding it didn't make it hurt any less. I'd given up weekends and evenings and holidays to make sure Emma mean missing one of the most important moments of my daughter's life. But going along with everything felt like accepting that I didn't matter, that 20 years of sacrifice counted for nothing. The morning of the wedding arrived, and I still didn't know what I was going to do. I put on my best suit, the one I'd bought specifically for this day, and drove to the church. I sat in my truck in the parking lot, watching other guests arrive, trying to decide if I was going to walk through those doors or drive home. That's when I realized there was a fourth option, something I hadn't considered before. I could attend the wedding without making a scene, but I didn't have to pretend everything was fine either. I could let people see the truth without having to announce it from the rooftops. I got out of the truck and walked into that church, knowing exactly what I was going to do. I walked into that church and headed straight for the back row. Not the third or fourth row where family usually sits, but the very last pew in the corner, where late arrivals and distant relatives end up. I wanted to be as far from the action as possible, while still being present for my daughter's wedding. People kept looking at me funny as they filed in. Emma's grandmother on my side, my sister Lisa, my cousin Jim. They all expected to see me up front with the other parents. Lisa actually walked back and asked why I was sitting so far away. I just told her, this is where I was supposed to be today. She looked confused, but didn't push it. My Aunt Mary came over and said there had to be some mistake, that surely I should be sitting with Sarah's family in the reserved section. I told her there was no mistake. This was exactly where Emma wanted her father to sit. The look on Mary's face told me she was starting to put the pieces together. When the ceremony started, I watched Marcus walk Sarah down to the front row, where the mother of the bride was supposed to sit. Then he took his place next to the officiant, adjusting his tie and looking proud as hell. The guy was practically glowing, like this was the moment he'd been waiting for his whole life. Emma looked beautiful walking down that aisle. I'm not going to lie, seeing her in that dress, seeing how happy she was my choice, and I was sticking with it.
After the ceremony, during the cocktail hour, that's when things got interesting. My cousin Jim came straight up to me and asked what the hell was going on. Why wasn't I involved in the ceremony? Why was Marcus doing everything? I didn't make a big speech or cause a scene. I just told him the truth, plain and simple. I said Emma chose to have Marcus walk her down the aisle instead of me. I said my name wasn't in the wedding program anywhere, but Marcus was thanked for being the man who raised her. Jim asked to see the program, so I showed him. He read it twice and his face went white. Word spread fast after that. Jim told his wife, who told my Aunt Mary, who told my other cousins. Within an hour, half the family knew what was going on. They were all looking at the programs, reading that paragraph about Marcus stepping up to raise Emma, realizing that I'd been completely erased from my own daughter's wedding. My mother confronted Sarah during the cocktail hour. I didn't see it happen, but Lisa told me about it later. Apparently, Mom asked Sarah directly why her son wasn't acknowledged anywhere in the wedding materials. Sarah got defensive and said it was Emma's decision, that Marcus had been more of a father to Emma in recent years. Mom told her that was the biggest load of garbage she'd ever heard. The thing is, I never badmouthed anyone. When people asked me what happened, I just stated the facts. Emma chose Marcus to walk her down the aisle. The program thanks Marcus for raising her. I contributed financially to the wedding, but wasn't acknowledged. I never said Sarah was wrong, or Emma was ungrateful, or Marcus was overstepping. I just told people what actually happened and let them draw their own conclusions. But people aren't stupid. They could see what was going on. Here's a guy who worked his ass off for 20 years to support his daughter, who paid for a big chunk of this wedding, sitting in the back row like a stranger, while the stepfather gets all the glory. The optics were terrible, and Sarah and Marcus started to realize it. I noticed Marcus looking uncomfortable as the evening went on. People weren't congratulating him on the ceremony anymore. They were giving him weird looks. They couldn't believe what Sarah and Emma had done to me. I stayed for the whole reception, ate my dinner, had a beer, even chatted with some relatives about normal stuff like work and the weather. I wasn't sulking or making dramatic gestures. I was just present, letting people see with their own eyes how I'd been treated. The worst part was watching Emma realize that her perfect plan had backfired. She thought she could quietly give Marcus my role and nobody would notice or care. But families notice everything, and when you disrespect someone that blatantly, people talk. By the end of the night, everyone knew exactly what had happened. 3 weeks later, Emma still hasn't spoken to me. She sent exactly one text message the day after the wedding. It said she couldn't believe I had tried to ruin her wedding day by telling everyone what happened. Like it was my fault that people asked questions when they saw the father of the bride sitting in the back row. Sarah blocked my number completely. I found that out when I tried to call Emma and got a message saying the number was no longer in service. Turns out Sarah had convinced Emma to change her phone number so I couldn't contact her. The family is split down the middle about how I handled things. My brother Jake thinks I should have just kept my mouth shut and preserved the peace. He says I was being petty and vindictive, that I should have been the bigger person and let Emma have her perfect day, even if it meant swallowing my pride. But my sister Lisa says I handled it with more class than Sarah and Emma deserved. She thinks I had every right to tell people the truth when they asked direct questions. Lisa says if they wanted to keep their plan secret, they shouldn't have made it so obvious by sticking me in the back row. My Aunt Mary has been calling other relatives, telling them the whole story. She's furious on my behalf
and thinks Emma was completely out of line. But some of my other relatives think I should have just gone along with whatever Emma wanted, that it was her wedding day and her choice to make. The thing that keeps me up at night is wondering if I made the right call. Part of me thinks I should have caused a bigger scene, should have demanded. Can do is live with the consequences of the choices I made, both as a father and at that wedding. Right now, I don't know if Emma and I will ever have a relationship again. She's made it clear that she thinks I ruined her wedding by not playing along with her plan to erase me. I think she ruined our relationship by trying to erase me in the first place. Neither one of us seems willing to back down, and I'm starting to wonder if this is just how our story ends. Not until I checked the security cameras did I realize my cousin was stealing from my elderly father. I'm 48 years old and moved back into my childhood home 6 months ago to take care of my dad, who's 82 and has been struggling since Mom passed 2 years ago. It wasn't really a choice. Dad was forgetting to eat, leaving the stove on, and I'd get calls from neighbors worried about him wandering around the yard at 2 a.m. in his pajamas. My siblings live across the country and have their own problems, so it fell on me. The thing is, I work 12-hour shifts at the chemical plant, sometimes longer when we're behind on production. Leaving Dad alone for that long felt wrong, especially after he fell in the bathroom and couldn't get up for 3 hours. That's when I thought of my cousin Mark. Mark is 35 and has been going through what you'd call a rough patch, though that's probably putting it nicely. He lost his job at the auto shop 8 months ago. His wife Sarah left him and took the kids, and he's been bouncing between friends' couches and cheap motels ever since. The family has always looked out for each other, and Mark used to be a good kid before life knocked him around. I figured this could help both of them. Dad would have company during the day, and Mark could earn a little cash while getting back on his feet. When I first suggested it, Dad was hesitant. He's always been independent and didn't like the idea of needing a babysitter. But Mark has a way with people, always has. He showed up that first day with groceries and helped Dad organize his pill bottles, and by the end of the week, Dad was actually looking forward to his visits. Mark would bring coffee from the diner down the street, help with small repairs around the house, and most importantly, he'd listen to Dad's stories about Korea and his 40 years at the steel mill. For about a month, everything seemed perfect. Dad was eating regular meals again, the house stayed cleaner, and I could focus on work without constantly worrying. Mark even helped Dad sort through some of Mom's things in the attic, something Dad had been avoiding since she died. I was paying Mark $50 a day, which wasn't much, but he seemed grateful for it, and Dad genuinely enjoyed having him around. About $40 was missing. When I asked if he remembered spending it, he got that distant look he sometimes gets and said he probably just forgot. Dad's memory isn't what it used to be, so I didn't think much of it at first. A few days later, he was searching through Mom's jewelry box, looking upset. He couldn't find her pearl earrings, the ones he'd given her for their 30th anniversary. Again, he insisted he must have moved them somewhere and forgotten. I helped him look through the house, but we never found them. Dad seemed more confused than upset, which worried me more than anger would have. Then last week, I noticed his bronze star wasn't in its usual spot on his desk. The frame was there, but the metal was gone. When I asked Dad about it, he got agitated and said maybe he'd put it somewhere safe. But I could see in his eyes that he knew something wasn't right. That's when my gut started telling me this wasn't about Dad's memory. I'd installed security cameras around the house 6 months ago, mainly for Dad's safety after the bathroom incident. There's one in the living room, one in the hallway, and one that covers the study where Dad keeps his important things. I've been meaning to check the footage regularly, but between work and everything else, I'd gotten lazy about it. Something told me to look at last Tuesday's footage, the day Dad first mentioned the missing money.
I waited until Dad was asleep and pulled up the recordings on my laptop in the kitchen. The first few hours showed the normal routine. Dad watching his morning shows, Mark arriving with coffee and groceries, both of them sitting at the kitchen table talking. Around noon, Dad went to his bedroom for his usual nap. That's when I saw something that made my stomach drop. Mark waited about 10 minutes, then walked into the study. He looked around first, like he was checking to make sure Dad was really asleep, then went straight to the desk. The camera angle was perfect. I could see everything. Mark opened the desk drawers one by one, rifling through papers and small items. He found Dad's wallet and pulled out what looked like two 20s, folding them and putting them in his pocket. Then he went to the frame on the desk and carefully removed the bronze star, holding it up to examine it before slipping it into his jacket pocket. I felt
Careful he was about it. He'd take just enough to notice, but not enough to cause immediate alarm. And he'd move things around to make it look like normal misplacement. By the time I finished going through a week's worth of footage, I'd seen Mark steal at least $200 in cash, Mom's earrings and matching bracelet, Dad's bronze star, and several other small items. The man who was supposed to be protecting my father was systematically robbing him while he slept. I sat in that kitchen until 3 a.m., staring at my laptop screen and trying to figure out what to do next. Part of me wanted to march into Mark's motel room right then and confront him, but I knew I needed to think this through. Dad trusted Mark, and more than that, Dad was finally happy having someone around during the day. If I handled this wrong, I could destroy that relationship and hurt Dad even more. But I couldn't let Mark continue stealing from him either. These weren't just objects. They were pieces of Dad's life, Mom's memory, his service to the country. The Bronze Star alone represented months of combat in Korea, watching friends die, and coming home to build a life with Mom. To Mark, it was probably just something he could pawn for $50. The hardest part was knowing I'd have to tell Dad what I'd discovered. He'd been so happy lately, talking about how nice it was to have Mark visit, how much he reminded him of my uncle when they were younger. Dad had even mentioned wanting to help Mark get back on his feet, maybe helping him find a job or get his own place. Learning that Mark was betraying that trust would break Dad's heart, but I couldn't see any way around it. I finally went to bed around 4 a.m., but I didn't sleep much. I kept seeing that footage in my head. Mark's casual movements as he went through Dad's things, the careful way he'd close drawers and replace items to cover his tracks. The worst part was remembering Dad's face when he couldn't find his bronze star. That confused and hurt expression of someone who knew something was wrong, but couldn't quite grasp what. When morning came, I called in sick to work for the first time in 2 years. Had not to grab him by the throat right there. Instead, I told him I needed to run some errands and would be back later. I couldn't stand to watch him pretend to care about Dad while planning his next theft. I drove around town for 2 hours, going over different scenarios in my head. I could confront Mark directly and demand everything back. I could tell the whole family what was happening and let them deal with it. I could call the police immediately and have him arrested. Every option seemed to lead to Dad getting hurt somehow. When I got back home, Mark was gone, and Dad was napping in his chair. I immediately checked the security footage from that morning on my phone. Sure enough, while I was out and Dad was dozing, Mark had gone through the study again. This time he took what looked like a small antique clock that had belonged to my grandfather and another 20 from Dad's wallet. That evening, after Dad went to bed, I sat him down and showed him the footage. I started gently, explaining that I'd been checking the security cameras and noticed some things he should see.
Dad put on his reading glasses and watched the screen as Mark went through his desk and took his bronze star. The look on Dad's face broke my heart. It wasn't anger or surprise. It was pure disappointment. He watched the entire clip without saying a word, then asked me to show him more. We sat there for an hour going through different days, and Dad saw Mark take his money, Mom's jewelry, and his other belongings. When it was over, Dad just sat back in his chair and stared at the blank laptop screen. He didn't want to believe it at first. He kept saying, maybe Mark was just borrowing things and planned to return them, or maybe there was some explanation we weren't seeing. But as the evidence piled up, even Dad couldn't deny what was happening. The worst part was when he started blaming himself, saying he should have been more careful, should have noticed sooner. I told Dad I was going to confront Mark and get everything back. Dad begged me not to make a big deal out of it, not to involve the rest of the family. He kept saying Mark was going through a hard time and maybe we could work something out quietly. The idea of causing what he called a family war seemed to terrify him more.
Dad was, knowing what I knew, made my blood boil. When he finally stopped talking, I told him I knew he'd been stealing from my father. His reaction told me everything. He didn't act confused or ask what I was talking about. His face went pale, and he immediately started making excuses. He said Dad had been giving him things, that it was all a misunderstanding. When I told him I had video evidence, he got defensive and claimed I was trying to frame him because I'd never liked him. I pulled out my phone and showed him the footage of him taking the bronze star. Mark watched it with this sick expression on his face, then tried to claim he was just examining it and planned to put it back. I showed him more clips, him going through drawers, taking money, pocketing jewelry. Each piece of evidence made his story fall apart a little more. Finally, he stopped denying it, but started making different excuses. He said he was desperate, that he had nowhere else to turn, that he was only taking things Dad wouldn't miss. He claimed he was planning to pay everything back once he got back on his feet. The whole time, he kept emphasizing how much Dad loved having him around, like that justified everything. I gave him one chance to make this right. I told him he had 24 hours to return everything he'd stolen, every piece of jewelry, every dollar, every medal and memento. If he did that, I wouldn't involve the police or tell the rest of the family what had happened. Dad would be hurt, but at least we could handle it quietly. Mark promised he'd return everything, but when I pressed him for details, his story kept changing. He claimed some items were at his motel room, others were at a friend's house for safekeeping, and some had been sold, but he could buy them back. The way he avoided eye contact when talking about Mom's jewelry told me he'd probably already pawned it. I gave him my phone number and told him to call me when he had everything together. That was on a Wednesday. By Friday, I still hadn't heard from him. When I called his phone, it went straight to voicemail. I drove to the motel where he'd been staying, but the clerk told me he'd checked out 2 days earlier without leaving a forwarding address. That weekend, Mark showed him to get out and never come back. Mark turned to Dad and started pleading with him, saying I was being cruel and didn't understand his situation. Dad just sat in his chair, looking miserable, caught between wanting to help Mark and knowing what he'd done was wrong. Mark finally left, but not before threatening to tell everyone in the family that I was being vindictive and trying to turn them against him. He said he'd make sure everyone knew I was keeping Dad isolated and paranoid. As he walked out, he shouted that Dad would be lonely and miserable without him, which was probably the cruelest thing he could have said. After Mark left, Dad and I sat in silence for a long time. Dad looked exhausted and defeated. He kept saying, maybe we should have handled things differently.
maybe Mark would have returned everything eventually. But I knew Mark had no intention of giving anything back. He'd had his chance to do the right thing, and instead tried to manipulate and threaten us. That night, I made the hardest decision I've ever had to make. I called the police and filed a report for theft. I had hours of video evidence, and I knew exactly which items had been stolen and when. The officer who took my statement said it was one of the clearest cases of elder abuse he'd seen. Dad didn't try to stop me from calling the police, but I could see it was killing him inside. He kept talking about how this was going to destroy the family, how everyone would take sides, how Mark's kids would suffer if their father went to jail. I understood his concerns, but I couldn't let Mark get away with what he'd done. And more importantly, I couldn't risk him doing this to someone else's elderly parent. The police arrested Mark the next morning at his new motel. By that afternoon, word had spread through our entire extended family. My phone started ringing with relatives wanting to know what had happened, and the reactions were exactly what I'd feared they would be. The phone calls started within hours of Mark's arrest. My Uncle Dave called first, Mark's father, screaming at me about how I'd destroyed his son's life over a few missing trinkets. He said I was heartless for calling the police on family, especially when Mark was already down and struggling on his feet, which meant her kids would continue to suffer. I understood her frustration, but I wasn't about to let Mark steal from my father so he could maybe pay some bills. Within a week, the family had completely split down the middle. Uncle Dave convinced several relatives that I was being vindictive and cruel. They believed Mark's story that Dad had been giving him things willingly, and that I was just looking for an excuse to cut Mark out of Dad's life. Some of them started avoiding Dad entirely, which hurt him more than the theft ever did. On the other side, my cousins Jenny and Mike supported my decision completely. Jenny said she'd had her own suspicions about Mark after he'd asked to borrow money from several family members in recent months. Mike pointed out that if Mark was willing to steal from his own elderly uncle, he'd probably steal from any of us given the chance. The legal process moved faster than I expected. The police had recovered some of the stolen items from the pawn shops where Mark had sold them, including Mom's pearl earrings and the antique clock. But Dad's bronze star was gone. Mark had sold it to a private collector, and the police said it would be nearly impossible to track down. That particular loss hit Dad harder than anything else. Mark initially pleaded not guilty and claimed everything had been a misunderstanding. His lawyer tried to argue that Dad had early-stage dementia and didn't really know what he was giving away. That strategy backfired when the prosecutor showed the security footage in court. You could clearly see Mark waiting for Dad to fall asleep before stealing, and there was no mistaking his secretive behavior. Eventually, Mark changed his plea to guilty in exchange for a reduced sentence. He got 6 months in county jail and was ordered to pay restitution for the items that couldn't be recovered. The judge also issued a restraining order, preventing Mark from contacting Dad or coming within 500 feet of our house. Dad attended the sentencing hearing, despite my suggestions that he stay home. Watching Mark get led away in handcuffs broke something inside him. Dad had always been the type to see the good in people, and Mark's betrayal shook his faith in ways I'm not sure he ever recovered from. The financial restitution was mostly meaningless. Mark had no job, no assets, and no realistic one that is the liver, as the Trickett was loving in motions. The family gatherings we used to have every few months became impossible. Uncle Dave refused to attend anything I was invited to, and several other relatives took his side. Dad's 83rd birthday party had 8 people instead of the usual 25. Christmas was even worse. We ended up having 2 separate celebrations, one for each side of the family feud. Dad took the family split harder than anyone. He kept saying it was his fault for trusting Mark, his fault for not noticing the theft sooner. his fault for causing everyone to fight. I tried to convince him that Mark was the only one to blame, but Dad had always been someone who took responsibility for everything that happened around him. The isolation was the worst part. Dad had always been social, someone who loved having people over and hearing family news. After the Mark situation, relatives who used to visit regularly started staying away. Some were embarrassed about what had happened. Others were angry about the family drama, and a few seemed to blame Dad for letting himself be taken advantage of. I tried to fill the gap by spending more time with Dad, but I couldn't replace an entire extended family. I hired a professional caregiver to stay with him during my work shifts, but Dad never warmed up to her the way he had with Mark. He was polite but distant, and I could tell he was always waiting for the other shoe to drop. Mark served 4 months of his 6-month sentence and was released early for good behavior. The day he got out, I got calls from 3 different relatives telling me he was back in town and looking for work. Uncle Dave wanted me to consider dropping the restraining order so Mark could apologize to Dad in person. I refused, and that decision caused another round of family arguments. A few months after Mark's release, I heard through the family grapevine that he'd been arrested again for shoplifting. Then there was a DUI charge, and last I heard, he was living in a halfway house 3 counties over. The relatives who had defended him so passionately seemed to lose interest in his situation pretty quickly once it became clear this wasn't just a one-time mistake. Dad's health started declining about 6 months after the whole incident. His doctor said it was probably just the normal progression of aging, but I think the stress and isolation took their toll.
Was still speaking to each other. He'd point out relatives who no longer called or visited, and I could see him trying to figure out where everything went wrong. In his mind, it all traced back to that day I showed him the security footage. I kept the cameras running after Mark's arrest, but Dad never really felt secure again. He'd check his wallet multiple times a day and would get upset if he couldn't immediately find something he was looking for. The trust he'd always had in people was gone, replaced by a constant worry that someone might be taking advantage of him. The few family members who still visited would sometimes suggest that maybe I'd overreacted, that maybe there had been a better way to handle the situation. They'd point out how lonely Dad had become, how the family had been torn apart, how Mark's kids were now growing up without their father around. These comments always made me second-guess myself, wondering if I'd made the wrong choice. But then I'd remember watching that security footage, seeing Mark carefully pocket Dad's bronze star, while Dad slept trustingly in the next room. I'd think about all the other elderly people Mark might have targeted if he hadn't faced consequences for his actions. And I'd remind myself that protecting Dad from being robbed was the right thing to do, even if everything that followed was painful. Now, 2 years later, Dad's health has declined to the point where he needs full-time care. The family is still split, with some relatives visiting regularly and others who haven't spoken to us since Mark's arrest. Dad sometimes asks about Mark, wondering how he's doing, whether he's found work, if his kids are okay. Despite everything that happened, Dad still worries about him. I still wonder sometimes if I handled everything wrong. Maybe there was a way to stop the theft without destroying so many relationships. Maybe I should have tried harder to work things out privately before involving the police. Maybe the family could have stayed together if I'd been willing to let some things slide. The stolen items can be replaced, but the trust and relationships that were broken might never heal. At my retirement party, my son publicly announced he was selling the business I built without my permission. I'm a 63-year-old guy who spent the last 35 years building Hartwell Auto Repair from nothing. Started it in 1988 with a small loan and more determination than sense. My son Mike is 34 and has been working at the shop for 12 years now. He's married with 2 kids, and I always figured he'd take over someday. My daughter Sarah is 29, works as a nurse about 2 hours away. She's married too, but never showed interest in the auto business, which was fine by me. My wife Linda has been with me through this whole journey,
supporting the business even when money was tight in the early days. The shop employs 6 mechanics and 2 office staff. We've built up a solid reputation in town over the decades. People trust us, bring their cars to us generation after generation. It's not some massive operation, but it's profitable and respected. I always planned to hand it over to my kids when the time came, especially Mike, since he'd been learning the business and seemed to care about it. The thing is, Mike had been acting weird for weeks leading up to my retirement party, taking phone calls outside, being evasive when I asked about certain repair jobs or customer interactions. He kept pushing for what he called modernization and complained about our old ways of doing things. I figured it was just him wanting more responsibility, maybe some new equipment or updated software systems. Normal stuff for a guy his age who's been working under his dad's shadow. He'd been making comments about big changes coming to some of our regular customers. Mrs. Peterson mentioned it to me when she brought her Honda in for an oil change. Said Mike told her there would be exciting developments soon. I brushed it off. Figured he was just talking about maybe expanding our services or something. A few other customers made similar mentions over those weeks, but honestly, I was focused on planning my retirement party and didn't think much of it. Maybe I should have paid more attention, but I trusted Mike. He was my son and had been working alongside me for over a decade. Why wouldn't I trust him? We held the party at the local community center on a Saturday evening. About 80 people showed up. Employees, modest or maybe nervous about the responsibility. But looking back, there were red flags everywhere. He was acting like he knew something the rest of us didn't. I gave my retirement speech around 8 o'clock. Talked about starting the business, the challenges we'd overcome, how proud I was of what we'd built together as a family. I mentioned wanting to pass the torch to the next generation, how Mike had learned so much and would carry on the Hartwell name. Standard retirement speech stuff, you know. I was getting emotional talking about the journey, the customers who'd become like family, the employees who'd stuck with us through good times and bad. The room was warm. People were smiling, and I felt really good about everything. This was supposed to be the moment where I officially started stepping back, and Mike stepped up. I was talking about legacy and family traditions when Mike suddenly stood up from his table. He walked right up to me, didn't ask or signal or anything, just took the microphone out of my hands. The room went quiet. Everyone was looking at him expectantly, probably thinking he was going to give some nice speech about his dad or thank everyone for coming. Instead, Mike announced to the entire crowd that the shop was already in the process of being sold. Just like that. Said it was time to move into the future and started bragging about how much money the sale would bring in. He thanked everyone for their years of loyalty, like the deal was completely done and settled. I stood there frozen. The words weren't making sense. What sale? I'd never agreed to sell anything. We'd talked about him taking over, maybe me staying on part-time as a consultant. But selling? To who? When? The room stayed quiet for what felt like forever, but was probably only a few seconds. Then, people started clapping, thinking this was part of the plan. Customers were coming up to congratulate Mike on the sale. Jim, who's been our head mechanic for 8 years, walked over, looking confused, and asked if his job was secure. Mrs. Peterson approached, asking where she should take her car for service now. Sarah was staring at me from across the room with this look of complete confusion. Linda had gone pale and was gripping or what kind of promises he'd made. The worst part was watching everyone's reactions. These were people who'd known me for decades, who'd watched me build this business from nothing. They were congratulating my son on selling something that was still legally mine, something I'd never agreed to part with. Some looked surprised, but were going along with it. Others seemed genuinely happy for what they thought was a good business decision. I knew I had to do something right then and there. I couldn't let this charade continue, but I also couldn't figure out how to handle it without making everything worse. Do I call my son a liar in front of 80 people? Do I play along and deal with it privately later? Either choice seemed like it would destroy something important. Mike was still working the room, talking to people about the sale like he was the hero of the story. He kept mentioning how this would be better for everyone, and how the new owners would bring the shop into the modern era. Every word felt like another knife in my back. I caught his eye from across the room and jerked my head toward the kitchen area. He saw me and nodded, but took his time finishing his conversation with our parts supplier before walking over. Even then, he was acting like he was in charge, like I was the one interrupting his big moment. When we got to the kitchen, I was shaking with anger. The questions just poured out of me. What sale? Who are these buyers? When did this happen? How long has this been going on? Mike looked at me like I was being unreasonable, like I was the one who didn't understand what was happening. In that kitchen, Mike looked at me like I was the crazy one. He had this expression on his face like he couldn't believe I was upset about what he'd just done. I asked him what the hell he thought he was doing, and he actually rolled his eyes at me. He told me he'd been negotiating with AutoZone Corporate for 3 months. 3 months. While I was planning my retirement party and thinking about how to gradually hand things over to him, he was behind my back trying to sell everything I'd built. He said he'd been using my name in meetings, telling them he had full authority to make decisions for the business. The worst part was his attitude about it. He acted like he'd done me some huge favor. Said he thought I received one, but accepted it. Said he'd promised them a closing date next month. He'd given them our financial records, customer lists, everything. Treated my business like it was already his to sell. He kept insisting this was what's best for everyone. Said the family needed the money, that I was too old to understand modern business, that staying independent was going to hurt us in the long run. He talked about AutoZone's resources, their marketing power, how they could turn our little shop into something bigger. But here's the thing that really got to me. He wasn't even apologetic about going behind my back. He was proud of it. He kept saying things like, "Someone had to take initiative," and "You would have said no if I'd asked first." Like the fact that I would have objected was proof that he was right to deceive me. I told him I never signed anything, never agreed to any sale, and that whatever promises he'd made were worthless without my signature. That's when he got defensive. Said he'd told the AutoZone people that I was transitioning out, and that he had full authority to handle negotiations. He actually seemed surprised that this might be a legal problem. The whole conversation felt surreal. This was my son, someone I'd trusted completely, someone I'd been planning to hand my life's work over to, and he was talking to me like I was an obstacle to overcome. He kept checking his phone while we talked, like he had more important things to deal with. When I asked him what he thought would happen when I found out, he said he figured I'd be relieved once I saw the numbers. He pulled out his phone and showed me the preliminary offer. It was a decent amount of money, I'll give him that. But that wasn't the point. The point was that it wasn't his decision to make. But Mike couldn't seem to understand that. He kept focusing on the financial benefits, talking about how this would set the whole family up, how I could retire comfortably without worrying about the day-to-day stress of running a business. He genuinely seemed to believe he'd done something noble. Meanwhile, I could hear the party continuing in the main room. People were still congratulating each other, probably wondering where Mike and I had gone. Every few minutes, someone would peek into the kitchen looking for us. The longer we stood in front of everyone. He actually used the word embarrass, like he was the victim in all this. He told me the AutoZone people were expecting to hear from him tomorrow to finalize some details. Said he'd already told them the announcement would be made at my retirement party, and that they were excited about the timeline. The whole thing was like a train that had already left the station, and he expected me to just jump on board. I asked him what he thought this would do to our employees, people who'd worked for me for years and trusted that I'd take care of them. He said AutoZone would probably keep most of them on, maybe even give them better benefits. He talked about it like it was guaranteed, but I knew better. Corporate buyouts don't usually work out well for existing employees. What about our customers? People who'd been bringing their cars to us for decades because they trusted the Hartwell name. He said they'd get better service from a bigger operation, more resources, expanded hours. He had an answer for everything, but they were all based on assumptions and promises from people who didn't know our community. The more he talked, the angrier I got. This wasn't just about money or business efficiency. This was about relationships I'd spent 35 years building. This was about employees who depended on me, customers who trusted me, a reputation I'd earned through decades of honest work. But Mike couldn't see any of that. To him, it was all just numbers on a balance sheet. He kept saying things like, "It's just business," and "You're being too emotional about this." Like caring about the people affected by his decision was a weakness. I realized I was looking at my son like I'd never seen him before. This person standing in front of me, checking his phone and talking about corporate synergies, wasn't the kid I'd raised, or the employee I'd been mentoring. This was someone who'd learned to see everything in terms of transactions and opportunities. The worst part was knowing that everyone in the main room was waiting for us to come back. They were probably wondering what was taking so long, maybe getting suspicious about why the celebration had suddenly stopped. Every minute we stayed in that kitchen made the situation worse. Mike kept pushing me to just go along with the announcement. He said, "Together." I realized I had to make a choice that would change our family forever. I could protect Mike's reputation and sacrifice my own agency. Or I could protect my business and publicly humiliate my son. Neither option was good, but I knew I couldn't let him steal my life's work, even if stopping him meant destroying our relationship. I walked back toward the main room, knowing that whatever I said next would determine not just the future of my business, but the future of my family. When I walked back into that main room, my hands were shaking. Everyone was still celebrating what they thought was great news. People were talking about the sale like it was already done, making plans about where they'd take their cars for service, asking Mike questions about the transition timeline. I went straight to the microphone. The room got quiet pretty quickly when they saw my face. I could feel Linda watching me from her table, probably knowing something was very wrong. Sarah had moved closer to the front, looking worried. I announced that no sale had been approved and that I was still the legal owner of Hartwell Auto Repair. Said that Mike had been negotiating without my permission or knowledge, and that any promises he'd made were not authorized by me. The silence that followed was the loudest thing I've ever heard. You could see people trying to process what I'd just said. Some looked confused, others embarrassed for being part of whatever this drama was. Our longtime customers started whispering to each other. Jim and the other employees looked relieved, but also concerned about what kind of mess they were now caught in the middle of. Mike's face went bright red. He stared at me for about 10 seconds, then stormed toward the exit. As he was leaving, he shouted something about me ruining everything and not understanding what I'd just done to the family. The door slammed behind him hard enough that I'm pretty sure everyone in the building heard it. Linda looked like she wanted to disappear into the floor. Sarah came over and asked if I was okay, but I could tell she was mortified too. This was supposed to be a celebration, and instead it had turned into a public family meltdown. People started leaving pretty quickly after that. A few longtime customers came up to say they were glad I wasn't selling, that they'd been worried about actually sell anything. But the damage to business relationships might already be done. He recommended changing all the business account passwords immediately and making sure Mike couldn't access any company records. That's when I discovered Mike had been giving potential buyers our financial information for months. Bank statements, customer lists, employee records, everything. He'd been treating company information like it was his to share. My lawyer said this could be a serious legal problem, depending on what confidentiality agreements might have been violated. I filed paperwork to make sure Mike couldn't conduct any business on my behalf. Had to get a formal restraining order, preventing him from accessing company accounts or representing himself as having authority over the shop. It felt awful doing this to my own son, but I didn't see any other choice. AutoZone corporate called that Monday morning. They were confused about the mixed messages and wanted to clarify who they should be negotiating with. When I told them there were no authorized negotiations and that my son had been acting without permission, the guy on the phone got very quiet. Apparently, they'd been planning to announce the acquisition in their next quarterly report. Mike refused to speak to me after the party. He told Linda I'd humiliated him in front of everyone and ruined a deal that would have benefited the whole family. According to him, I was being selfish and stubborn, and I'd regret not taking the opportunity he'd created. The family fallout was worse than I expected. Linda's sister called to say I'd been too harsh on Mike, that he was just trying to help, and I should have handled it privately. She said I'd humiliated him publicly when I could have just talked to him later and worked something out. My brother-in-law agreed with her. He said Mike showed initiative and business sense, and that I should be proud of him for securing such a good offer. He couldn't understand why I was so upset about the process when the result would have been positive for everyone. Sarah supported me, but she was worried about the family being torn apart. She kept asking if there was some way to fix things with Mike, maybe find a compromise that would work for everyone. But I couldn't see how to compromise with someone who'd been lying to me for months. The worst part was what happened with my grandchildren. Mike's wife decided I couldn't be trusted around the kids anymore. To me for 15 years. Switched to Peterson's shop because Mike was there. She told Linda she felt bad about it, but Mike had always been the one who worked on her car, and she trusted him. A few other longtime customers followed him too. Some employees started asking if the business was stable, if they should start looking for other jobs. I had to have individual conversations with each of them, explaining that we weren't going anywhere and that their jobs were secure. But I could tell some of them were nervous about being caught in the middle of a family feud. Holiday gatherings became impossible. Christmas was coming up, and nobody knew how to handle invitations. Linda's family was split between people who thought I was right and people who thought I'd overreacted. My side of the family was mostly supportive, but they kept asking when Mike and I were going to work things out. Linda was caught in the worst position. She agreed that Mike had been wrong to go behind my back, but she also couldn't stand watching her family fall apart. She kept suggesting family counseling or mediation, anything that might help us find a way forward. But Mike wouldn't even discuss it. 6 months later, I'm still running the business. We're doing okay financially, maybe a little better than I expected without Mike there. I hired a new mechanic to replace him, and the remaining employees have stepped up to handle the extra workload. But the family situation hasn't improved. Mike and I haven't spoken since that night at the party. He's apparently doing well at Peterson's shop, and I hear through Linda that he's still angry about what happened. He tells people I was being selfish and stubborn, that I cost the family a lot of money because I was too proud to let him handle the business side of things. I still don't know if I made the right choice. Part of me wonders if I should have just pulled him aside privately and dealt with it later. Maybe I could have stopped the sale without publicly embarrassing him. Maybe we could have found a way to work through it as a family. But then I remember how he looked at me in that kitchen, how he couldn't understand why I was upset about him selling my business without my permission, how he seemed genuinely surprised that I wasn't grateful for his initiative. I don't think a private conversation would have changed.
Retirement party by exposing the truth, even though he was the one who betrayed me. During Thanksgiving dinner, my sister announced that I was cut out of our mother's will while I was sitting right there. I, 52, work as a nurse and have been the primary caregiver for my mother, 78, for the past 5 years since Dad died. My sister Karen, 49, lives 3 states away with her husband and only shows up for holidays and birthdays. Mom has been getting more frail and confused lately, needs help with appointments, medications, grocery shopping, basically everything. Let me back up and explain how we got here because the whole situation is so messed up. When Dad passed away 5 years ago, it was obvious that Mom couldn't handle everything on her own anymore. She was forgetting to take her blood pressure medication, leaving the stove on, getting confused about which bills she'd already paid. Someone needed to step up. And guess who that someone was? Me. Not Karen, who immediately started making excuses about her job and her kids and the distance. Not Karen, who said she'd help however she could, but somehow never could actually help with anything that mattered. I became the one doing the weekly grocery runs, sitting in waiting rooms for hours during doctor appointments, getting calls at 2 a.m. because Mom fell in the bathroom or couldn't remember how to work the TV remote. I used up most of my vacation days taking her to specialists. I rearranged my work schedule more times than I can count. My own kids barely saw me some weeks because I was constantly running back and forth to Mom's house, making sure she was eating properly and hadn't left the gas on again. Meanwhile, Karen would call maybe once a month, always when it was convenient for her. She'd send nice cards for birthdays and holidays, and whenever she did manage to visit, she'd spend the whole time talking about how hard her life was with work and the kids' activities. She never once offered to take Mom to an appointment or help with any of the actual caregiving. But somehow, she always managed to look like the perfect daughter during these brief visits, bringing flowers and acting all sweet and concerned. The thing is, I didn't really mind doing it at first. Mom raised us. She deserved to be taken care of, and I genuinely love her. I'm a nurse, so I understood her medical needs better than Karen anyway. But over the years, the resentment started to discuss Mom's condition. But she always seemed distracted and would cut the conversation short. Then Thanksgiving rolled around this year. Karen and her family were coming to Mom's house like they always do, along with a few aunts and uncles from Dad's side. I spent the entire week before the holiday getting Mom ready for company. I cleaned her house top to bottom, did all the grocery shopping, picked up her medications, and basically made sure everything would go smoothly. Mom was excited about having everyone together, but she was also more anxious than usual, asking me repeatedly what time everyone was arriving and whether I thought Karen would like the menu. When Karen finally showed up on Thursday morning, she breezed in like she'd just seen Mom yesterday, instead of 6 months ago. She brought a store-bought pie and a bouquet of flowers, acting all cheerful and making a big show of hugging Mom and telling her how good she looked. I bit my tongue and focused on getting dinner ready, but I couldn't help noticing how Mom's face lit up when Karen walked in. It stung a little, if I'm being honest. Here I was, the one who'd been there through every medical crisis and confused episode, and Mom was practically glowing just because Karen graced us with her presence. The dinner itself started out normal enough. Everyone was catching up, talking about work and kids and the usual holiday stuff. Karen was holding court, telling stories about her job and her kids' achievements, and Mom was hanging on every word. I was mostly quiet, tired from all the preparation, and still feeling a bit resentful about the whole dynamic. My own kids were there too. My teenagers, who've watched me sacrifice so much for their grandmother over the years. But then, something shifted during the meal.
Karen kept making these little comments about Mom's house, about how it was such a big responsibility, and how someone should really be keeping a closer eye on the finances. She mentioned something about Mom getting confused about bills, which was news to me because I'd been helping Mom with her paperwork for months, and everything seemed fine. Karen also kept talking about how worried she was about Mom living alone, which was rich coming from someone who lived 3 states away and called once a month. Mom was acting strange too. Such smart decisions about her future. I remember thinking that was an odd thing to toast, but I figured maybe she was talking about Mom agreeing to let me help more with her care or something. But then, Karen dropped the bomb. She announced, with this huge smile on her face, that Mom had updated her will last month and decided to leave the house and all her savings to Karen, instead of splitting everything between us like we'd always assumed would happen. She said it was because I didn't need it as much, since I had a stable job as a nurse, and because Karen would be better at handling everything responsibly. The room went completely silent. I'm talking dead silent, like someone had pressed a mute button on the entire dinner. Everyone stopped eating, stopped talking, stopped moving. All eyes turned to me, and I could feel the weight of their stares like a physical thing. I was sitting there with my fork halfway to my mouth, completely frozen, trying to process what I'd just heard. Karen was still standing there with that triumphant smile, like she'd just announced she'd won the lottery. Mom was staring down at her plate, refusing to look at me or anyone else. My kids looked confused and angry. The aunts and uncles were shifting uncomfortably in their seats, clearly not knowing what to say or do. I felt like I'd been punched in the stomach. 5 years of weekly visits, of canceled plans, of emergency runs to the hospital, of using my vacation days for doctor appointments, of holding Mom's hand through every health scare. And this is how it ended? With my sister announcing my disinheritance like it was something to celebrate, while I sat there like an idiot who'd been played for years. The worst part wasn't even the money or the house, though losing my childhood home hurt more than I expected. The worst part was the betrayal. The realization that while I'd been sacrificing my time, my energy, my relationship with my own kids to take care of Mom, Karen had been working behind the scenes to cut me out entirely. And Mom had let her do it. I don't know how long I sat there in that horrible silence, but it felt like forever. My brain was trying to catch up with what Karen had just said, and part of me kept thinking I'd misunderstood somehow. But no, she'd been crystal clear. Weight of everyone watching me. My aunts and uncles, Karen's husband, my own teenagers. They were all waiting to see how I'd react. And I knew that whatever I said next would define how everyone saw this situation. If I exploded, I'd be the greedy daughter who only cared about inheritance. If I stayed quiet, it would look like I was okay with being erased from Mom's life, like I'd never mattered at all. Karen wasn't done talking, though. She kept going, saying how Mom had made such a wise decision, and how she was so grateful that Mom trusted her to handle everything properly. She actually said she was proud of Mom for thinking so practically about the future. The whole time, she had this smug look on her face like she'd just pulled off some brilliant strategy. Which, honestly, maybe she had. I finally managed to speak, and my voice came out way quieter than I intended. I asked Mom when exactly this conversation had happened, because I'd been with her almost every week, and she'd never mentioned anything about changing her will. Mom looked like she wanted to disappear into the floor. She mumbled something about Karen visiting a few weeks ago, but she wouldn't look at me when she said it. That's when it clicked. Karen hadn't just randomly decided to visit. She'd come specifically for this, planned it all out. While I'd been busy taking Mom to her cardiologist and helping her organize her medications, Karen had been working on getting herself written into the will as the sole beneficiary. The whole thing had been calculated. Karen jumped in to defend herself, saying someone needed to think about Mom's best interests and that I was already getting compensated for my caregiving since I'm a nurse. That comment made my blood boil. Getting compensated? I'd been doing this out of love, not because I expected payment. I'd never asked Mom for a single penny, never even let her pay for gas when I drove her places. The idea that Karen thought I was somehow profiting from taking care of our mother was so insulting I couldn't even find words. My uncle tried to change the subject, suggesting we talk about this privately later, but Karen wasn't having it. She said there was nothing to discuss privately, because Mom had made her decision, and it was final. She actually said that maybe now I could focus on my own life and
Pressured into it.
But she just sat there, avoiding eye contact, looking guilty but not saying anything to defend me or explain her reasoning. The woman I'd spent 5 years caring for couldn't even look at me, while her other daughters celebrated cutting me out of her life. My kids were staring at me, waiting for me to do something. My daughter actually started to say something, probably to defend me, but I gave her a look that told her to stay quiet. This was already humiliating enough without having my teenagers fight my battles for me. Besides, what could they say? That their mom deserved inheritance money? That would just make me look worse. The worst part was watching Karen bask in her victory. She kept talking about how she was going to make sure Mom was well taken care of, how she'd handle all the financial decisions, how she'd coordinate Mom's care from now on. Care that I'd been providing for years without any help from her. She was acting like she'd just saved Mom from some terrible situation, instead of stealing credit for years of work she'd never done. I started thinking about all the times I'd defended Karen to Mom, when Mom complained that she never called or visited. All the times I'd made excuses for her, saying she was busy with work and her family, saying distance made it hard for her to help. I'd actually protected Karen from criticism, while she was apparently working behind the scenes to cut me out entirely. The family dinner continued around us, but it was incredibly awkward. People were trying to make normal conversation, but everyone kept glancing between Karen, Mom, and me. Some of my relatives looked uncomfortable with what they'd witnessed, but others seemed to be buying Karen's narrative that this was somehow the right decision. A couple of them even congratulated Karen on being willing to take on such a big responsibility, which made me want to laugh or cry or both. What really got to me was how normal Karen was acting about the whole thing. She went right back to eating her dinner and chatting about her kids' school activities, like she hadn't just blown up our family. Meanwhile, I couldn't even taste my food anymore. Everything felt compared to Karen's promises to handle things responsibly from 3 states away. By the time we got to dessert, I'd made my decision. I wasn't going to cause a bigger scene in front of everyone. I wasn't going to give Karen the satisfaction of seeing me break down or lose my temper. But I also wasn't going to sit there and pretend everything was fine. I was done pretending. Done making excuses, done protecting people who clearly didn't give a damn about protecting me. The dinner finally ended, and people started saying their goodbyes. Karen hugged Mom extra tight and promised to call her soon to discuss next steps. She barely acknowledged me on her way out, just gave me this fake, sympathetic smile like she felt sorry for me. My kids were furious and kept asking me what we were going to do, but I didn't have an answer yet. As I was cleaning up the dishes, watching Mom retreat to her room without saying anything to me about what had happened, I realized that everything had changed in the span of one dinner. The relationship I'd built with my mother over 5 years of caregiving, the assumptions I'd had about family loyalty, the future I'd imagined where my sacrifices would mean something,
All of it was gone. After everyone left, I knew I had to talk to Mom privately. I couldn't just leave things the way they were, with that horrible announcement hanging in the air and nothing resolved. My kids wanted to stay and support me, but I sent them home. This was something I needed to handle alone. I found Mom in her bedroom, sitting on the edge of her bed looking exhausted and guilty. She knew I was going to confront her about what had happened, and she looked like she'd rather be anywhere else in the world. I sat down in the chair across from her and asked her straight out why she'd made this decision without ever talking to me about it. What she told me broke my heart all over again. Karen had visited about 3 weeks ago, apparently while I was working a double shift at the hospital. During that visit, Karen had convinced Mom that leaving everything to her would be the smart choice because I already had my own career and financial stability. Karen had told Mom that taking care of her was probably becoming a burden for me, and that I'd be relieved not to have to worry about managing Mom's affairs after she was gone. Mentioned feeling overwhelmed by caregiving duties, whether I seemed stressed about money, whether I'd ever complained about how much time I was spending at Mom's house. She'd twisted my normal human reactions to a difficult situation into evidence that I didn't really want to be there. I asked Mom if she really believed I was only helping her out of obligation, and she couldn't look at me when she answered. She said she didn't know what to believe anymore, that Karen had made everything sound so logical and reasonable. She admitted she felt guilty about how much I was doing for her, and when Karen offered to take that burden away, it seemed like the right thing to do. The conversation was devastating because I realized Mom hadn't just been manipulated by Karen. She'd wanted to believe Karen's version of things. It was easier for her to think I was secretly resentful than to acknowledge that maybe Karen was the one who'd been absent when she was needed most. Mom had chosen the comfortable lie over the difficult truth. I left that night feeling completely hollow. The drive home was a blur, and when I got there, my kids were waiting up for me, wanting to know what Mom had said. They were furious when I told them about Karen's manipulation, and they wanted me to fight back somehow. My daughter said we should get a lawyer, that there had to be something wrong with Karen pressuring an elderly woman into changing her will. But I wasn't sure I had the energy for that kind of battle. The next few weeks were awful. I kept going to Mom's house for our regular visits because I didn't know what else to do. But everything felt different. Mom was awkward around me, clearly feeling guilty but not willing to change anything. She'd thank me for little things more than usual, like she was trying to make up for the will situation without actually addressing it. Meanwhile, Karen called Mom more often than she ever had before, probably to make sure Mom didn't change her mind. During one of my visits, I overheard part of a phone conversation where Karen was telling Mom how excited she was to help manage everything, and how much more relaxed Mom would be once Karen was handling her affairs. It made me sick to listen to. I ended up talking to a lawyer, not because I wanted to contest the will, but because I needed to understand what my options were. What I learned was split, just like I expected. Some of my relatives thought Karen had crossed a line, and that Mom's decision was unfair, given everything I'd done. Others seemed to buy into Karen's narrative that she was just being responsible and looking out for Mom's best interests. A few people actually suggested to me that maybe this was for the best, that I could finally focus on my own life instead of worrying so much about Mom. That last group of comments stung the most because they echoed what Karen had said at dinner. Apparently, years of devoted caregiving looked like obsessive worry to some people. My sacrifice had been reframed as something unhealthy that I needed to be freed from. My friends at work were mostly supportive, but even there I got mixed reactions. Some were outraged on my behalf, but others suggested maybe Karen had a point about me being too involved in Mom's care. One colleague actually said maybe it was time for me to step back and let someone else take responsibility, that I'd been carrying too much of the load for too long. The worst part was starting to doubt myself. Had I been too controlling about Mom's care? Had I somehow prevented Karen from being more involved by doing everything myself? Was I really helping Mom, or was I just feeding my own need to feel needed? Karen's manipulation had been so effective that even I was starting to question my own motives. Karen made good on her promise to take over Mom's care coordination, but from 3 states away, which was exactly as useless as you'd expect. She hired a care management service that sent someone to check on Mom once a week, but they didn't know Mom's personality or medical history like I did. When Mom had a minor medication reaction that I would have caught immediately, the care service didn't notice for several days. I still went to Mom's house regularly because I couldn't just abandon her. But now I felt like an intruder in the situation. Karen would call during my visits sometimes, and I could hear her asking Mom if everything was okay, like she was checking up on me. It was clear she saw me as a threat to her new role as Mom's primary caregiver, even though she was doing it all from hundreds of miles away. The holidays were approaching again, and I dreaded the thought of another family gathering. Would Karen make another announcement? Would she update everyone on how
Dinner. By not speaking up, by not defending myself or listing all the ways I'd sacrificed for Mom over the years, had I somehow validated Karen's narrative? Did my silence make it look like I accepted that my years of caregiving didn't matter? But what was the alternative? Making a scene in front of the whole family, turning Thanksgiving dinner into a battlefield, forcing everyone to choose sides. Would that have changed anything? Or would it have just made me look like exactly what Karen was painting me as? Someone who was only interested in what she could get out of caring for Mom. Now I'm stuck in this impossible situation, where I continue to care for someone who chose my absent sister over me, while everyone around me seems to think that's either completely reasonable or something I should just get over. I wake up some mornings wondering if I should just step back entirely, let Karen handle everything from her distant perch, and see how that works out. But then I think about Mom struggling with her medications or getting confused about her appointments, and I can't bring myself to abandon her, even after she abandoned me. The worst part is that I still love her, even after everything. I still want to take care of her, even though she's made it clear that my care doesn't matter as much as Karen's promises. I'm trapped between my own sense of duty and the crushing realization that my devotion has been completely devalued by the 2 people who should have appreciated it most. Only after my husband's funeral did I learn he left everything to his brother and nothing to me or our children. I'm Sarah, 49, and 3 days ago I buried my husband Mark after 22 years of marriage. We have 2 kids together, Emma, who just turned 16, and Jake, who's 14. Mark was 51 when he died suddenly of a heart attack at work. No warning, no goodbye, just a phone call from his office telling me to get to the hospital immediately. By the time I got there, he was already gone. The funeral was a blur of casseroles and condolences. Mark's family came in from out of state, including his brother Daniel, who I hadn't seen in probably 5 years. Daniel is 47 and has always been the black sheep of the family. There was some falling out years ago that Mark never fully explained to me, just said his brother made some bad choices and they needed space. Daniel showed up to the funeral in an expensive suit, looking like he'd been doing well for himself, which surprised me since the last I'd heard he was struggling with some business venture that went south. Mark and I had our rough patches like any couple, but I thought we were solid. We focused on the kids, on building something stable for them. I worked part-time at the local elementary school as an administrative assistant while raising Emma and Jake. Mark was an accountant at a mid-size firm and handled all our finances. I trusted him completely with that stuff because, honestly, numbers gave me a headache, and he seemed to have everything under control. We lived in a nice 4-bedroom colonial in the suburbs, drove decent cars, took family vacations to the beach every summer. Nothing fancy, but comfortable.
The thing about Mark was he was always private about money. He'd pay the bills, manage our accounts, make the investment decisions. When I'd ask about our savings or retirement planning, he'd give me vague reassurances that everything was fine and we were on track. I figured that was just his personality. He was detail-oriented and liked to handle things himself. Looking back now, maybe I should have pushed harder to be involved, but at the time it felt like we had a good division of labor. 3 days after we put Mark in the ground, his lawyer called and asked me to come in for the reading of the will. I assumed
Little Mr. Peterson seemed uncomfortable when I walked in. He kept clearing his throat and shuffling papers around on his desk. He offered me coffee and asked how I was holding up, the usual small talk. But something felt off. There was this nervous energy in the room that I couldn't put my finger on. Then Daniel walked in. I was surprised to see him since nobody had mentioned he'd be there, but I figured Mark must have left him something sentimental. Maybe their dad's tools or some family photos. Daniel nodded at me, but didn't really make eye contact. He sat down in the chair across from me and just waited. Mr. Peterson opened a folder and pulled out what looked like a fairly thick document. He put on his reading glasses and cleared his throat again. He started with the standard legal language about Mark being of sound mind and body when the will was executed, dated just 6 months ago. That struck me as odd because I remembered us updating our wills when Jake was born, but that was over 14 years ago. When had Mark updated his will? And why hadn't he mentioned it to me? Then Mr. Peterson got to the meat of it. The house, our house, the place where I'd lived for 12 years, where my kids had grown up, went to Daniel. The savings accounts that I thought contained our emergency fund and the kids' college money. All to Daniel. The investment portfolio that was supposed to be our retirement security. Daniel again. Even the stupid vintage watch collection that Mark had inherited from his father, the one he used to show off to dinner guests. Yep, Daniel. I kept waiting for my name to come up. Surely there was something. The joint checking account, my car, something. But as Mr. Peterson kept reading, it became clear that Mark hadn't just forgotten to include me and the kids in his will. He had actively excluded us. We weren't mentioned once. Not once. I felt like I was having an out-of-body experience. The lawyer's voice became this distant buzzing sound, and I could feel my heart pounding in my ears. This had to be some kind of mistake. Maybe there was another will, a more recent one. Maybe Mark had a few days. He'd own everything we thought was ours. I asked to see the will myself. The language was clear and deliberate. Mark had revoked all previous wills and left his entire estate to his brother, Daniel Joseph Mitchell. There was a brief paragraph about Daniel being the person Mark trusted most to carry on the family legacy. No explanation for why his wife of 22 years and his 2 children didn't factor into that legacy. The practical reality started sinking in. I made about $28,000 a year at the school. Our mortgage payment was $2,100 a month. I had maybe $3,000 in my personal checking account. Emma was supposed to start looking at colleges next year. Jake needed braces. My part-time income couldn't even cover our basic monthly expenses, let alone keep us in the house. I asked Mr. Peterson what this meant, practically speaking. Could Daniel just kick us out? Did we have any rights as Mark's family? Mr. Peterson looked genuinely pained as he explained that legally, Daniel now owned the house and could do whatever he wanted with it. He suggested I might want to consult with a family law attorney about my options, but he couldn't give me specific advice,
since he'd represented Mark's interests in drafting the will. Daniel finally spoke up and said he didn't want to rush anything, that he understood this was a difficult time. But he also made it clear that he had plans for the house and would need us to start thinking about our next steps. He actually used those words, next steps, like we were employees being laid off instead of his dead brother's family. I left that office in a complete daze. I sat in my car in the parking lot for probably 20 minutes trying to process what had just happened. My husband, the man I'd shared a bed with for over 2 decades, the father of my children, had systematically cut us out of his life before he died. And I'd had no idea. When I got home, Emma and Jake were both there. Emma could tell something was wrong immediately. She asked if there were problems with Dad's life insurance or something. I didn't know how to explain to my teenage kids that their father had essentially disowned them in his will.
Credit card bills that were apparently being mailed to his work address. The man I thought I knew, the partner I thought I'd built a life with, had been living a completely separate financial existence. And now his brother, who hadn't been part of our lives for years, owned everything I thought was mine and my children's. The next few days were a complete nightmare. I had to tell my parents what happened, and my mom immediately started crying on the phone. She kept saying she never trusted Mark completely, which was news to me since she'd never said anything negative about him in 22 years. My dad wanted to drive down immediately to help, but honestly, I didn't even know what kind of help I needed yet. Mark's family was a different story entirely. When I called his mother to explain the situation, thinking maybe she could shed some light on why Mark would do this, her response floored me. She said that maybe I should think about what I might have done to push Mark toward this decision. Like it was somehow my fault that her son had secretly rewritten his will to cut out his own children. His sister Janet was a little more sympathetic, but kept saying that Mark must have had his reasons and that families go through difficult transitions after a death. She suggested I give Daniel some time to figure out what he wanted to do with the house, like I was supposed to just wait around to find out if my kids and I would be homeless. The worst part was how divided everyone became so quickly. My sister Lisa was furious and wanted to help me fight it. My brother called Daniel directly and apparently had some heated words with him about family responsibility. But some of Mark's relatives started whispering that maybe I was being greedy, that I should respect Mark's final wishes instead of causing drama so soon after his funeral. I couldn't eat or sleep properly. Every time I walked through the house, I kept thinking about how it apparently wasn't mine anymore. Emma's bedroom with all her posters and the desk where she did homework. Technically Daniel's now. The kitchen where I'd made thousands of family meals, his too. Even stupid things like the coffee maker and the couch we'd bought together felt tainted. About a week after the will reading, Daniel showed up at the house with a real estate agent. He didn't call first or ask if it was a good time, just rang the doorbell while I was... Daniel barely acknowledged her, just gestured around the room while the agent made notes about closet space. After they left, I finally lost it. I called Daniel and told him he couldn't just show up with real estate people without notice, that my kids and I still lived there and deserved some basic respect. He got defensive and said he was trying to be considerate by getting the process started early, so we'd have plenty of time to find somewhere else to live. He actually said he thought he was being generous by not rushing us. That's when I realized Daniel wasn't just following Mark's wishes out of some sense of duty. He wanted us gone. He saw dollar signs in the house, and my grief was just an inconvenience slowing down his payday. I made an appointment with a family law attorney that Mr. Peterson had recommended. Her name was Patricia Coleman, and she specialized in estate disputes. Her office was in a newer building downtown and felt more modern and professional than Mr. Peterson's old-school setup. Patricia was probably in her 40s, sharp and direct in a way that was actually comforting,
after days of people tiptoeing around the situation. She listened to everything I told her and took notes without interrupting. When I finished, she explained that I might have grounds to contest the will based on something called elective share laws. Essentially, in our state, a surviving spouse has the right to claim a portion of their deceased partner's estate, regardless of what the will says. But she was also honest about the challenges. Contesting a will is expensive and time-consuming. Daniel would fight it, which meant legal fees for both sides. The process could take months or even years, during which time Daniel technically owned everything and could make decisions about the property. She estimated it would cost at least $15,000 just to get started, money I definitely didn't have. Patricia also warned me that these cases get ugly fast. Families turn against each other, private details get dragged into court, and there's no guarantee of winning. Even if I had a strong case, Daniel could tie things up in appeals and legal maneuvers until I ran out of money to fight. But then she said something that stuck with me. She asked if I thought Mark had been mentally sound when he made the will, and if there was any evidence that Daniel might have influenced his decision. I told her carefully about any changes in Mark's behavior or routine in the months before his death. She also recommended I start documenting everything, every interaction with Daniel, every piece of financial information I could find, any evidence that Mark might have been under pressure or influence when he changed his will. I left her office feeling like I had some kind of plan for the first time since the will reading, but also overwhelmed by what fighting this would mean. I'd have to borrow money I didn't have to pay legal fees. I'd have to drag my family through a public legal battle. I'd have to relive every detail of my marriage and potentially discover things about Mark that I didn't want to know. When I got home, Emma was waiting for me. She'd been doing research online about wills and inheritance laws. She wanted to know if we were going to fight Daniel, or if we were just going to let him take everything Dad had built for our family. Hearing my 16-year-old daughter talk about legal strategies and family finances broke my heart all over again. She should have been worrying about her chemistry test and homecoming dress, not whether we'd have to move to a smaller apartment in a different school district. That night, I couldn't stop thinking about a conversation I'd had with Mark about 2 years earlier. We'd been watching some movie about a family fighting over an inheritance, and Mark had made a comment about how money brings out the worst in people. He'd said he never wanted our family to go through something like that he'd rather give everything away than have his kids fighting over it after he was gone. At the time, I'd thought it was just an offhand comment about a random movie. Now, I wondered if he'd already been thinking about his will and how to handle his estate. But if he was worried about money tearing the family apart, why would he create a situation guaranteed to do exactly that? I started going through more of Mark's papers, looking for any clues about his mindset in those final months. I found emails between him and Daniel going back almost a year. Most of them were casual check-ins, but there were references to conversations they'd had on the phone about family business and future planning. Daniel kept mentioning how he'd learned from his mistakes and was ready to step up and take on more responsibility. There was one email from Daniel that really stood out. He'd written something about how Mark shouldn't feel guilty through with that. It was like he'd been systematically planning to cut me and the kids out of his financial life. But the thing that really got to me was finding a draft of a letter Mark had apparently written but never sent. It was addressed to me and dated about 3 months before he died. In it, he apologized for decisions he was going to have to make and said he hoped I'd understand someday that everything he did was to protect what mattered most to him. The letter didn't explain anything specific, but the tone was like someone saying goodbye. Like he knew he was going to hurt me and was trying to justify it in advance. Reading it made me realize that Mark's sudden death might not have been as unexpected to him as it was to the rest of us. I decided to fight it. My sister Lisa helped me scrape together the money for Patricia's retainer by lending me $10,000 from her retirement savings. It killed me to take that money from her, but she insisted that watching Mark's brother steal from my kids was not something our family was going to stand for. The legal process was even messier than Patricia had warned me it would be. Daniel hired some aggressive lawyer from the city who immediately started making our lives difficult. They demanded every piece of financial documentation going back 5 years. They wanted to depose Emma and Jake about their relationship with their father and whether they'd ever heard him express doubts about leaving them an inheritance. The idea of putting my grieving teenagers through that kind of interrogation made me sick. During the discovery phase, we uncovered some things that made Daniel's case look worse. It turned out Mark had been diagnosed with early-stage heart disease about a year before he died, something he'd never told me. His medical records showed he'd been having chest pains and shortness of breath for months. He'd apparently told Daniel about the diagnosis, but kept it completely secret from his own wife and children. Patricia argued that Daniel had used Mark's fear of his mortality to manipulate him into changing the will. She found phone records showing that Daniel had called Mark dozens of times in the weeks after the heart disease diagnosis. Before that, they'd barely spoken for years, but suddenly Daniel was calling him multiple times a week. We also discovered that Daniel had been in serious financial trouble. His business had failed spectacularly, and his estate. They even brought up couples therapy we'd attended briefly about 10 years earlier when we were going through a rough patch. The worst part was what this did to the kids. Emma became angry at everyone. Me for fighting, Mark for putting us in this situation, Daniel for being greedy. She started having panic attacks about having to change schools and leave her friends. Jake just shut down completely. His grades dropped, and he stopped participating in baseball, which had been his favorite thing. About 4 months into the legal battle, some family members started coming forward with information that helped our case. Mark's sister Janet finally admitted that Mark had called her several times in his final months, talking about feeling pressured to make decisions he wasn't comfortable with. She said he'd seemed scared about his health and worried about making the right choices for everyone. Even more damaging to Daniel was testimony from their cousin Mike, who revealed that Daniel had bragged about inheriting Mark's house at a family barbecue just weeks before Mark died. Mike said Daniel had talked about his plans to sell the place and use the money to restart his business. This was while Mark was still alive and presumably still able to change his mind about the will. The turning point came when we found evidence that Mark had tried to make another appointment with Mr. Peterson just 2 weeks before he died. The appointment was scheduled, but Mark died before it happened. Mr. Peterson's secretary confirmed that Mark had mentioned wanting to make some adjustments to his estate planning. We couldn't prove what changes he wanted to make, but it suggested he might have been having second thoughts about leaving everything to Daniel. Patricia argued that Mark had been under undue influence during a vulnerable time in his life, and that he might have been planning to correct his mistake before his sudden death. The judge seemed sympathetic to our position, especially when it came to the kids' rights to support from their father's estate. After 8 months of legal warfare, Daniel's lawyer approached Patricia about settling. They could see the case wasn't going their way, and Daniel was apparently getting nervous about the mounting legal fees and bad publicity. The family had taken sides so decisively that Daniel had basically been cut off from everyone except his mother, who was getting tired, or the house. It was my sense of security, my trust in the man I'd been married to for over 20 years, my kids' faith that their father had loved and provided for them. I took the settlement. We got to stay in the house, which was the most important thing for Emma and Jake's stability. I was able to keep enough money to cover their college expenses, at least partially. But the legal fees had eaten up a huge chunk of what we recovered, and I was still facing the reality of being a single parent with limited income. The family relationships never recovered. Mark's mother still blamed me for not accepting his wishes gracefully. Daniel moved across the country with his settlement money and started some new business venture. We haven't spoken since the day we signed the settlement papers. Most of Mark's extended family just pretends the whole thing never happened, which is fine by me. Emma and Jake are both in therapy now, trying to work through their feelings about their father. Emma struggles with anger and feels like Mark betrayed our family. Jake has a harder time understanding why his dad would do something that hurt them so much. The therapist says it's normal for kids to have complicated feelings when a parent dies under circumstances like this. But watching them struggle with it breaks my heart all over again. I had to take a full-time position at the school district to make ends meet financially. The extra income helps, but it means less time with the kids during an already difficult period. Emma has stepped up to help more with household responsibilities, which I appreciate, but also feel guilty about. She's already dealing with enough without having to be a surrogate parent to her little brother. The strangest part is how different the house feels now. Even though we got to keep it, everything looks the same, but nothing feels the same. I walk through rooms where Mark and I made decisions together, where we planned our kids' futures, and I can't stop thinking about how he was apparently planning to take it all away from us the whole time. I keep finding more evidence of Mark's deception. Hidden bank statements, correspondence with financial advisors I never knew about, even a safe deposit box I didn't know existed. It's like I was married to a stranger who happened to share my bed and my last name. Every new discovery makes me question what else I didn't know about the man. I joined a new baseball team and seems to be finding his footing. I'm learning to manage everything that Mark used to handle, which is empowering but also overwhelming. Sometimes I wonder if I should have just walked away from the house and started over somewhere new, without all the memories and reminders. But this is where my kids grew up, where their friends are, where they feel most secure during an incredibly insecure time. Fighting for it was the right choice, even if it cost us more than money. The legal victory feels hollow most days. We won back some of what Mark tried to take from us, but we lost something that can never be recovered. The belief that the person who was supposed to love and protect us actually did. Now I cannot stop wondering whether I ever really knew my husband at all, and how you move forward when you discover the person you trusted most was living a lie. When I tried to celebrate my birthday, my adult children surprised me by telling me they were selling my house out from under me. I'm 57, divorced, and work as a school secretary at the local elementary school. I've been living in the same modest house for 30 years now, raised my 2 kids here after my ex-husband decided he needed to find himself with his 20-something coworker 15 years ago. My son Jake is 29, works in sales, and lives across town with his girlfriend. My daughter Sarah is 26, got married last year, and moved 2 states away for her husband's job. After the divorce, I worked 3 jobs to keep this house. Nights I cleaned offices, weekends I worked retail at the department store, and during the week I kept my secretary position because it had decent benefits. I wasn't going to let my kids lose their home just because their father couldn't keep it in his pants. They needed stability, and this house was it. Every mortgage payment was a battle. Every repair bill meant ramen noodles for a week. But I did it. The house is paid off now, has been for 3 years, and it's the only thing I truly own in this world. So when Jake called 2 weeks ago, saying he and Sarah wanted to come for my birthday dinner, I was thrilled. Sarah doesn't get back to visit much since the wedding, and Jake's been busy with his new girlfriend. I told them I'd make Jake's favorite lasagna and Sarah's favorite chocolate cake, the same recipes I've used since they were kids. Nothing fancy, just dinner at our kitchen table, where we've shared thousands of meals over the years. The house shows its age, I'll admit that. The floors creak, the kitchen cabinets are from the 80s, and the bathroom upstairs has that slow leak I keep meaning to call a plumber about. But it's mine. Every dent in the walls, every stain on the carpet, every squeaky hinge tells the story of our life here. This is where Jake took his first steps, where Sarah practiced piano recitals, where we weathered every storm as a family. They arrived around 6 that Saturday, and something felt off right from the start. Jake seemed nervous, kept checking his watch and glancing at Sarah.
Alone. I figured they were planning some kind of surprise. Maybe they'd found a handyman to help with repairs, or they were going to offer to pay for some updates. That would be just like them. My kids have always been thoughtful when they want to be. After dinner, I brought out the chocolate cake I'd made from scratch. 3 layers, just like Sarah used to request for her childhood birthdays. I was cutting slices when Jake stood up and grabbed his wine glass. He cleared his throat like he was about to make some grand announcement. He raised his glass and said he had some exciting news, that he and Sarah had been working on something that was going to be really good for everyone. I stopped cutting the cake, smiled, and waited. I thought maybe Sarah was pregnant, or Jake was getting promoted, or they'd planned a family vacation. Then he dropped the bomb. He said they'd finally found a buyer for the place. Good price, too, especially in this market. My fork literally stopped halfway to my mouth. I sat there with a piece of cake balanced on it, staring at my son like he'd just spoken in a foreign language. I asked what buyer he was talking about, what he meant. Sarah jumped right in, all cheerful and excited like she was announcing something wonderful. She said they'd talked to a realtor last month, and the paperwork was already started. It was time to move me somewhere smaller, she said. This place was too much for me to handle on my own. The words hit me like a physical blow. My house. The house I'd sacrificed everything for. The house they grew up in, where I'd worked myself to exhaustion to make sure they could stay after the divorce. They were talking about selling it like it was some burden they needed to get rid of. I must have looked stunned because Emma reached over and patted my hand, saying it would all work out for the best. David nodded along, mentioning they'd already looked at some nice condos in my price range. Price range. Like I was some charity case they were managing. Jake kept talking, explaining how they were trying to be responsible and plan ahead. He said I was getting older, the house needed work I couldn't afford, and honestly, they could all use the money from the sale. The way he said, they could all use the money, made my stomach drop. Unreasonable. She told me to think practically. I was getting older, this place needed work, and the money from the sale could secure my future. That's when I realized they'd been planning this for months. All those casual visits where they walked around, taking note of everything wrong with the house. All the questions about my finances, my health, my future plans. They'd been building a case for why I needed to be moved out of my own home. The betrayal was crushing. These were my children, the people I'd sacrificed everything for, and they were sitting at my kitchen table on my birthday, telling me they'd already started the process of selling the only security I had in the world, without asking me, without even warning me. I looked around the table at their faces, determined, convinced they were doing the right thing, completely oblivious to how devastating this was for me. My birthday cake sat untouched between us, 3 layers of chocolate that suddenly looked like a monument to how little they understood about what this day, this house, this life meant to me. I sat there in complete silence for what felt like an eternity while they kept talking around me like I wasn't even there. Sarah was scrolling through more apartment listings on her phone, showing Emma pictures of kitchenettes and talking about how convenient everything would be. Jake was explaining to David about property values in the neighborhood and how now was the perfect time to sell. They were discussing my life,
my future, my home, like I was some senile old woman who couldn't make her own decisions. When I finally spoke up, my voice came out shakier than I wanted. I told them again that they couldn't sell my house because it was my house. The obviousness of the statement apparently needed to be said, since they seemed to have forgotten this basic fact. Jake rolled his eyes and told me not to be dramatic. He said they were trying to help me here. Couldn't I see that? Sarah jumped in, saying I was being emotional instead of practical. She started listing all the reasons why staying here didn't make sense anymore. The utility bills, the property taxes, the endless maintenance issues that would only get worse as I got older.
To handle the proceeds from the sale. Proceeds. My money from my house that I'd paid for with 15 years of working 3 jobs. He had charts on his phone, showing me how much better off I'd be financially if I downsized. Numbers and graphs like this was some business presentation instead of my entire life. Sarah's husband, David, finally spoke up, mentioning casually that they'd already toured a few places on my behalf. Nice places, he assured me. Clean, safe, with activities and meal plans. The way he described these places made them sound like fancy prisons. He pulled out a brochure from his jacket pocket. He'd come to my birthday dinner with promotional materials for senior living communities. I asked them if they understood what this house meant to me. This was where I'd brought them home from the hospital, where they'd learned to walk, lost their first teeth, had sleepovers with friends, where I'd stayed up all night when they were sick, where we'd celebrated every Christmas morning, where I'd helped them with homework at this same kitchen table for 12 years. Sarah got that impatient look she's had since she was a teenager. She told me that was exactly the problem. I was living in the past. We weren't kids anymore, she said. I didn't need to keep this shrine to their childhood. She actually used the word shrine, like loving the home where I'd raised my children was some kind of mental illness. That hurt worse than anything else they'd said. This wasn't a shrine. This was my life. Every room held memories, yes, but it was also my present, my future, my security. This house represented every sacrifice I'd made, every overtime shift I'd worked, every time I'd chosen to fix something instead of buying myself new clothes. Jake got angry when I didn't immediately agree with their plan. He said they were trying to be responsible adults here, thinking ahead, planning for my future because apparently I wasn't capable of doing it myself. He called me stubborn and said I was being selfish, clinging to a house I could barely maintain. Selfish. After everything I'd done to keep this house for them. Rational decisions about my own life. The arrogance was breathtaking. They'd gone behind my back, made plans for my future, contacted professionals, toured facilities, and somehow I was the unreasonable one for being upset about it. Emma tried to calm everyone down, suggesting we all take a breath and discuss this like adults. But David was already gathering up his brochures and Sarah's purse. They could see this wasn't going the way they'd planned. Jake made one last attempt to convince me. He said the buyer was serious, had already put down earnest money. They'd committed to this sale assuming I'd be reasonable about it. If I backed out now, there might be legal complications. Legal complications. They'd put my house under contract without my signature, without my knowledge, and now they were trying to guilt me into going along with it to avoid problems they'd created. I was shaking with rage and betrayal as they gathered their things. Sarah kept sniffling and saying she didn't understand why I was so angry. She genuinely seemed to believe they'd done nothing wrong. Jake was muttering about wasted time and missed opportunities, like my refusal to be displaced from my own home was some kind of personal inconvenience for him. As they headed for the door, Sarah turned back and said we'd talk when I calmed down. She said it like I was having some kind of irrational episode that I'd eventually recover from. Like once I came to my senses, I'd realized they'd been right all along. I looked at my daughter, this person I'd raised and loved and sacrificed for, standing in my doorway talking to me like I was a confused child. I told her no. We'd talk when she remembered whose name was on the deed to this house. Jake shook his head and said I was making a huge mistake. He warned me that I'd regret this stubbornness when I was struggling to maintain the house by myself. He made it sound like a threat, like he was withdrawing his help permanently because I wouldn't let him sell my home. They left without saying goodbye. I heard their car doors slam in my driveway, heard Jake's engine rev louder than necessary as they drove away. I stood at my front window watching their taillights disappear down the street. These two people who used to be my whole world, who I'd thought I knew completely. The house was suddenly too quiet.
Home. My safe place. The only thing in my life that was truly, completely mine. And my own children had tried to take it away from me while I was cutting their birthday cake. After they left, I sat alone at my kitchen table, staring at that untouched birthday cake. The silence in the house felt different than it usually did. Not peaceful, but heavy, like the walls themselves had absorbed the shock of what had just happened. I kept replaying their words, trying to make sense of how my own children could ambush me like that on my birthday of all days. I called my sister first. It was almost 10 at night, but I knew she'd still be up watching her crime shows. When I told her what happened, she was quiet for so long I thought the call had dropped. Then she exploded. She couldn't believe they'd had the nerve to plan this behind my back. She reminded me of everything I'd sacrificed to keep that house after the divorce, working myself half to death so those kids could have stability. The betrayal was unthinkable. Next, I called my ex-husband, which tells you how desperate I was feeling. We barely talk unless it's about the kids, but I needed to know if he was in on this too. He was genuinely shocked, said the kids had never mentioned anything about selling my house to him. He actually seemed offended that they'd made such a major decision without consulting him either. For once, we were on the same side of something involving our children. I didn't sleep that night. I walked through every room of my house, remembering. The living room where we'd watched movies every Friday night when the kids were little. The kitchen where I'd packed thousands of school lunches. Sarah's bedroom with the purple walls she'd begged for when she turned 13. Jake's room where he'd practiced guitar until the neighbors complained. Every corner held pieces of our life together. But I also found myself seeing what they saw. The water stain on the ceiling that I'd been meaning to get fixed. The loose floorboard in the hallway that I'd gotten used to stepping over. The bathroom faucet that dripped no matter how tight I turned it. When had I stopped noticing these things? When had maintaining my home become such a struggle? Back. Who knew what else they might try? That afternoon I drove to Home Depot and bought new locks for my front and back doors. Installing them myself took most of the evening, and my hands were sore for days. But it felt important to do it personally. This was my house, and I was the only one who should have keys to it. Word spread through our family faster than I expected. My mother called within a week, having heard about the birthday disaster from my sister. Mom's take was frustrating, but not surprising. Maybe the kids had a point about downsizing. At my age, wouldn't it be nice to let someone else worry about maintenance and repairs? She kept saying I should at least consider their offer, like they'd presented me with some generous gift, instead of trying to sell my home without permission.
My brother was on my side completely. He was appalled that they'd ambushed me on my birthday, said it showed a complete lack of respect. He offered to talk to them himself, but I told him no. This was between me and my kids, however it played out. Jake's girlfriend Emma called a few days after the disaster. She was apologetic and uncomfortable, saying she'd assumed I already knew about their plans. She thought the birthday dinner was going to be them presenting me with final details, not breaking the news for the first time. She seemed genuinely sorry about how everything had gone down, which made me feel slightly better. At least someone in that room had realized how wrong the whole thing was. Sarah sent me a long text message about a week later. It was full of justifications about how they were only trying to help, how worried they'd been about me living alone in such a big house. She went on about property taxes and utility costs, and how the money from selling could secure my future. But nowhere in that wall of text was an actual apology. She was sorry I was upset, sorry I didn't understand their good intentions, but not sorry for what they'd actually done. Jake's response was even worse. He sent a short message saying I was being stubborn and that I'd regret this decision when I was struggling to maintain everything by myself. It read like a threat, like he was washing his hands of any responsibility for helping me with house issues in the future. The son who used to mow my lawn every weekend was now based in the room. I caught myself thinking about what would happen if I fell. Who would find me? How long would I lie there? I've started noticing things I used to take for granted. How quiet the house gets at night. How much effort it takes to keep up with yard work. How the grocery bags seem heavier than they used to be when I'm carrying them up the front steps. Maybe my kids saw things I'd been too proud or too stubborn to admit to myself. But then I remember the way they went about it. Planning behind my back for months. Making appointments with realtors. Looking at apartments for me like I was some incompetent person who needed to be managed. The complete lack of respect for my autonomy, my feelings, my attachment to the place where I'd built my life. The house feels different now. Still mine, still home, but somehow tainted by their betrayal. Every creak in the floorboards makes me think about maintenance costs. Every family photo on the mantel makes me wonder if this really is just a shrine to the past, like Sarah said. I catch myself evaluating my own home like a stranger would, looking for evidence of whether I'm capable of living here independently. My relationship with my kids might be broken beyond repair. Sarah's texts have gotten less frequent, and Jake hasn't contacted me at all since that message about regretting my stubbornness. I don't know if they're waiting for me to apologize, or if they've written me off as a lost cause. Either way, the easy closeness we used to have is gone. The hardest part is the doubt they've planted in my mind. I know I was right to stop them from selling my house without my permission, but their words keep echoing. Was I being selfish? Am I clinging to something that's become too much for me to handle? Is my stubborn attachment to this house going to end up hurting me in the long run? I'm still here in my house, still fighting to keep the place I've called home for 30 years. But the victory feels hollow when it cost me my relationship with my children. And I can't shake the feeling that this is just the beginning of a much longer battle about my independence, my future, and whether the people who are supposed to love me most will respect my right to make my own choices about how I want to live my life. Was I wrong for refusing to even consider selling the only home?
Out of nowhere, my brother declared that I was never welcome on our family land again after everything I did to protect it. I'm 61 years old, retired firefighter who's lived in this same small rural town my whole life. My brother Mark is 58, moved to the city about 15 years ago for some marketing job that he's always going on about. When our parents passed away 8 years ago, they left us the family farmland, 40 acres that's been in our family since 1952. Back then, I figured we'd work something out together, you know? Maybe he'd retire back here someday. We'd build him a little cabin, share the responsibilities. That's not how it worked out.
For the past 8 years, I've been the only one taking care of the place. Every other week during growing season, I'm out there with the riding mower, cutting the fields so they don't turn into a jungle. When storms knock down trees across the old access road, guess who's out there with a chainsaw? When fence posts rot out and the neighbor's cattle start wandering over, guess who's buying new posts and spending his weekends digging holes? Mark would show up maybe twice a year, usually around holidays when he felt like playing the family man. He'd walk around the property like he was some kind of landowner, talking about his big plans. Always had these grand ideas about developing the land into something profitable. A camping ground, maybe some kind of event venue. Sometimes he'd talk about subdividing it. I just figured it was talk, you know, the kind of dreaming people do when they're stuck in traffic driving back to their city apartments. What really got to me was the money situation. Property taxes on 40 acres aren't cheap, especially when the county keeps reassessing everything higher every year. Mark would always promise he'd send his half, but somehow he'd forget, or be between paychecks, or have some emergency car repair. So I'd end up covering it because what else was I going to do? Let the county take the land? Over the years, I probably dropped 12 grand of my own retirement money just keeping the place legal. I kept receipts for everything. The tax payments, the fence materials, the gas for the mower, even the chain oil. My late wife always said I was too meticulous about record keeping, but it felt important somehow. This was family land. Stands up and says he has an announcement. He goes to his car and comes back with this manila folder, all official looking. My first thought was, maybe he'd finally gotten serious about helping with the upkeep, maybe brought some financial paperwork or something. Instead, he opens the folder and starts talking about how he's been in contact with a development company. Says they want to build a subdivision on our land, some kind of executive housing development. The offer was for $850,000 for the whole property. Everyone went quiet. I mean, you could have heard a pin drop. My daughter actually gasped out loud. But then Mark keeps going. He says he's already filed preliminary paperwork with the developers, that the sale is basically a done deal, and closing is set for February. Just like that. No discussion. No asking what I thought about it. He'd been planning this behind my back for months. I couldn't even process what he was saying at first. I asked him if this was some kind of joke, maybe a really bad one. He looked right at me, dead serious, and said no, this was happening. Then he said something I'll never forget as long as I live. He said I was too emotionally attached to the land, and that I'd just stand in the way of progress. He said he thought it would be better if I stayed away from the property from now on, that my involvement would just complicate things with the buyers. I sat there for maybe 10 seconds just staring at him. Everyone else was looking back and forth between us like they were watching a tennis match. Finally, I found my voice and asked him what the hell he meant by that. I brought up all the work I'd done, all the money I'd spent keeping the place up while he was playing big shot in the city. Mark just shrugged and said nobody had asked me to do all that. Said I'd made the choice to be the caretaker, and that didn't give me any special rights. His exact words were that I needed to be realistic about our financial futures and stop living in the past. That's when my cousin Dave stood up and told Mark he was being a piece of crap. Dave's always been a straight shooter, never minces words, and he laid into Mark pretty good about how family doesn't treat family this way. Mark's wife looked like she wanted he was doing me some kind of favor. My oldest nephew, Dave's boy, actually spoke up and said maybe Uncle Mark had a point about being practical. Said the land was just sitting there, and none of us younger folks were planning to farm it anyway. That hurt more than I expected it to. This kid used to love coming out to help me fix fences when he was little, and now he was talking about the family land like it was just another piece of real estate. The whole dinner was ruined after that. Half the family left early, making uncomfortable excuses about long drives and early work days. Mark and his family stuck around for maybe another hour, but you could cut the tension with a knife. His wife finally said they should probably head back to their hotel, and off they went. I spent that night lying awake thinking about my dad teaching me to drive the old tractor in those same fields, about how proud he was when I joined the fire department, how he'd always said the land would be there for us no matter what happened with jobs or money or anything else. He used to say it was our anchor, the thing that kept us connected to where we came from. Now my brother wanted to turn it into Heritage Oaks or Countryside Estates, or whatever generic name the developers would slap on their cookie-cutter houses. The next week, I started calling Mark every day, trying to reason with him. Every conversation went the same way. He'd say it was just business, and I needed to be realistic. When I'd bring up the family history, the work I'd put in, the money I'd spent, he'd just repeat that nobody had asked me to do those things, like I was some kind of fool for caring about something that belonged to all of us. That's when I found out he'd been planning this for months. He'd had the property surveyed, gotten assessments done, even had soil tests performed for the developers, all using his half-ownership rights, all without saying a word to me. While I was out there mowing fields and fixing fences, he was busy figuring out how to cash out. The worst part about the whole situation was how quickly everyone started picking sides. My sister Beth called me a few days after Thanksgiving, trying to walk this careful line where she wasn't exactly supporting Mark, but wasn't condemning him either. She kept
Nephew, Dave's boy who'd sided with Mark at dinner, doubled down on his position. He actually called me and said I was living in the past, and the land was just sitting there doing nothing productive. Said his generation didn't see the point in holding on to property just for sentimental reasons when we could all use the money. That conversation hurt more than anything Mark had said, because this was a kid I'd taught to fish in the creek that ran through the back 40. What really got to me was finding out how long Mark had been planning this behind my back. When I pressed him for details during one of our phone calls, he let slip that he'd first contacted the development company back in July. I'd been out there all summer mowing those fields, sweating my ass off in the heat, while he was busy figuring out how to sell them out from under me. He'd used his half-ownership to authorize property surveys and soil tests. The developers had been out there multiple times, apparently, walking around making their plans, while I was probably at home watching TV, completely clueless. Mark said they'd always come during weekdays when they knew I wouldn't be around. The level of deception was just incredible. I finally decided I needed to talk to a lawyer, just to understand what my options were. Found a property attorney about an hour away who specialized in family land disputes. Cost me $500 just for a consultation, but I brought boxes of everything. Tax payment receipts going back 8 years, documentation of every improvement I'd made, photos of fence repairs, receipts for materials, even gas receipts for the mower. The lawyer listened to everything and basically told me I was screwed. Since Mark and I both inherited equal shares, he could legally force a sale, even if I objected. Something called partition, where one co-owner can compel the sale of jointly owned property. But then he said my improvements and tax payments might entitle me to some compensation beyond just half the sale price. The problem was, a legal fight could easily cost $20,000 or more, with no guarantee I'd recover those costs, even if I won something. 20 grand. That was most of what I had left in savings after years of covering the property taxes and maintenance. I'd be gambling my entire financial future on a maybe. But I couldn't just let it go. Every time I drove past the property, $1,000 for all my hard work over the years. $50,000. I'd spent more than that just on taxes and direct expenses, never mind the hundreds of hours of labor. When I pointed this out, he said I was being unreasonable and greedy. Said the 50 was a generous gesture, and most people wouldn't get anything at all in my situation.
I told him it was insulting, and he could take his generous gesture and shove it. That's when he got angry and started saying I was making this way more complicated than it needed to be. Said if I kept fighting him on this, he'd make sure I didn't see a penny beyond whatever the court might eventually force him to pay. I told him to get off my property and not come back. He said fine, but I better not set foot on the family land anymore either. Said he'd call the sheriff if he had to. The thing is, I kept going out there anyway. It was still my land too, legally, and someone had to keep an eye on things. But Mark made good on his threat. He called the sheriff on me twice in December, claiming I was trespassing and harassing the survey crews that kept showing up. Sheriff Jenkins has known me for 20 years from my firefighting days. Both times he showed up, he basically told Mark this was a civil matter and he wasn't getting involved in family disputes over property ownership. But it was humiliating having deputies show up while I'm out there fixing a section of fence that had been my responsibility for 8 years. Jenkins was professional about it, but I could tell he thought the whole situation was ridiculous. Meanwhile, Mark was busy playing the victim to anyone in the family who'd listen. He started telling people I was being stubborn and unreasonable, that I was holding up a deal that would benefit both of us financially. Some of the relatives actually started coming around to his point of view. My nephew's wife made some comment at a Christmas party about how land was just an investment like any other investment, and sometimes you have to know when to cash out. The family Christmas gathering was supposed to be at Beth's house that year. I almost didn't go, but my daughter convinced me that staying away would just make me look petty. So I showed up with my family, and Mark showed up with his, and we spent the whole time pretending the other person wasn't in the room. It was awkward as hell. Trees didn't pay for retirement or medical bills or anything else that mattered in the real world. I didn't even respond. What was the point? He'd made up his mind that I was the problem, that my attachment to the family land was some kind of character flaw, instead of the reason the land had been maintained and preserved for 8 years. Mark stormed out with his family, and we haven't spoken since. That was 3 months ago. Right after New Year's, I got papers in the mail from the development company saying they were moving forward with the purchase, and I needed to vacate any personal property from the land by a certain date. Like they already owned it, like the sale was a done deal. My lawyer filed some kind of motion to delay the sale until my claims for compensation could be resolved. Now the property is basically in limbo. The developers can't close until the legal issues are sorted out. Mark can't get his money, and I can't afford to keep fighting much longer. Mark hired his own attorney, some expensive guy from the city who sent me papers demanding I pay half of all legal fees since I was the one dragging this out. His position was that I was frivolously delaying a legitimate sale and should be responsible for the costs my obstruction was causing. The stress was killing me. I wasn't sleeping. My blood pressure shot up so bad my doctor had to increase my medication. I kept driving by the property at weird hours, wondering if this might be the last time I'd see it as farmland instead of a construction site. My daughter started pushing me to just take whatever settlement I could negotiate and walk away. She said watching me go through this was worse than losing the land would be. But every time I thought about giving up, I'd remember something else. My dad teaching me to drive the tractor. The pride in his voice when he'd talk about the family land. The way he'd say it was our anchor, the thing that connected us to where we came from. Now it was going to be called Heritage Oaks, or Meadowbrook Estates, or whatever meaningless name the developers slapped on their cookie-cutter subdivision. The legal battle dragged on for months, and it was eating me alive in every way possible. My lawyer kept filing motions and requesting delays, but every piece of paper that got filed cost me money I didn't have. Mark's fancy city attorney was playing hard. She was getting tired of the whole mess. She'd make these comments about how maybe it was time for everyone to just move on, how holding grudges wasn't helping anybody. Easy for her to say, since she didn't have 8 years and $12,000 invested in keeping the place running. Mark's kids stopped showing up to family events entirely. My nephew told me later that their dad had basically forbidden them from having anything to do with me until this was all settled. Like I was some kind of dangerous influence, just because I wouldn't roll over and let their father steamroll me. The extended family started picking sides more openly. Some of the older cousins understood what the land meant, how much work I'd put into it over the years. But the younger generation mostly sided with Mark's practical approach. I heard through the grapevine that they were calling me stubborn and old-fashioned behind my back, saying I was holding on to something that didn't matter anymore. That really stung, because some of these kids used to love visiting the property when they were little. They'd help me stack firewood or ride along when I was mowing the fields. Now they were talking about it like it was just another piece of real estate that should go to the highest bidder. The development company started getting aggressive too. They sent me several letters demanding I stop interfering with their plans. Apparently, they'd already invested significant money in soil tests, environmental assessments, and preliminary design work. They were threatening to sue me personally for damages if the delays went on much longer. My lawyer explained that this was mostly bluster, but it added another layer of stress to an already impossible situation. I was being squeezed from all sides. Mark's attorney demanding legal fees, the developers threatening lawsuits, my own mounting legal bills, and a family that was growing more impatient with me by the week. In April, Mark tried a different approach. He had Beth call me to set up a meeting, said he wanted to work out a reasonable compromise. I was skeptical, but Beth convinced me it was worth trying. We met at a diner halfway between my place and the city, neutral territory. Mark came with a written proposal. He'd increased his offer to $75,000 for my improvements and maintenance over the years, plus I'd still get half the sale proceeds minus legal fees. Admitting he'd been right all along, that the land was just an asset to be liquidated when convenient. It would mean betraying everything my father had taught me about family legacy and responsibility. 2 weeks later, I turned down his offer. Mark didn't take it well. He sent me a text message saying I was a selfish old fool who cared more about being right than about what was best for everyone. Said I was destroying the family over dirt and trees that would be worth nothing to my kids anyway. That's when things got really ugly. Mark started reaching out to extended family members, painting me as an unreasonable obstacle to everyone's financial benefit. He pointed out that if I kept fighting, the legal fees would eat up a significant chunk of the sale proceeds, meaning less money for both of us. Some relatives started pressuring me to just take the deal and end the family drama. My own sister called me in tears one night, begging me to just accept Mark's offer. She said the fighting was destroying holiday gatherings, that kids were asking why their family couldn't get along anymore. She said maybe Mark was right, that I was being too sentimental about a piece of property. But I couldn't let it go. Every time I drove past the land, I'd see the creek where my dad taught me to fish, the oak tree where my kids used to swing on a rope, the fields where 3 generations of our family had learned the value of hard work. Mark saw dirt and trees. I saw everything that had shaped who we were as a family. The legal process ground on through the summer. More depositions, more paperwork, more bills from attorneys. The developers filed their own motion to force the sale, claiming their contract with Mark gave them certain rights regardless of my objections. My lawyer said we had a decent chance of getting some compensation for my improvements, but it would probably take another year and cost another $10,000 to find out. By August, I was facing a terrible reality. I could keep fighting and probably lose everything I had left to legal fees. Or I could accept some version of Mark's deal and walk away with enough money to retire comfortably. Neither option felt like winning. The breaking point came in September, When my grandson asked me why I was always angry now, why I didn't want to play catch or work on dollars directly, separate from whatever Mark got, if I'd agree to drop all legal challenges within 30 days. Their attorney explained that the delays were costing them money, and they just wanted to move forward with the project. I'm sitting here now with their offer on my kitchen table, trying to decide what to do. $100,000 plus my half of the sale would give me enough to retire without financial worries. I could buy a little place closer to my daughter, maybe somewhere with a small yard where I could grow a garden. But I keep thinking about what my dad would say if he could see what's happened to the family land. Whether he'd understand that sometimes you have to be practical, or whether he'd be disappointed that I even considered letting it go without exhausting every possible fight. Mark and I haven't spoken in almost a year now. The family gatherings are awkward affairs where everyone tiptoes around the obvious tension. Some relatives have stopped inviting both of us to the same events, which means holidays are split up and uncomfortable for everyone. My health has suffered from the stress. My blood pressure is still high despite medication, and I haven't been sleeping well for months. Sometimes I wonder if Mark was right that I'm just a bitter old man who can't accept change, who's clinging to something that doesn't matter to anyone else anymore. Other times I look at the offer letters and think about my father working those same fields, about the generations of family history that's about to be paved over for suburban houses. And I know I can't be the one to sign off on that, without at least trying everything possible to stop it. The 30-day deadline is next week, and I still don't know what I'm going to do.